reborn as a massive 300-pound boar. You are forced by your owner to mate with over 100 sows every day. Faced with a workload comparable to your past life's 996 grind, you not only feel no exhaustion but even want to take on the mating duties of other boars. All because you've activated the more children, more blessings system. As long as you tirelessly serve the sows, you'll receive rewards. And if you can impregnate them, the rewards grow even richer. As a big black boar, you manage to mate with every sow in the pen within just 2 days. Thanks to the system rewards earned from mating with sows, your bloodline has upgraded from 7th grade mortal veins to 6th grade. Your steel bones and iron flesh skill has leveled up to tier 2, and you've gained 3 extra pounds of aphrodisiac herbs. In this pig pen, you can no longer progress further. So, on a quiet night, you set your sights on other pens. The 5 other breeding boars seem to sense the threat, baring their teeth and growling at you. You sneer at them, thinking, the fairies of heaven and the beauties of earth belong to the virtuous. Are you lazy, stupid brutes even worthy of dozens of mates? With a powerful push from your hind legs, your entire body leaps out of the pig pen, moving with agility that defies the nature of a pig. All the pigs are stunned. They've never seen a pig with such ambition before. You are very satisfied, as the enhancement of your bloodline has greatly improved your strength and agility. You leap into another pig pen and charge at the only boar inside. With your level 2 iron bone skill, ordinary boars are no match for you. In less than 3 rounds, the boar is howling in defeat. You jump out of the pig pen again, targeting another boar. The agonized squeals of the boar jolt old Master Gao from his sweet dreams. Oh no! The boars are fighting. He throws on an outer robe and rushes to the backyard, shouting as he runs, "Quick! Someone help! The boars are causing chaos." Adult boars can weigh 300 to 400 pounds, and when enraged, even 3 or 4 men might not be able to restrain them. All the servants scramble out of bed, grabbing ropes, nets, and torches before following old Master Gao. When the crowd reaches the backyard, they're stunned. They see you pinning a boar to the ground, grinding it into the dirt. "You beast, stop this now." A servant throws a large net over you, then yanks the attached ropes, binding you tightly within. This brute is so aggressive. Everyone, pull together, drag it back to its pen. Hearing this, you suddenly turn your head, locking eyes with the servant pulling the net. The man's feet go cold, his hair standing on end as he thinks, is this even a pig? More ferocious than a tiger. All the servants rush to help, but you bare your tusks and growl. Had enough yet? Your 6th rank mortal vein and tier 2 steel bones grant you boundless strength. With a low roar, you hurl yourself forward, sending all 8 servants tumbling head over heels. The net covering you shatters into pieces, scattering across the ground. What a ferocious pig! Everyone, run into the house. With red eyes, you charged forward on all fours, ramming into the servants' backsides. Even a 300-pound pig couldn't withstand your full-force charge, let alone ordinary people. "Big Black, stop!" a clear child's voice rang out. Hearing this, you immediately braked, your entire body skidding sideways with a boom, collapsing a wall. It's the young miss. Big Black listens to her the most. "We're saved." The servants sighed in relief, quickly gathering behind Gao Tsuelan. Gao Tsuelan walked straight up to you, gently stroking your snout as she said, "Big Black, what's gotten into you tonight? Daughter, come back. This pig has gone wild, be careful." Despite his frail body, old Master Gao hobbled over with his cane, grabbing his daughter's hand to flee. But then your eyes suddenly gleamed fiercely, as if saying, "Don't you dare scold her, that's my dad." Gao Tsuelan smacked your head. "Young miss, be careful." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Yet, to their astonishment, you showed no anger at all, instead nuzzling gently against Gao Tsuelan's hand. The reason you were so affectionate with this little girl was that she had treated you as a friend even before you awakened your system. Gao Tsuelan smiled sweetly and said, "Father, it's fine. Big Black listens to me the most." Old Master Gao clutched his chest, panting heavily, and said, "It seems only you can control it. Let's sell it in a few days. It's too dangerous." "No way." Gao Tsuelan planted her hands on her hips and glared. "If you sell it, I'll never speak to you again. You stubborn child." Old Master Gao shook his head helplessly. "Fine, keep it if you must, but be careful." After assessing the damage to the pig pen, the servant reported, "Master, 3 boars have minor injuries, and 2 are on the verge of death." Instead of getting angry, old Master Gao stroked his beard with delight and smiled. "This is no ordinary pig, it's a king among pigs. A boar king is fiercely territorial. No wonder it attacked the others. Sell or butcher those 5 boars, make some money or meat out of them. With such a king in our home, we don't need other boars." Hearing her father's words, Gao Tsuelan's eyes curved into crescents. She patted your head and said, "Father has agreed not to sell you. From now on, you're responsible for all 100+ sows here." You, as if understanding, shook your head proudly, basking in the moment. The onlookers marveled at the sight, murmuring in amazement. The next day, Old Master Gao ordered the servants to renovate the pig pen, tearing down the walls and merging the 5 pens into one. Just like that, you became the head of the household. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. You toiled diligently every day, and the system's notifications kept ringing in your mind. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations on finding another 108 partners. Rewards provided as follows. Bloodline level upgraded to 4th class mortal vein. 5 pounds of high quality epimedium. 20 pounds of medium quality epimedium. And the monster beast skill, steel bones and iron flesh upgraded to level 4. You were overjoyed, your efforts had not been in vain, and you were getting closer to the yellow class bloodline. Now, with steel bones and iron flesh at level 4, ordinary steel blades and arrows could hardly pierce your skin. But now you were troubled again. You had already mated with all 100+ sows in old Master Gao's household, leaving you with nothing left to do. Would you really have to wait until the sows gave birth months later to earn more rewards? This time is somewhat wasted. Just as you were fretting, you heard loud knocking at the front gate. Old Master Gao, we heard your birthday is coming, and we've come to celebrate. Open up. The moment the man finished speaking, he began pounding on the door again. Old Gao, if you don't open up, we'll break in. The intruder was utterly brazen, his tone arrogant and overbearing. You thought to yourself, could these be the mountain bandits from nearby, here to extort the village? You effortlessly vaulted over the fence, landing silently, and hid in a secluded corner to observe. Coming. Hearing the bandits threaten to break in, old Master Gao immediately ordered the servants to open the gate. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the servant who went to answer it was knocked to the ground. 50 or 60 men on horseback charged in, all brandishing gleaming steel blades. The leader, a man with a thick beard, cursed loudly, "Are you all deaf? We from Fulling Mountain came in good faith to celebrate your birthday, and you shut us out. What's the meaning of this?" Old Master Gao trembled with fear and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Great king, please calm your anger. How could a humble old man like me deserve the honor of heroes like you coming to celebrate my birthday?" He Biao smirked maliciously and said, "Old Master Gao, you flatter yourself. After all, you're the most renowned elder in Gao village. How could I not pay you a visit?" He yanked a deer hide from his horse and threw it to the ground, adding, "This is our birthday gift from Fulling Mountain. Hurry up and take it." Old Master Gao trembled as he crouched on the ground, picking up the deerskin. He Biao sneered, "That's more like it. But as the old saying goes, it's impolite to receive without giving. I won't ask for much, just prepare 100 pigs for my men to feast on." 100 pigs? Old Master Gao's hands went slack, and the deerskin fell to the ground. He pleaded, "Great king, all those pigs at home are sows about to give birth. Please have mercy and give this old man 6 months. I swear I'll deliver the full count by then." "You ungrateful wretch." He Biao pressed the blade against his neck again and snarled, "Do you believe I'll kill you right now and take the pigs myself? Don't you dare hurt my father." Gao Zuilan could no longer hold back. She rushed out of the room, spreading her arms to shield old Master Gao, but her frail, petite frame couldn't possibly block her father behind her. He Biao bared his yellowed teeth and leered, "Old man Gao, who'd have thought a man your age could father such a pretty daughter? Such a delicate girl is bound to grow into a great beauty. Why not let me take her up the mountain to be my fortress bride?" The other bandits burst into raucous laughter at his words. As soon as the words fell, a massive black shadow charged toward He Biao. With a loud bang, He Biao was sent flying 3 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground along with the bandits behind him. Everyone stared in shock. The shadow that had knocked He Biao away was actually a giant black boar. The boar's eyes burned red like flames as it let out a furious roar, its 4 hooves propelling it forward like an arrow straight at He Biao. Before the other bandits could react, the boar was already standing atop He Biao. The 400 Gene Swine King crushed him under its weight, ending He Biao's life instantly. The boar opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, striking terror into the hearts of the bandits and making their mounts tremble in fear. Without waiting for their leader's order, they turned tail and fled. In the blink of an eye, the bandits had vanished without a trace, leaving only the corpse of their leader. He Biao, you then swayed your head and trotted back to the pig pen. Big Black. Gao Zuilan's eyes widened instantly, never expecting Big Black to turn the tide and save everyone's lives at the critical moment. Tears streamed down the faces of the servants as they embraced one another, reveling in the joy of surviving the disaster. The way they looked at Zhu Ganglai was no longer fear, but reverence. Mrs. Gao was also in tears. Buying this big black pig was the best decision he had ever made in his life. "Father, it's a good thing there's Dahe, otherwise our Gao family would be finished." Gao Zuilan wiped away the tears of excitement from the corner of her eyes. Mrs. Gao lamented, yes, this is a blessed pig." Then the expression on his face became serious again. "Zuilan, let's hurry up and pack up our gold and silver and fine things. The sow should be sold, and move to your mother's old home. This place can no longer stay." "Ha? Why?" Gao Chuilan didn't understand, and even more so, she didn't want to leave the place where she grew up. Mrs. Gao sighed. if we hand over 100 sows today, we'll still be able to stay in Gaoji Azwang, but if he Biao, the mountain king of Fuling Mountain, dies in our house, the other mountain thieves will surely come back for revenge. They're just intimidated by the big black today. We won't be so lucky next time when we're well prepared. Yes, after all, Da He is just a pig, but the mountain bandits of Fulian Mountain are more vicious than tigers. Gao Zuilan suddenly thought of something and said, Father, we can leave, but what about the other folks in Gao Laozhuang? They don't have another place to stay. If we leave, the mountain bandits will surely take their anger out on them. People are not grass and trees, who can have no mercy. Gao Taigong thought of the townspeople who usually come and go closely. Master, I won't go with you. I'm going to stay and fight them to the death. A family member stepped forward and made his intentions clear. Immediately, someone else agreed, right, I won't go either. There are so many men in Gao Laozhuang with handles. Why should I be afraid of the mountain bandits? We can't be worse than pigs. We're not the only ones being bullied by the mountain bandits. Unite everyone. Seeing the excitement of the group, Mrs. Gao also stomped his cane heavily. I've lived for more than 60 years, and I've had enough. We can't let the mountain bandits bully us for the rest of our lives. Don't forget, we still have Big Black. Yes, Big Black is the divine beast of our Gao Laozhuang. Since that day, Gao Laozhuang has been united as never before, organizing training for the young and strong, building weapons, and being ready to meet the battle at any time. Zhu Ganglai also received unprecedented favorable treatment. He has an extremely spacious hog barn, which is cleaned daily, and the food he eats is carefully ground soybeans with 3 different ingredients. He didn't need to stay in the pigsty every day. The whole of Gao Laozhuang became his territory. Of course, Zhu Ganglai wouldn't be idle either. He's had his eye on someone else's sow for a long time. There was no need to sneak around this time, and anyone would welcome Zhu Ganglia's arrival. With free breeding stock, why wouldn't they? Besides, if a boar is so strong, his cubs will naturally be strong and healthy. The only ones on fire are the other boars on the property. Seeing Zhu Ganglai swaggering into his own circle busy sows, they can only shrink in the corner, with a grudging look, did not dare to say a word. Ding ding ding, system beeps sounded one after another. Congratulations on finding 300 more mates and offering rewards as follows. The bloodline level is raised to 3rd grade mortal vein, 10 pounds of top quality epimedium, 30 pounds of medium quality epimedium, demon beast skill, steel bones level 5, while getting a full upgrade. Zhu Ganglia's appearance also gradually changed. His appearance is very different from the common domestic pig, with tusks nearly a foot long, skin that is knife-like, and a thick, stiff tail. At this time, even in the deep forest, also known as the Wild Boar King, one night, Zhu Ganglai was having a wet dream when the sound of a knocking gong woke him up. He pricked up his ears and heard the yells of the dealer. A wild beast has entered the manor and bitten several sheep to death. Everyone take careful precautions and don't go out at night. Which ungrateful thing dares to make waves in my territory? Zhu Ganglai walked out of the courtyard and met the Zhuangding who was on night patrol. When Zhuangding Gao Damao saw him, he was shocked and said, could it be that the one who bit the sheep to death is the big black pig from Mrs. Gao's family? His words were followed by a heavy slap to the neck. What nonsense! Big Black has been coming to the manor for a few months now. When did you ever see him bite a sheep to death? The night patrol captain angrily rebuked. Gao Damao rubbed his neck in aggravation. If he can beat my family's pigs to death, it's possible that he can do the same to the sheep. The captain glared. It's the king of pigs and has a strong sense of territory. The one it killed in your house was a male pig. When have you ever seen it bully a female? The captain thought for a moment and said, the pig king will definitely not allow any other animals to invade the territory. Let's follow him and we might be able to find the murderer who bit the sheep. Zhu Ganglia's nose sniffed and smelled a faint odor of blood. If I come to the manor today to eat sheep, will I have to eat my beloved concubines tomorrow? He ran off following the scent of blood. Shoden following quietly at a distance. Put out the torches. Beware of frightening away the murderer. After following them for some time longer, the bankers stopped in their tracks. The big black pig was so fast that so many of them lost it. Team, Captain, we seem to have entered the mountains. Gao Damao carried a trembling voice. The captain also suddenly woke up, and without realizing it, they followed the big black pig to Mount Fuling. The terrain of Mount Fuling is steep and difficult to defend, and there are not only all kinds of mountain bandits, but also ferocious wild beasts. A gust of cloudy wind picked up, breaking the eerie silence. The leaves rustled, and the crofters got goosebumps. In that instant, Tall Dahmer recalled every horrible thing his mind could imagine. Rocco, don't freeze, raise the fire. The captain commanded loudly. Gao Damao winced and shivered as he lit the torch. With the torch lit, he felt slightly more secure and forced a smile. Captain, let's go back to. Gao Damao's words couldn't be spoken. A patterned, basin-sized ghostly face was only 2 inches from his eyes. Gao Damao fell to the ground with a mama's cry. His 2 legs were no longer working. and his torch fell to the ground. It's the tiger. Men copy. The captain tried to calm his wildly beating heart and drew his steel sword. How unlucky to have met the fiercest tigress. I wonder how many people will die under its claws tonight. Chapter 5, The Affection of a Tigress. Seeing the people draw their weapons, the tiger was frightened and its eyes were fierce, constantly baring its teeth and roaring. The corners of its mouth were stained with blood, and it was probably the real culprit who had bitten the sheep in the village. The captain yelled, "Tigers are afraid of fire. Everyone light your torches." A torch was lit and the crowd yelled and screamed, trying to scare off the tiger. But this tiger was unusually bold. Not only did it have no intention of backing off, but instead it jumped at the paralyzed tall hare. Roar! A familiar hissing sound rang out from the crowd, and a large black pig accompanied by a gust of wind appeared in the crowd's eyes. "It's Big Black. We're saved," the captain exclaimed excitedly. When Gao Mao saw Big Black, it was as if he had seen his own father. And while the tiger's attention was attracted by the big black pig, and his legs returned to normal, he got up nimbly and ran back to the team with a cry and a howl. Big Black is the king of pigs. 1 bear, 2 pigs and 3 tigers. Let's help Big Black chase away the tigers. Big Black is mighty. While the Zhuangding group was excited and rubbing their fists, the big black pig ran all the way to the female tiger. And despite the low roar of the female tiger's threat, he stuck out his tongue with an affectionate face and licked the other's fur. The Shodin were collectively dumbfounded. The tigress also froze, stopping her low roar, unable to believe what was happening in front of her. Damn black pig! How dare he! It finally reacted and reached out its claws towards the big black pig's head and slapped it heavily. Shu Ganglai was stumbled but was unharmed. His eyes glowed with longing. The many sons, many fortunes system told him that the higher the bloodline level of the partner, the more benefits it would bring. The sows in the manor were all of the lowest grade of 9th grade mortal vein, but this female tiger possessed a 4th grade mortal vein. It was the highest grade beast with the highest bloodline that Zhu Ganglai had ever seen in his life. If he stumbled upon a chance and took heavenly treasures, the female tiger would probably break through to the yellow level bloodline and transform into a demonic beast. How could this not make Zhu Ganglia's heart flutter? "I'll conquer you tonight even if I get scratched all over my face." Soon, Zhu Ganglia's pig's head swelled even bigger, and he finally woke up to the fact that the dog-licking behavior of the party was never feasible, and that if he wanted to get the female tiger, he had to defeat her first. He roared furiously, and with all his strength, he arched toward the female tiger. Bang! The mother tiger flew out 3 meters. It reversed its posture in the air and landed lightly on the ground, both of its eyes staring at Zhu Ganglai in death. Not bad for a tigress. Really fierce. Zhu Ganglai stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes still full of passion as he pounced on the fight. He has the 5th level of steel bones, can be said to be invulnerable to knives and spears, boundless strength. The battle to 20 rounds. The female tiger panting, climbed to the tree to hide. Big Black is mighty. Go Big Black. The bankers looked blown away and pulled their voices to cheer for Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai, however, was in a difficult position. Although he was physically strong, he did not know how to go up a tree, and he could not do anything about the female tiger in the tree. He can't go up, and the female tiger can't go down. Until dawn, when the bankers descended the mountain to go home, Zhu Ganglai was still waiting under the tree, confronting the female tiger. The mother tiger finally could not survive the night. She dragged her tired body to climb down the tree, ready to fight with the big black pig to the death. But what it didn't expect was that the big black pig didn't take advantage of the situation, but gently rubbed its head against its body. Seeing that the other party had no intention of harming herself, the ferocious eyes of the female tiger became gradually gentle, sticking out her tongue to comb the mane of the big black pig. A pig and a tiger were thus paired. The mother tiger found a stream and bent down to drink gracefully. Zhu Ganglai, however, jumped happily into the stream, stirring up a lot of water. Childish guy. The mother tiger quietly lay on the ground and watched Zhu Ganglai indulge in his play. After Zhu Ganglai finished his bath, he walked up to the shore and shook his body. The golden sunlight hit his body, giving off a gorgeous sheen. The mother tiger's heart was moved. Zhu Ganglai made his move. An hour later, they snuggled together. Zhu Ganglai refreshed and the female tiger glowing, grooming each other's fur with her tongue. Ding! Congratulations on finding a new partner and offer rewards as follows. The bloodline level is raised to 2nd grade mortal vein. 1 pound of tribute grade epimedium, 20 pounds of top quality epimedium. Demon beast skill, steel bones level 6. Your new companion is rewarded. The bloodline level is raised to a 3rd grade mortal vein. Progress again. Zhu Ganglai was agitated. Even 100 sows couldn't compare to a female tiger with a 4th grade mortal vein. This was now only 2 ranks away from the 9th grade yellow vein, and would soon be able to transform beasts into demons. To his surprise, the system was actually able to give a partner with a higher bloodline level a bonus of a whole level up. No wonder the female tiger was so enthusiastic about herself afterwards. Zhu Ganglai was in a good mood and swallowed the tribute grade epimedium. and his virility was revitalized. Another hour. The tigress leaned back against a boulder, panting, slack-eyed and dripping with fragrant sweat. Shu Ganglai was also sweating profusely, lazily not wanting to move. After resting for a while, the female tiger stood up and headed deeper into the mountains. Shu Ganglai was stunned. This tigress is so heartless that she actually treats me as a tool and throws me away when she says so. The mother tiger turned around with a low growl, her eyes containing urgency. Immediately comprehending the meaning, Shu Ganglai bumbled after the female tiger and set off towards the deep mountains. Not bad for tribute-grade succulent patchouli, which is surprisingly strong enough to vanquish tigers. A pig and a tiger drilled into the deep mountains and climbed up to the high ground. Shu Ganglai stood on the boulder and looked back at the road he came from, only to see that the roadside was covered with tall tower pines, like huge umbrellas that opened up and overlapped. Gazing into the distance, a cave was shrouded in clouds and mist, mysterious and unpredictable. Shu Ganglai took a deep breath. He already knew the name of the cave, the Cloud Stack Cave in Fulling Mountain, the cave where he lived in his previous life. He didn't expect to meet it again in this life. If he remembered correctly, this place possessed a lower-level spirit vein that could provide those who practiced in this place with even more dense heaven and earth aura, making it a good place to start a sect. In his previous life, he hadn't lost his mana and didn't care at all, but in this life, he had lost all his mana and couldn't afford to be picky anymore. I didn't realize that the female tiger was so sentimental that she could actually lead me here. The two of them ran towards the Cloud Stack Cave, following a peculiar aroma ever onward. Goo-doo, goo-doo. Very deep inside the cave, there was actually a clear spring. Shu Ganglai was so knowledgeable that he instantly trembled with excitement. It's the Fountain of Youth. The youth spring is full of heaven and earth spiritual chi and has the effect of residing in the face and beauty. Drinking it year-round can make the cultivation faster and even eternal youth. It was this one glance of spring water that turned decay into magic that made Cloud Stack Cave a lower-level spirit vein. Tiger sister, thanks to you, or else my old Shu's head wouldn't have been able to remember that there's a Fountain of Youth in Cloud Stack Cave. Shu Ganglai excitedly gave the tigress a kiss on the cheek. No wonder the tiger sister's bloodline purity was extremely high, so she had discovered the secret of the Fountain of Youth. Big brother, there seems to be movement inside. Could it be that the Fountain of Youth has been discovered by others? Brothers, get ready. No matter who it is, we can't let them get out alive. Hearing someone speak, the tiger girl instantly bared her teeth and crouched down with a low growl. Big brother, it's not good. It's a tiger. The visitor had heard the tiger's roar, and the cave was suddenly filled with the sound of swords being sheathed. Chapter 6, The Mountain Overlord. In the cave, Shu Ganglai and Tiger Sister collided with a group of people who also coveted the Fountain of Youth. One of them exclaimed, Big brother, I recognize this big black pig. It's the one that killed King He Biao. What? The man in charge immediately reddened his eyes after hearing this. This man is none other than He Biao's own younger brother, He Wei, who inherited the position of the Stronghold Lord after He Biao's death and became the new king of the 500 mountain bandits. He happened to know that Cloud Stack Cave is a piece of feng shui treasure, so he came to explore the clues, and did not expect to actually meet his brother's killer pig here. He Wei immediately drew his sword. Brothers, today I'm going to avenge my brother and eat pork. The junior brother beside him had seen Shu Ganglia's power and worried. Big brother, this is a wild boar king, with thick skin and invulnerable to swords and spears. Do we not have enough manpower? He Wei sneered and said proudly, I have joined the Great Tang Demon Beheading Division and am now a mid-stage chi refining realm immortal cultivator, so I'm still not afraid of a pig? He originally had mediocre qualifications, but by chance, he mistakenly entered the Cloud Stack Cave, drank the spring water of youth, and gained the qualification to cultivate immortality. He also used the wealth he had plundered over the decades to buy the Demon Beheading Division's 7th grade emissary abroad, possessed the Demon Beheading Division's Gongfu, and coupled with the efficacy of the Fountain of Youth, broke through to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Worthy of being a big brother, following your brethren, good days are coming. Hearing the flattery of his juniors, He Wei said smugly, You are all brothers who have followed me for more than 10 years. As long as I have meat to eat, there will be soup for you. Now, chop these two heads into mush. The 5 henchmen immediately swung their swords forward, but unexpectedly, the tiger sister let out a roar, and the legs of the 5 men went limp again. Waste! He Wei cursed and stomped with one foot, the ground cracking like a spider's web. In the next instant, he had appeared in front of the tiger sister, both hands grabbing the other party's shoulders, the sea of chi tumbling and raging, and surprisingly lifting the tiger high and swinging it out. Boom! Tiger sister crashed into the stone wall and bounced heavily back to the ground, struggling to get up and foaming at the mouth. He Wei had his hands behind his back, showing the style of a patriarch, and his tone was contemptuous. This dragon elephant Prajna Kung Fu of mine has been cultivated to the 1st level and has the power of an elephant. Can a tiger be more powerful than an elephant? As soon as the words fell, a black shadow leapt out in front of He Wei's eyes. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the black shadow, followed by the person flying out 3 meters. The sound of bones breaking resounded in his chest. Shu Ganglai landed on the ground and roared furiously in succession. The mountain bandits of Mount Fuling were so hateful that they dared to hurt my beloved wife. He Wei's face was pale. How could a pig have such strong power? Could it be a pig demon? Seeing the big black pig's red eyes rushing towards him, He Wei used his last strength to flash behind his men and kicked one at a time towards the big black pig. Shu Ganglai killed his eyes red, tearing and biting, and after killing all 5, he chased after He Wei. He Wei was, after all, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Qi refining realm, and after he got a chance to catch his breath, his body was like the wind and disappeared in front of Shu Ganglia's eyes in 3 or 2 clicks. Shu Ganglai wanted to chase after him again, but when he heard weak cries behind him, he hurriedly turned back to check the tiger sister's injuries. Luckily, no internal organs were hurt, just broken bones. He carried Tiger Sister and climbed to the Fountain of Youth, and Tiger Sister's face looked slightly better after she drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. Shu Ganglai realized that one person's strength alone could never make things happen. If he wanted to become a great emperor among demons, he had to have his own forces. In that case, let's start with the Cloud Stack Cave on Mount Fuling. Shu Ganglai took Tiger Sister with him and climbed to the highest point of Fuling Mountain, with a beautiful view of 800 miles in all directions. With all his strength, he let out a hiss that made all the beasts worship him. There were beasts that defied him, roaring distantly at each other toward the top of the mountain. If Shu Ganglai wanted to become the Beast King of Fuling Mountain, he would have to defeat each and every one of these ground snakes and make them submit to his feet. Bang! A giant brown bear fell to the ground. Its chest trampled under Shu Ganglia's hooves. The arrogance in the giant bear's eyes completely disappeared and turned into begging. For a month, Shu Ganglai continued to battle, defeating one beast king after another. The strong giant bear was able to smash through large trees, and was the last beast king of the Fuling Mountain, as well as the most powerful one. And at this time, he also lost to Shu Ganglai. Tiger Sister's injuries were also fully recovered and she was stronger than before. Shu Ganglai somewhat missed the life in Gao Lao Zhuang, so he temporarily bid farewell to Tiger Sister and descended the mountain to return to the village. After disappearing for over a month, the people of the village will miss themselves, I guess. Shu Ganglai had just entered the manor when his keen ears heard the idle chatter of the people in the manor. Thanks to that big black pig, all the sows on the farm are pregnant. Yes, in a month or so they'll be ready to give birth, and they'll surely fetch a good price. The big black pig must have died in the tiger's mouth. What a pity, otherwise we would have made a lot of money every year. Shu Ganglai was stunned and stopped in his tracks. All the sows on the property were his companions and gave birth to his offspring. How could he allow his children to be sold and eaten? Shu Ganglai rushed into the manor, ignoring the shock of the people in the manor, and went from pigpen to pigpen inspecting the condition of the sows. When the sow saw Shu Ganglai return, she happily shook her head and grunted, her eyes full of spring water. Luckily, none of the sows were sold because they were all waiting to give birth. Hey, you're really not dead. Gao Tsuilan spotted Shu Ganglai and immediately ran over and wrapped her arms around him. Shu Ganglai was still gentle with his future daughter-in-law and rubbed his nose against Tsuilan. Mrs. Gao laughed. It is indeed a blessed pig, not only saving the lives of the townspeople, but also escaping from the tiger's mouth. Shu Ganglai thought to himself, even though Gao Laozhuan has treated me well, I can't just stand by and watch them sell my child. On that day, he made his plans to return to Mount Fuling. The night was late and the full moon was in the sky. It turns out that today is mid-autumn. Gao Laozhuang hadn't completely rested yet, and family sat in the courtyard eating wine and enjoying the moon while joking and calculating how many pups the family sows would give birth to in a month's time and how much income they would generate. Ow! A long whistle of wild beasts resounded near the manor, and no one in Gao Laozhuan was so frightened that they couldn't hold their wine cup steady. Could it be the beasts coming down from the mountains? Gao Laozhuang immediately organized young and strong men, armed with blades, to patrol the Zhuang. Gao Damao, who was leading the team, couldn't stop muttering in his heart. It wouldn't be that female tiger again, would it? He led the men to the entrance of the village and heard nothing but the crackling of burning torches in his ears. Gao Damao put down his heart. The beasts will only attack the village if they are extremely hungry, and there is no shortage of food in Fuling Mountain this season, mostly passing tigers or bears. He commanded, men, put out your torches and go home and drink, the beast should be gone. As soon as the torches were extinguished, a rustling sound rang in the ears of the crowd. Looking around again, there was one more point of light glowing turquoise, like fireflies, densely packed and flickering. The soles of Gao Damao's feet were instantly cold, and his sweaty hairs stood on end. The turquoise points of light were not fireflies, but the eyes of coyotes. Chapter 7, Bringing a Sow to the Mountain. Chopping Demon Si Jo Tian. Ma-a-an. Gao Damao wailed. The wolves are coming down the mountain. Run! Without having to listen to his orders, the other Zhuang Ding had long ago fled toward the manor. only hating that their parents had 2 less legs. It was only after they fled to the manor that they realized something was wrong. The wolves didn't give chase, they just followed behind slowly, like a well-trained army. Gao Damao ran head-on into a large group of people led by Gao Taigong, who scolded him sternly. What are you panicking about? A few wolves scare you like this. What will you do when the mountain bandits come in the future? Gao Damao's wildly beating heart then calmed down and said resentfully, Taigong, it's evil. There's nothing to eat in Fuling Mountain. What are so many wolves doing down the mountain? No matter what they are up to, they will be taught a lesson this time, so that they will know that Gao Laozhuang is not a place to beat the autumn wind. Mrs. Gao exclaimed, raise your torches and prepare your archers. A sharp arrow was aimed at the wolves, just waiting for Gao Taigong's order to shoot the wolves into a sieve. The pack of wolves didn't panic at all, just crouched on the road as if waiting for something. Ow, ow, it's the left side. The crowd looked toward the left, where a spotted tiger stood on the roof, with the large white full moon behind it. Another bear whine came from the roof on the right, and a giant brown bear demonstrated its own strength by continually slapping its chest with both forepaws. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards poured into the village, and everyone in Gao Laozhuang trembled with fear, their eyes filled with despair. Mrs. Gao trembled. How can this be? He immediately remembered the big black pig inside. If only Big Black was around. Master, what madness are you talking about? Gao Damao cried out. Not to mention the big black pig, even if all the pigs in the village were added together, there wouldn't necessarily be enough for these beasts. Mrs. Gao also knew that what Gao Damao said was the truth, and that what happened tonight was something that even if there were 10 or 20 big black pigs, they wouldn't be able to cope with. Poor little daughter Tsuihua, who died in the mouth of a wild animal before she became an adult. All the beasts suddenly stopped howling and crouched down quietly, gazing into the distance. The tidal wave of wolves suddenly parted and made way. A large, majestic black pig walked through the center. The people of Gao Laozhuang were shocked and speechless when they saw this. It took a moment to respond. It's Big Black. He became king of the beasts, and these beasts he brought with him. Big Black, we treat you well on weekdays. You can't repay us with a grudge. Da hey, all the boars in my family have been killed by you, and all the sows are pregnant with your cubs. Have you forgotten? Gao Zuelan pushed her way out of the crowd and shouted, all of you stop arguing. Big Black is the king of the mountains. He's humane, he won't harm us. And what did it bring so many fierce beasts for? Gao Zuelan bravely walked up to Zhu Ganglai despite the crowd's dissuasion and asked softly, Big Black, what do you want? Zhu Ganglai let out a low growl, his eyes looking toward the pig pen. Gao Zuelan snorted and smiled, her eyes like crescent moons. So it's an infatuated seed. I see what you mean. She turned around and shouted, listen everyone, Da Hei is here to pick up his daughter-in-law, so if you want to live, hurry home, open the door to the pigsty and let the sows out. Ha, is this going to work? Mrs. Gao frowned and said, Zuelan, this is not child's play, don't talk nonsense. Gao Zuelan grunted, ran straight home, opened the pig pen, and more than 100 sows ran out trembling. The sows couldn't help but be startled at the sight of so many fierce beasts, until they saw that their husbands were the kings of the beasts, and then they put their hearts at ease. The brown bear on the roof jumped down and led the sow out of the property. Seeing this scene, the people believed that what Gao Zuelan said was true, and hurriedly opened their own pig pens and let the pigs out. Hundreds of sows left Gao Laozhuang under the protection of a herd of fierce beasts, leaving only Zhu Ganglai. Gao Taigong nervously begged, Great King of Pigs, all your concubines have left, you should leave too. Our little Gao Laozhuang cannot afford to provide for a great Buddha like you. Zhu Ganglai nodded in satisfaction, stretching out a hoof and pointing to the side. Mrs. Gao looked along the hooves and exclaimed, so much epimedium. The King of Pigs actually sent hundreds of pounds of excellent quality epimedium. This is a good treasure. It can be sold for a lot of silver. Sell what? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? No wonder Big Black is so powerful. It must have eaten a lot of epimedium in the mountains. Father, I want to eat it too, and in the future I want to be as powerful as Big Black. Good son, you're in time. Give it to father first. The people of Gao Laozhuang were shocked and happy. The pain they felt just now because of the loss of the sow had already been thrown to the sky, and they were now full of elation. Another late night. The clouds were so dense that not a single ray of moonlight could penetrate down, and the sky and the earth melted into chaos. The darkness was boundless. Only a deep compound with no one in it for 800 miles was lit up. On the gate of the compound was a horizontal plaque with 3 large, blood-red letters, Demon Chopper Division. Hiwei has been standing in front of the plaque for 3 hours. Just now the guard told him that the demon beheading envoy is so busy with his official duties that he didn't even have a meal, and he has to wait for another 2 hours. A bitter smile spread across Hiwei's face. He must meet Chengzhou demon beheading envoy Zhou Tian tonight, after he lost to Zhu Ganglai. the beasts of Mount Fuling came out in full force and killed all the mountain thieves, and the mountain fortress burned to ashes. He had come to Tion not only for revenge, but also to reclaim the Cloud Stack Cave Fountain of Youth. He retracted his hand back into his sleeve, fished out 1,000 taels of silver ticket, and shoved it to the errand boy without leaving a trace, saying, "My humble servant has recently discovered a pig demon poisoning the people, but it is not strong enough, so please inform the demon beheading envoy to make an early decision." The expression on the errand boy's face changed instantly, and he said with a smile, "Lord, he really has a heart. His Excellency most appreciates subordinates like you who are dedicated to the people. I'll go and probe the adults." After half a cup of tea, the errand boy trotted out and called out, "Lord, the Lord has agreed to see you." He was relieved and thanked him again and again, and followed the officer into the government office of the Demon Beheading Division. Soon after entering the yamen, he heard a burst of pleasant silk and bamboo sounds, and a woman's cloying laughter. He stopped his steps, his face a little unnatural. The errand boy whispered, "Don't worry, Lord, since Lord Demon Beheading Envoy agreed to receive you, he won't be afraid of you interrupting." He was then relieved as he followed the errand boy to a fine table and bowed his head and clasped his fists in salute. Subordinate see Demon Beheading Envoy. Seated in a large mahogany chair was a man with a fine beard who pointed to an empty seat to the side. "Sit there." Immortal cultivators are divided into 8 realms: Qi refining, Foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying, God transformation, Void refining, Harmonization, and Mahayana. Each realm is categorized into preliminary, intermediate, late, and perfection. Tion is 40 years old. He already has the middle stage of Foundation establishment realm cultivation. He once participated in the siege of White Bone Lady, although unsuccessful, but his courage was highly appreciated by his superiors. He picked up a shrimp and peeled it slowly. The people of Chengzhou are living peacefully and happily, and the only few sprites were eradicated by me earlier this year. So where did the demons appear? Chapter 8, Mighty Tion. Driven to the cliff. He was respectful. "Back to your excellency. It's Gao Lao Zhuang. There is a pig demon that is poisoning the people." Not only did he take all the sows in the manor for himself, but he also snatched them all away up the mountain. Tion's hand peeling the shrimp stopped. His face was rather odd, and he paused for a few seconds before asking with a smile, "This is the Demon Beheading Division, the place to deal with demons. A big black pig abducted a few sows. Do I have to be asked about this kind of crap?" He quickly stood up. "My lord, it's my subordinate who didn't make it clear. On the night of the full moon in mid-autumn, the pig demon led all the ferocious beasts of Fuling Mountain down the mountain and plundered more than 300 sows from Gao Laozhuang. My subordinate fought with the pig demon for 300 rounds, couldn't support it, and lost the battle. Now all the townspeople of Gaolaozhuang are eagerly waiting for your lordship to take action to subdue the demon." In fact, He was injured by Zhu Ganglia's top in only one look, but if he told the truth, he would inevitably lose face in front of his superiors. "Oh," Tion frowned and said, "You, a mid-stage Qi refining realm, are no match for a pig? It seems that Pig Demon's realm is not low." He blushed and said yes again and again. Tion asked again, "Does the Pig Demon have a magic treasure?" Seeing He stammering, Tion slapped the table hard. "Have a fart." Cold sweat oozed from He face as he said, "Back to your excellency, the Pig Demon has not yet transformed into a form and does not have a magic treasure." "What?" Tion stood up from his chair, shocked. "A wild boar that hasn't transformed can actually defeat you?" He whispered. "It is my subordinate who is incompetent." Tion pondered and slowly sat down. "It's not your incompetence that's to blame. It's your bad luck that you've encountered a demonic beast with an extremely high bloodline grade," he muttered. "It has the strength of more than the middle stage of the Qi refining realm even before it has taken form. If it has taken form, even I can't help it." He fell to his knees and begged, "Please make an early decision to get rid of the Pig Demon." "Your Excellency." Tion's fingers exerted force, and the needle in his hand picked the shrimp threads off, and said in a cold voice, "In the realm of Chengzhou, a dragon has to lie down and a tiger has to coil. This official will personally take a walk on Mount Fuling and behead the Pig Demon. The 800-mile radius of Fuling Mountain is filled with exotic treasures, beasts and birds." Zhu Ganglai guarded the entrance to the Cloud Stack Cave and told his men and beasts to line up to go in and drink the youthful spring water. The Fountain of Youth was a living fountain, inexhaustible, and not only did the beast drink from it, but his sows drank from it with open arms. "Drink, give it all to me." Zhu Ganglai was overjoyed. Drinking the spring water of youth will increase the bloodline level of the pups born by quite a bit. They are all the future of Mount Fuling. "Ow!" The two jackals limped towards Zhu Ganglai, their faces filled with eagerness. "What?" Zhu Ganglia's eyes widened in anger. "Someone actually broke into Fuling Mountain and killed and injured more than 20 jackals?" The two wolves nodded and turned their heads to face the trail. Zhu Ganglai looked toward the distance and saw 4 people holding blades, killing all the beasts they saw. He recognized at once that one of them was the king of the mountain of Fuling Mountain. He Wei. Good He Wei. Last time you got away with it. Today you dare to come and die. He sniffed with his nose and sensed that the breath of a person beside He Wei was long and far stronger than He Wei. Did you bring in help? Looks like it's going to be a tough battle today. Zhu Ganglai let out a long hiss that resounded through the Fuling Mountain range. When all the beasts heard this, they knew that they had encountered a strong enemy and immediately hid themselves. Tiger's sister stepped out of the cave with worry in her eyes and growled. Zhu Ganglai shook his head, signaling reassurance, and gently rubbed his head against the tiger sister. The 4 people who broke into the mountain were all immortal cultivators, and ordinary beasts could only send them to their deaths if they went there. This is a battle that only you can get on. He Wei, where is the big black pig habitat? Mount Fuling is so big. Do you want this ambassador to kill all the beasts in the mountain? Tion's eyes were like sheathed swords, sweeping towards He Wei. He felt strange. Could it be that Mount Fuling was really a treasure? The beasts he killed just now were much stronger than the ones on the other mountains. He Wei had just seen Tion's powerful strike, slashing more than a dozen wild wolves to death with a single palm strike, and he immediately shivered and returned. My lord, the pig demon is in a cave on the mountain. My subordinate will lure it down. His purpose of killing Zhu Ganglai was to monopolize the Fountain of Youth, and if Tion were to discover the Fountain of Youth, everything he had done would be in vain. That was why he was willing to take the risk of luring out Zhu Ganglai rather than taking Tion into the Cloud Stack Cave. Oh, Tion pondered slightly. That's good. You have to be careful. Yes, my lord. He Wei took an arrow step and rushed towards the mountain. He had just arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Stack Cave when he saw the squatting Zhu Ganglai and laughed out loud. Pig demon. This is where you will be buried. He Wei broke a thick branch and flung it violently towards Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai easily rolled twice on the ground, only to hear a rumbling sound as the tree branch struck the stone wall and shook off countless rubbles. He Wei laughed 3 times and stormed back a few feet while screaming, "Stupid pig, come and get me if you dare." But to his surprise, Zhu Ganglai was not moved by his provocation in the slightest, not moving at all, his eyes fixed, He Wei heart even anxious. This pig demon temper obviously grumpy. Today why changed? Just as he was eager, a loud laugh rang out beside him. He Wei looked back in shock, and it was Tion. Only Tion stood with his arms folded, his eyes closed and his face full of intoxication. I can feel the incomparably rich aura. If I cultivate here, the speed of absorbing aura is twice as fast as the outside world. It's thanks to you, Howie. He Wei was chagrined, but it was too late for regrets, and he smiled fawningly. Congratulations to your excellency on your blessing. The corner of Tion's mouth lifted up as his eyes slowly opened and said, yeah, it's a pity that the secret of this place cannot be known to a second person. After speaking, he blasted out with a palm, and the wind and clouds changed color. Bang! He Wei was unable to defend himself and took this slap hard, falling to his knees, bleeding from his 7 orifices, his eyes full of unwillingness. Tion flicked his wrist and said in a cold voice, such a good blessing actually did not report to this ambassador. It should be killed. He turned toward Zhu Ganglai and his pupils instantly tightened. It was actually a second-grade mortal vein, not far from transforming into a demon. It is only a matter of time before this pig turns into a demon, so it must not be kept. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. Tion had already practiced the 3rd layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and had the power of a dragon and an elephant, which was considered to be a phoenix-like existence even among the mid-stage Foundation establishment realm powerhouses. A golden divine dragon rose vaguely at his left shoulder, and a huge elephant with tusks rose at his right shoulder, with earth-shattering power. Zhu Ganglai roared and turned to escape. My old Zhu has only one secret in fighting. If you can beat it, you beat it. If you can't beat it, you run. What's more, just drag it out for a little while longer. A little while. Let this guy drink his heart out at Fulian Mountain. Tion was stunned, not expecting this pig demon to slip away faster than a mouse. His eye sockets were glazed over. No matter what, he had to kill this squatter today. Otherwise he would definitely be a great danger in the future. He stomped 1 foot, the earth resounded with a thunderous shock, and his body had disappeared from its original position. A man and a pig, constantly traveling through the mountainous woodlands. Zhu Ganglai was familiar with every blade of grass and tree in Fuling Mountain, and every time, he dodged Tion's palm winds at the most thrilling moments. Tion, relying on his profound cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm, was never thrown off. Finally, after half an hour, Zhu Ganglai was forced to the edge of the cliff. Chapter 9, The Sao Gives Birth and the Jedi Strike Back. Tion's face was sinister. The chase just now had exhausted his patience. Already at the cliff, let's see how far you can escape. He took 1 step forward and Zhu Ganglai took 1 step back. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were fierce, and his heart was like an ant on a hot pan. Why don't you come? If I don't come, My old Zhu will die at the hands of a mere foundation establishment realm. Giggling, Zhu Ganglai stepped on the broken rocks at the edge of the cliff and his hind hooves slipped, nearly falling off the cliff. He hurriedly adjusted his footing and regained his footing. Seeing this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but say, if you were a demonic horse, even if you were a cow, this envoy would be willing to take you as a mount, but it's a pity that you're a pig. Riding out makes people laugh. Dying at the hands of this envoy is not an insult to your second-grade mortal pulse. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Zhou Tian struck out with a palm. The dragon roared and the elephant roared, deafening the ears, and a powerful shockwave paved the way toward Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai was no longer able to dodge and avoid it. His eyes closed, his heart fluttered, and his body leaned back. Boom! Zhou Tian's palm wind exploded in midair, and the surrounding sky-high ancient trees trembled, their branches and leaves turning into pieces. Zhou Tian's eyes were heavy as he withdrew his palm. This palm, he has used his full strength. Pig demon if hit by the palm. Certainly broken bones, but what he didn't expect was that the pig demon chose to jump off the cliff to survive. The height of the cliff was hundreds of feet from the ground, and the consequences of jumping were no different from receiving this slap from him. Zhou Tian shook his head and turned his body, looking at the cloud stack cave with eyes full of delight. If you cultivate here for 50 years, you will definitely be able to break through to Jindan. Zhu Ganglai fell from the cliff, the boulders of the cliff in his eyes getting smaller and smaller, and the ears were filled with the sound of the harsh wind. It didn't wait after all. Is this the end of my life? He closed his eyes and waited quietly for death. Ding! A bell jolted him awake and reopened his eyes. Ding! 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 Right at this time of life and death, the system prompt sounded like a series of firecrackers. You have given birth to one child and offer the following rewards. The bloodline level is raised to a first-grade mortal vein. 10 pounds of epimedium for royal use. Demonic beast skill, steel bones level 7. Ding! You have given birth to 7 children and offer rewards as follows. The bloodline level was raised to a 9th grade yellow vein. 19 Yang Dan. After taking it, it can restore a huge amount of yang energy. Demonic beast skill, steel bones 9th level. Ding! You have given birth to 48 children and offer the following rewards. The bloodline level was raised to a 7th grade yellow vein. 1 demonization pill. After taking it, it can evolve from a beast to a demonic beast. Storage magic treasure, Sumeru earring. Comprehend demonic beast skill, level 1 law of the heavens. Cultivation realm, early foundation establishment realm. Ding! You have given birth to 240 children and offer the following rewards. The bloodline level was raised to a 5th grade yellow vein. Obtain a 1st grade spiritual treasure, the upper treasure Qingjin rake. 9-toothed nail rake. Comprehend the demonic beast skill, 36 changes. Cultivation realm, early Jindan realm. Zhu Ganglia's heart was ecstatic that he had finally caught up, and the sows had reached their birthing time. It is expected that more than 100 sows will give birth in this wave, and even if only 6 are born in a litter, more than 600 heirs will be born. The system's prompting sound was still ringing out as Zhu Ganglia's bloodline elevated higher and higher, eventually stopping at the 3rd grade yellow vein, and his cultivation realm reached the perfection of the foundation establishment realm. There were also countless heavenly treasures in his storage magic treasure Sumeru earring. Boom! Zhu Ganglai fell heavily to the ground, startling a flock of flying birds. In the next instant, he immediately got up and shook his head, his body unharmed. Time is too precious to waste. Zhu Ganglai swallowed the demon transformation pill given by the system in one gulp. The body instantly rose with boundless heat waves, and the internal organs were like frying in a frying pan. The process of transforming a beast into a demon was destined to be painful. Every inch of his skin oozed blood, and every joint creaked, ready to shatter into powder. While Zhu Ganglai was enduring the pain of demon transformation, 1,000 meters above Mount Fulling, 2 Taoist men flew with their swords, one dressed in white Taoist robes with a white face and the other in red Taoist robes with a red beard and red eyebrows. The white-robed Daoist's nose wrinkled as he said, "Senior brother, there's a huge demonic aura down there." A mass of black mist that normal people couldn't see kept rising towards the sky, and the fury was overwhelming. The red-robed Daoist glanced at it and said, "It's a beast transforming into a demon. Senior brother, wait a moment. When I kill this demon I will return." After saying that, the person flew out like a meteor. Zhou Tian returned to Cloudstack Cave at fire speed, and saw that the entrance of the cave was actually guarded by fierce tigers, giant bears, vicious wolves, pythons, and various other fierce beasts. He smiled blandly. "I can't imagine that the pig demon can actually gather you together. If it is given a few more years and succeeds in transforming into a demon, maybe the world can really have one more big demon." He stretched out his hand, and terrifying energy fluctuations continuously gathered in his palm. "It's just a pity that you're following the wrong master." Zhou Tian struck out with a palm strike. The eyes of the beasts of Mount Fulling were filled with despair. Boom! A 9-toothed nail rake flew out of thin air from the sky and nailed the ground with a bang, easily dissolving Zhou Tian's dragon elephant-like palm. the beasts are safe and sound. Tion's heart was shocked as he exclaimed, Demon Beheading Division, Tion is here. Where is the high-ranking person? Please show yourself. Knock, knock. The earth continued to tremble, and the sunlight disappeared near Cloudstack Cave, plunging it into deep shadows. Tion turned back violently. A hellish demon tens of feet tall appeared before his eyes. A pair of round gazes were like electricity, and both ears fanned inward. He has a long mane of iron arrows at the back of his head, and his whole body is rough and mangy. The fangs are as sharp as steel files, and the long mouth is open like a blood basin. Holding a nail rake and a dragon's claw in his hand, he carries a bow at his waist and a moon halfwheel, correcting the mighty and bullying the Tai, and pressing the heavenly gods with high aspirations. This demon was none other than Zhu Ganglai. Tion's legs trembled, his breathing involuntarily stopped, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. In a matter of tea, the big black pig transformed into a pig demon? He gulped straight, emboldened by the pig demon's strong pressure. With such a powerful aura, it was at least Foundation Establishment realm perfection. Why? Tion covered his head. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand the reason for Zhu Ganglia's breakthrough. Zhu Ganglai stretched out his hand, and the nine-toothed nail rake broke out of the ground and returned to his hand. Demon Beheading Division? He whispered to himself. Tion seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and colored. Not bad. I am precisely the Demon Beheading Envoy of Qingzhou. If you kill me, the Demon Beheading Division will definitely not let you go. Threaten me? The corner of Zhu Ganglia's mouth pulled out a cold smile. A so-called Demon Beheading Division of an earthly dynasty dares to threaten the once heavenly Pang Marshal? Do you really think my old Zhu is scared? Hands up. Rakes down. 9 more holes appeared on Tion's body. Zhu Ganglai flung the corpse to the beasts, and in 3 or 2 bites, Tion's bones were chewed up. Suddenly, his head was like a blazing sun. Zhu Ganglai let out a long sigh. It's really endless. He dodged it with a sideways flip, and his body's original position exploded with a loud bang, forming a black pit 10 feet in circumference, with flames constantly burning at the edge of the pit. He was frightened and said angrily, Shameless villain, how dare you assassinate my old Zhu? Chapter 10, Repelling Daoist Water and Fire. Beasts transforming into demons. At the top of Foling Mountain, the sun was so hot that it almost scorched the soil. A red-robed Taoist man rode his sword in the air, slowly hovering in front of Zhu Ganglai. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from his body were far from being comparable to Tion's stream. He couldn't stop a sneer from escaping his lips. This Taoist master is going to White Tiger City to get rid of the demons. But I didn't expect to stumble upon you, pig demon, on the way. You just got lucky and killed 2 of the Demon Beheading Division's ambassadors. And when you meet me, Daoist fire, today, you're dead in the water. Without waiting for Zhu Ganglai to make a defense, the fire Taoist continuously pinched his Taoist knots, and a ball of fiery flames was spat out from his mouth. The flames flew out of the mouth and transformed into 36 firebirds that whistled shrilly toward Zhu Ganglai. Damn it! This person was also at the early stage of the Jin Dan realm strength. You guys go hide in the cave. Zhu Ganglai swung his 9-toothed nail rake to block the firebird, while covering the beast's evacuation. Bang! Bang! Nail rake on the fire. The sound of explosions, a powerful shockwave shattered the rocks. Dozens of feet in a circle has been inches of grass. Zhu Ganglai blocked left and right, finally stopping all the firebirds without letting any of the beasts under him get hurt. He was so focused on defense just now that he was accidentally rubbed against his skin by the blazing fire, scorching a few pig hairs. Fire Taoist, right? Zhu Ganglia's eyes were fierce and horrifying. Indiscriminately, you want to beat and kill me. You're looking at this Cloudstack cave of mine. The fire Daoist snorted and said, This cave of yours is nothing more than a lower-grade blessed land. Master Dao, I'm from the voodoo sect. I don't even like it. Noisy. Zhu Ganglai was furious at his words, and in his heart, he calculated that the other party was an orthodox fire method, and his strength should not be underestimated, and that he would only have a chance of winning if he fought close to the ground. Then he swung up the nail rake, regardless of the 3 sevens, rushed forward a mess of pestle. The fire Taoist transformed his sword with fire, left and right clumsily, and retreated back and forth, inwardly alarmed. The pig demon has just transformed into a form, but it actually has the cultivation of the early stage of the Jindan realm, and it has infinite strength. I'm afraid I'm going to be planted here. After 20 rounds, Zhu Ganglai roared. A nail rake knocked the fire Taoist dozens of feet, only to hear a loud bang. The fire Taoist whole person set within the mountain wall stone. Dust and smoke rolled. Zhu Ganglai laughed. A rookie chicken who has just cultivated for a few years dares to move on the head of a Teiyuyu. He walked towards the mountain wall, wanting to see how injured the fire Daoist was. Just then, a gust of wind whistled and the sky darkened suddenly. Zhu Ganglai raised his head, and a dragon sucking water tens of feet thick descended from the clouds, as if it was going to turn Mount Fuling into a zephyr. Using water magic in front of the heavenly puff marshal who was in charge of the heavenly river is truly a class act. He pinned the nail rake to the ground, grinned, and surprisingly, all the flood water that fell from the sky was sucked into his mouth. Burp. Zhu Ganglai wiped his mouth, unable to finish, and turned his eyes to look at the mountain wall. But the fire Daoist who was originally embedded in it had disappeared. Did you get rescued by the one who uses water magic? Water and fire Daoist, a bit of Taoism, worthy of being a disciple of the voodoo sect. Zhu Ganglai had now transformed into a beast and become a demon, so there was no need for Gao Laojuan to go back. The system's reward feedback told him that those ordinary sows could no longer fulfill his needs. If he wanted to gain even more advancement, he would have to find a demonic beast with a more advanced bloodline, or an immensely gifted immortal cultivator to be his wife. Immortal cultivators are divided into 8 realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying, God transformation, void refining, harmonization, and Mahayana. Sun Wukong is a higher-level immortal cultivator. As for Zhu Ganglia's current strength, he was only at the early stage of the Jin Dan realm. I'm still far from that monkey, Zhu Ganglai lamented. If nothing happens, after 12 years, the Tang monk will tear off the seal of Five Finger Mountain and release the Monkey King. The goddess of mercy will surely find Zhu Ganglai all sorts of coercion and inducement, so that he will convert to Buddhism and protect the Tang monk to fetch the scriptures in the Western paradise. But Zhu Ganglai didn't want to live in the old days of harboring. He was going to use the system to make a desperate breakthrough in these 12 years, rejecting Guanin's invitation. And when he next saw the monkey, he would never be as wretched as he was in his previous life. He spun in place and a mist rose. Zhu Ganglai turned into a big fat black man who was 8 feet tall. He stared at his own reflection on the river and sighed. My cultivation is too weak and I can only change like this. If I can break through to the transformation god realm, I will be able to change back to my original appearance during the time of the heavenly puff marshal. Zhu Ganglai returned to the cloud stack cave, and the beasts in the mountain, the 300 concubines, and the several thousand piglets were frightened enough by the commotion of the battle just now, and at this time were huddled together with trepidation. Zhu Ganglai opened Zhou Tian's storage magic treasure, and countless heavenly treasures tumbled to the ground. The beasts had long since smelled the medicinal scent, and their eyes revealed longing. Zhu Ganglai smiled and said, "Just take whichever one you fancy." The beasts looked at me, I looked at you, and none of them dared to step forward. Zhu Ganglai sighed. Mountain pigs can't eat fine chaff. Even if I let you guys pick, you won't be able to choose the right one. That's just it. Let me choose for you. He distributed the pills, spirit stones, and other heavenly materials one by one. To Zhu Ganglia's surprise, more than 300 sows and a few thousand piglets. All of their bloodline grades had actually risen from a 9th grade mortal vein to a 5th grade mortal vein. Tiger's sister had even reached the 1st grade of mortal vein, just one step away from the 9th grade of yellow vein transformation. It looks like another credit to the multiple children system. While Zhu Ganglia's strength increased drastically, the strength of his partner's children followed suit and skyrocketed. 7 days later, a mass of demonic chi coalesced in the mountain air of Mount Fulling, constantly causing powerful fluctuations. It was the signs of breakthrough that appeared when the beasts took the heavenly materials and treasures, coupled with the youthful spring water. There were a full 8 beasts transforming into demons. If the people from the demon beheading division and the voodoo sect found out, I'm afraid that they would cause trouble again. Zhu Ganglai had to labor and use his divine ability again to cover the monstrous demonic aura. It can't be helped. Who made him the demon king of Fulling Mountain? A brown light suddenly shot straight up into the sky, and Zhu Ganglai hurriedly suppressed it. Boom! A bear demon that was 3 feet tall landed in front of Zhu Ganglai and knelt down on one knee. Shiong Ba seized the great king. He had actually broken through to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Zhu Ganglai nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on, you are the trailblazer of my Fulling Mountain. Various kinds of light lit up one after another, and a terrifying fluctuation was issued and then recoalesced. My lord, lion demon, python demon, wolf demon, eagle demon, leopard demon, and ox demon. All 6 demonic beasts broke through to the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm and fell to the ground. In their hearts, Zhu Ganglai was the only king. The corners of Zhu Ganglia's mouth, however, could not smile. The 8 beasts had transformed into demons, and only Tiger's sister had yet to make a breakthrough. Her face was horribly green one moment and oozing white the next. Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but clench his fists. When a wild beast transforms into a demon, there is a certain probability of failure. And even though the Tiger's sister was given an elixir that could raise the probability of transforming into a demon beforehand, it still wasn't 100%. Once you fail, the end result is the rupture of the demon mansion and the return of your soul to the earth. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds in the sky. Zhu Ganglia's face showed surprise. This was an aura only possessed by the completion of the foundation establishment realm. a woman with an explosive figure, blonde hair, and wildness appeared in front of him wearing a tiger skin dress. Tiger's sister. Zhu Gonglia's eyes burned. Tigress pounced and hugged her sweetheart tightly. Zhu Gonglia's arms were as tender as they could be. He then pulled out a piece of top-quality succulent goat weed, and the demons retreated in a sensible manner. Chapter 11. The Daoist master goes down to the mountain. White Tiger City. The clouds are coming in fast, but the rain is slow to stop. Zhu Ganglai couldn't stay in one tender spot for too long. He had to find the next one right away. For the sake of this bit of family belongings in Fuling Mountain, he had to quickly raise his strength. Zhu Ganglai walked out of the cloud stack cave, facing the wind and sniffing with his nose, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He smelled a woman. The smell, which was close to the dream of almost every man's heart, was totally worth his journey. Before Zhu Ganglai left, he killed all the mountain thieves in the vicinity of Fuling Mountain, and none of these mountain thieves were evil people, and with a fire, he burned the mountain fortress clean. Since then, there has been one more legend in Gao Lao Zhuang. A big black pig accumulates several lifetimes of blessings, and one day he cultivates the secret art of immortality and kills the mountain bandits who have plagued the townspeople for years. Pig demon? In the Vermilion sect, sitting forgotten peak, in an inconspicuous Taoist temple, a young Taoist monk's brow was slightly furrowed, and the chess piece in his hand hovered over the chessboard. The hearts of the water and fire Taoists kneeling to his left and right were thumping, and their sweat had long since soaked their Taoist robes. This time, before he could go to White Tiger City to get rid of the demons, the fire Taoist was seriously injured by a pig demon halfway there and returned in defeat. Thinking of Master's explosive temper, how could the Master and brothers not be terrified inside? Back to Master. It's a pig demon of the Jindan realm, and its magic weapon is the nine-toothed nail rake, which is immeasurably powerful. Water Daoist's face paled. Idiot, actually dare to mess with a Jindan realm great demon. The young Daoist crossed his eyes. The chess piece in his hand shot out like electricity, and the water Daoist let out a muffled grunt to the bottom, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. The fire Daoist cried, Master, that pig just transformed from a beast into a demonic beast, and Disciple didn't expect him to reach the Jindan realm straight away. The young Taoist monk scolded, Have you two not eaten Mad Dog Bai and just transformed into demons? How can you have Jindan cultivation? On second thought, he might have misunderstood the two apprentices. Perhaps it was because that boar's bloodline was of an extremely high grade that it was able to possess a heavenly cultivation when it had just transformed into a demon. Demonization means Jindan. I'm afraid it's at least a 5th grade yellow vein or above. But he had never heard of a pig with a yellow level bloodline, let alone a 5th grade. The voodoo sect has made it their mission to subdue demons and save the people. So when they heard that there was a clue to a great demon, they naturally refused to let it go. The young Daoist waved his hand and said, Get up, you are not to blame for this matter. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and this time, what flew out were 2 pills with an emerald green luster. Before the water and fire Taoist could make a move to catch it, the elixir hit them and turned into a cloud of mist, drilling into their bodies along their nostrils, and their bodies' injuries immediately recovered 7 or 8 points. It was the spring returning scatter. Daoist water and fire glanced at each other, surprise showing in his eyes, and he fell to the ground. Thank you, Master, for giving the Dan. The young Taoist ignored it and walked straight to the row of spirit seats in the center of the room, lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times, and kneeled respectfully on the futon, changing the severity of the party. Master in heaven, now that the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is riddled with demons and coats the living, Disciple Xian Wang is willing to go down to the mountain to get rid of the pig demon and return peace to the world. After offering incense, he kowtowed 3 times in a row. Smoke curled up and a voice appeared out of nowhere. Granted. You are given the divine silkworm Luo net to subdue the demon and return to the mountain at an early date. A ball of black Luo net with extremely delicate material fell in front of him. It's actually a spiritual treasure. The water and fire Daoist was dumbstruck. Spiritual treasures were divided into 9 grades, and each spiritual treasure had incredible characteristics. If used properly, even the lowest level of the 9th grade spiritual treasures, the owner could be invincible at the same level, or even kill the enemy over the level. And judging from the faint pressure emanating from the black Luo net, this item was indeed a 9th grade spiritual treasure. Their master was originally a Jindan realm consummate realm, and now the master's door rewarded a 9th grade spiritual treasure, but also like a tiger to add wings. That pig demon is bound to die without a whole body. Disciple Xian Wang thanks. The young Daoist couldn't suppress his inner excitement and hurriedly received the divine silkworm Luo net, kowtowing again and again to thank his master's seniors. The fall winds blew and yellowed the soil under the trees. Achoo! Zhu Ganglai sneezed and strolled along the official road, surveying the passers-by. All of them went west, each one in a hurry. Those with horses galloped furiously. Those without horses also carried packages and struck forward, letting sweat pour down their backs and refused to rest. Even the passing beggars also threw away the broken bowls used for begging, and leaned on the dog-beating stick to move forward firmly. Ouch! Shu Gonglia's back was hit by someone, and he turned around to find an old man with white hair lying on the ground. It's not a bumper sticker, is it? He said helplessly. Old sir, I'm just a crop farmer. My pockets are cleaner than my face. If you want to blackmail someone, you're wasting your efforts. Unexpectedly, the old man stood up nimbly and limped on his way, as if blackmail was too much of a waste of time. Shu Ganglai was curious. What was in front of him? It made these people rush for it. He pounded his legs up, as fast as a galloping horse. An incense stick later, a sizable ancient city appeared ahead. There are 3 big words posted on the city gate: White Tiger City. Could it be that there really is a superb white tiger? Shu Ganglai laughed lightly. Is it the White Tiger City that Daoist Water and Fire were supposed to go to? Daoist Fire was seriously injured by me, so I'm afraid he can't come. White Tiger City decorated extremely joyful. 100 feet long and short red cloth hanging on the city wall. The city building all over the red lanterns. The sound of firecrackers. Today is not the New Year's Eve. Could it be that the city master is marrying his wife? He approached the walls and found them plastered with notices. After reading the contents of the notice, Shu Ganglai sked. It turns out that it's not the lord of the city who takes a wife, but the husband who hires a husband. The city lord, Mrs. Nightmare, is 30 years old, as beautiful as a flower. Her husband died early, and now she wants to find another man of her choice. You don't need to be well educated, accomplished, or wealthy, but only need to fulfill 2 conditions. The first is single men. Second, a single man cannot be in a first marriage. The reason is the local custom that a woman in a second marriage can only find a man in a second marriage. The dowry was even more amazing. 10,000 hectares of land, 100 mansions piled high with jewels, and the command of 30,000 cavalry. Even if you didn't manage to marry Lady Nightmare, it doesn't matter. There are still 100 young and beautiful maids. All of them are yellow flowers. Everyone has a chance. Walk by and don't miss it. Lady Nightmare was willing to offer the maid 100 taels of gold as a dowry, and if she chose to join her family in White Tiger City, she could also be assigned the most decent job and enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Shu Gonglia's nose sniffed, and that intoxicating aroma was right here in the city. Could it be Lady Nightmare? I'll sign up. I'll sign up. At the city gates, the enrollment area was packed with men, their eyes filled with desire. Line up, one by one. Maintaining order were 3 female officers, their voices quickly drowning out the shouts of the crowd. A long, thick and powerful whistle suddenly rang out, covering everyone's voices. The crowd stopped and looked up to see a black-robed man swept through the air and stood in front of all of them. Chapter 12, The Warrior, the Emperor's son-in-law, and the Devil. He was a head taller than normal, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and 2 fists the size of sandbags covered with a thick layer of calluses. Insiders know at a glance, these 2 fists have broken at least 100 trees. Lest one cannot practice this pair of iron fists. Fist shocking the 9 states. Situ Kong. Someone had already recognized him. What's Situ Kong doing here? This person married his master's daughter as his wife. The 2 people love each other very much. Usually chivalrous, to eliminate violence and peace, is a famous chivalrous couple in the Jianghu. I'm sorry, you can't participate in the selection because you're not single. The female officer who maintained order was dressed in a red veil, only revealing 2 gem-like eyes, and said in a cold voice. Situ Kong pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the female official. It was clearly a letter of repudiation. Seeing the female official's eyes surprised, Situ Kong coldly said, Lady Red Nightmare is a woman of great beauty and wealth. I've fought all my life in the Jianghu. What's wrong with enjoying myself? The female official's expression returned to indifference as she said, You have the qualifications to run for the election. Please enter. Situ Kong turned back arrogantly and threatened the crowd. Lady Nightmare is mine, and anyone who covets her should consider their own weight. The crowd immediately dared not breathe a word. Situ Kong is a strong martial artist. With him here, others are afraid that they don't have half a chance. They can only go and fight for 100 yellow maids. Who said that? A loud laugh came from the distance. The earth kept making trembling sounds, and after a long time, a tidal wave of cavalry appeared outside the city. The man at the head was dressed in a python robe with a 7-star sword hanging from his waist. His face was handsome, and behind him was a large flag with a black character printed on it. Ning. Anyone who saw this flag would know this person's identity, and Situ Kong was certainly no exception. His voice becoming trembling, You are the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's team of Goryeo. Ning Hung. Ning Hung? He's here too? With his handsome appearance, this man married the princess of Goryeo, and practiced the art of immortality, and his cultivation is unfathomable. A big shot like him didn't lack wealth. So what was he doing in White Tiger City? The female official's attitude remained cold, as if the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Ning Hung, was nothing in her eyes, saying, Even if one is the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of the Great Tang, if one is not single and divorced, one is not allowed to enter White Tiger City. Ning Hong flew up from his horse and landed in front of the female official, pulling out a large golden seal from his pocket. The crowd was shocked at the sight. This is the Great Seal of the Goryeo Kingdom. How could it be in his hands? Ning Hong smiled and solved the mystery for everyone. I'm already the king of Goryeo, and after hearing the news of Lady Nightmare's husband hire, I ordered the princess of the previous dynasty to cut her hair and become a nun, and I'm currently unmarried. So can I have the qualifications to meet Lady Nightmare face to face? The female officer's face blossomed like an iceberg snow lotus. Of course there is. King Goryeo, please enter. Ning Hong proudly entered the city. To him, Lady Nightmare's beauty was unimportant. He was looking at the city's endless wealth and 30,000 cavalry. With these, he was in a position to call the shots with Datong. Situ Kong looked bleak and retreated to the side. Compared to the king of Goryeo, he, the so-called martial arts master, did not have half an advantage to speak of, and Lady Nightmare would definitely be obtained by Ning Hong. However, his wife has been repudiated by him, and there is no turning back, so he can only fight for a flunky slot, marry a sweet maid, and retire in White Tiger City, and it is not bad to eat and drink for the rest of your life. A lightning bolt actually streaked across the cloudless sky. The electric light was like a meteor chasing the moon, shooting towards White Tiger City, and an old man with chicken skin and crane hair landed on the ground, laughing. You only know of Lady Red Nightmare's treasures and power, but you don't know the wonders of dual cultivation with her. What a bunch of world-unseen wretches. With a wave of his large sleeve, a head rolled to the ground, saying, I am the Red Room sect leader, the Yin Yang Superior. These are my former Dao couples, who have been killed by me one by one. Seeing the horrified expressions of the crowd, Shangren Yin Yang hurriedly explained, Don't worry, I've sensed that Lady Red Nightmare is the most Yin physique not encountered in 1,000 years, and is most suitable for practicing the art of rooming with me. I can't afford to hurt a single hair on her head. The shock within Situ Kong and Ning Hong was 10 times greater than it appeared. Yin Yang Shangren is one of the leaders of the Devil's Way, rumored to have the cultivation of the Jindan realm, and such a great man who was not seen or heard of by the gods and dragons has actually come to compete for Lady Nightmare as well. The Yin Yang Superior laughed loudly. If I can double cultivate with Lady Red Nightmare, I will definitely break through to the middle stage of the Jindan realm, so if you and other curmudgeons are sensible, you should leave quickly. Seeing the crowd's budding retreat, the female officer shouted to stop it. Lady Nightmare hires husbands not based on cultivation, but only on character. If you mess up here, you'll be the first to be disqualified. Yin Yang Shangren snorted coldly. Divine sense probed out, constantly searching in the city, but never locked in the location of Lady Red Nightmare, because it cannot be robbed by force, so they have to temporarily hold back. Smilingly said, Female doll, the old man listens to you. When the old man marries Mrs. Red Nightmare, the first one to ask you to be a common maid, one by one, eligible warriors, powerful people, and even monks, beggars, and other 3 religions entered the city, leaving only Zhu Ganglai and another young Taoist priest to remain outside the city. This gentleman, Taoist master, did you repudiate your wives, or did your wife die early? The female official asked. The young Taoist priest bowed. The poor Taoist is a monk and will only rest in the city for one night, neither wanting to pursue Lady Red Nightmare nor join the White Tiger City. The female official was stunned, then said sweetly, I didn't realize there were really monks with 6 pure roots. Please come in. She looked at Zhu Ganglai again and said, What is this gentleman's intention? Zhu Ganglai said honestly, I have more than 300 daughters-in-law and more than 2,400 children. None of the daughters-in-law are explicitly married, and all of the children are illegitimate. Can you let me in? Not only did the female officer burst out laughing, but the men who had entered the city also laughed heartily. Even the young Taoist priest's face spread with a helpless smile. The female official said, After seeing so many men today, you are the most capable, so I'll make an exception for you on purpose. Come in. Not much more than one of him, not less, and the others didn't object. Close the gates, the female officer ordered. The gates were tightly closed and had 3 iron locks on them. Seeing the crowd's confusion, the female officer smiled and said, Since everyone is here for Lady Nightmare, please show more respect. The palace has already prepared a dinner, so please have dinner before you leave. When will I be able to meet Lady Red Nightmare and participate in the selection? Inquiries appeared from the crowd. The female officer replied with a smile, Lady Nightmare will be present at the dinner, so behave yourselves, anything is possible. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to be as excited as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and each one of them rubbed their fists and jumped into action. Hope was also revealed in the eyes of Situ Kong and a host of other great warriors, Ning Hung, and other powerful nobles. They listened to the words of the female official. Lady Nightmare didn't put the cultivation of the Yin Yang Shangren in her eyes at all. Indeed, everyone had a chance. The Yin-Yang Shangren snorted coldly and kept calculating in his heart that as soon as he saw Lady Red Nightmare, he would put her into his sleeve and kill all the others. What kind of warrior or emperor's son-in-law are all ants in front of a Jindan realm powerhouse? Chapter 13. The first course is actually roasted suckling pig. In that case, why don't the female bodhisattva quickly lead the way? We've been rushing around all day and our stomachs have been chirping for a long time. Zhu Ganglai couldn't hold back and shouted. The young Daoist beside him silently moved back a few steps, really not wanting to stand with this kind of person. It was too embarrassing. The female official smiled sweetly. Since your excellency can't wait any longer, the dinner party will begin here. With a wave of her pretty hand, the mottled walls instantly transformed into clean white walls, and the sky above her head turned into a golden ceiling. The floor of the green stone brick played into a gorgeous Persian carpet, the buildings on both sides of the street into an exquisite glazed table and a mahogany chair. The melodious stringed music played, and a succession of coolly dressed waitresses came out to set the table with gleaming silver cutlery. A grand hall appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Seeing the crowd's jaws dropping, the female official cracked a smile and said, "Everyone feel free to sit down. Don't ever fight for it." Ning Heng's mind was meticulous, and when he saw that there was a prominent position at the very front of the great hall, he thought to himself that it must be Lady Nightmare's seat. If you want to be favored by Lady Nightmare, you have to sit in the most prominent position. He leapt forward and sat down on the left side closest to the lady's position. Situkon also immediately reacted and grabbed a seat on the right side, sitting opposite Ning Heng. Yin Yang Shangren's eyes suddenly became grave. For a small female official to be so capable, Lady Nightmare thought that she must be an immortal cultivator with exquisite cultivation. He casually found an inconspicuous position, wanting to secretly observe and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack. Zhu Ganglai, however, went against the current and squeezed through the crowd, sitting on his butt in the doorway furthest away from Lady Red Nightmare's position. The female official was surprised and asked, "Why is the prince sitting so far away? Could it be that he has seen the others being too good and has lost his confidence?" Zhu Ganglai shook his head and said seriously, "This is the mouth for passing food, and it's the fastest way to serve food." He stopped paying attention to Mrs. Nightmare. He hadn't had a meat dinner in years, and there must be a lot of delicacies at such a high-class dinner party. The female officer was speechless, and the others looked at Zhu Ganglai with eyes full of contempt. Where did such a fool come from? Not thinking of presenting himself well in front of Lady Nightmare, only knowing to run for dinner. The poor Taoist is also hungry in his belly. I wonder if I can sit next to my brother. The young Daoist also came to the side of Zhu Ganglia's seat and asked with a smile. When Zhu Ganglai saw that the Taoist priest had also come for dinner, he felt a sense of sympathy and laughed. "Please feel free to make yourself at home. I am an ugly eater, so don't make fun of me." The young Taoist priest said with a straight face, "What are you talking about? Brother, even if you eat indecently, you are countless times better than those hypocritical and treacherous people in the heart of the poor Taoist." Hearing his words, everyone in the hall had ugly faces. "Stop pretending. If it wasn't for Lady Nightmare, what would a Taoist priest like you be doing here? You must be trying to put on a show to get the lady's attention, so watch out everyone." All sorts of cursing tirades entered the young Taoist priest's ears, causing him to turn blue in the face. Zhu Ganglai asked curiously from the sidelines, "Daoist, could it be true, as they say, that this is your means of wooing Lady Red Nightmare?" The young Taoist monk smiled bitterly. How can brother and sister also misunderstand poor Tao? Just, alas, brother and sister remember, a moment must hold back. Absolutely cannot eat a mouthful of food, drink a mouthful of wine. This can't be done. Zhu Ganglia's head shook like a rattledrum. You monks can refrain from eating meat. I can't stand it. The young Taoist monk was just about to try to persuade him further when a loud and clear female voice rang in his ears. "Serve, first course, charcoal roasted suckling pig." A plate of suckling pig was placed on Zhu Ganglia's table, and his face instantly became uglier than death. The suckling pig is apparently roasted using an exclusive secret method, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a nice fat and lean meat flavor. But when he thought of his original form, Zhu Ganglai couldn't reach down his chopsticks. He sighed. "Amat ba, sin. The young Taoist priest curiously said, "Are you a Buddhist lay disciple?" Zhu Ganglai denied. "I just don't eat pork." He turned his head to ask the food delivery maid, "Any monkey brains?" Seeing the maid smile and shake her head, he regretfully said, Pity, would have loved to taste that monkey." With this plate of roasted suckling pig on the table, even if the other delicacies of the sea and wine were more sumptuous, Zhu Ganglai could not afford to eat. The strings came to an abrupt halt and the crowd stopped their idle chatter. Behind the curtain at the front of the great hall came a sound of footsteps. It must be Lady Nightmare. Everyone held their breath. A wonderful woman with icy skin and jade bones, with a crispy collar, walked out of the curtain in a graceful manner. She was white with a white dress, and her temperament was like an orchid. Neither the fairies in the sky nor the empresses of the emperor's family were as good as her. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and the young Daoist couldn't help but marvel. Such a perfect color on earth. No wonder it makes everyone mesmerized. Even if I put my life here, this trip is worth it. What do you think, brother? After a long time, he still hadn't heard a reply from the male next to him. The young Taoist priest turned his head and saw that Zhu Ganglai had his peachy eyes open, and the corners of his mouth were oozing out channels of crystals, so he had no choice but to turn his head back. After Lady Red Nightmare took her seat, her jade hand raised her glazed cup and her vermilion lips lightly opened. My daughter has the honor of receiving all of you heroes tonight, so here's to you for the first drink. The scarlet liquid swirled in her glass, and she took a small discretionary sip. Seeing this, Ning Hung, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, took the lead in getting up, lifted his wine cup, and said aloud, "My name is King Ning Hung of Goryeo, and I would like to drink with you, ma'am." He drank it all in one go. The others then reacted by raising their glasses and drinking, lest they be left behind. The young Taoist priest, however, did not drink, and to his surprise, Zhu Ganglai next to him actually did not move his mouth either, still looking at Lady Red Nightmare in a daze. Seeing the crowd finish their cups of wine, Lady Red Nightmare once again raised her cup, her voice twanging politely. "What a good drinker. My little lady loves a boozy man. I've heard that most of you have paid a great price to see me. Please rest assured that no matter what the final result is, I will open the city's treasury and thousands of secret martial arts books will be at your disposal. This second sip of wine thanks you for your sincerity." When the people heard this, they were all moved and glad that they had not come in vain. Situ Kong raised his cup and said, "I am a martial artist. Thank you for your generosity, ma'am." Everyone took a sip of their wine and refilled it. Lady Red Nightmare also drank a large mouthful. Her pink face rose with two blushes. Looking at the crowd's heart, it turns out she blushes when she drinks, so that's why she's called Mrs. Nightmare. On the third sip, may you all realize what is in your heart tonight. Lady Nightmare drank the wine in her cup and smiled lightly. Her every move was full of temptation. The crowd certainly couldn't wimp out and had another toast. Lady Nightmare laughed. "Please enjoy yourselves, and feel free to speak up if you need anything. Please forgive me for any poor hospitality. Wherever, ma'am is polite." The crowd said politely. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Lady Red Nightmare's white, arched nose suddenly wrinkled as she said, "Could it be that the wine and food are not to your liking? Why did the 3 of you not drink a single mouthful of wine and eat a single mouthful of food? Is it possible that the little lady has done something wrong, making the 3 of you unhappy?" Chapter 14, Lady Whitebone. What kind of person is so bold as to not give face to Lady Red Nightmare? The people in the hall were enraged, their gazes constantly scanning, eventually lingering on Yin Yang Shangren, the young Taoist priest, and Zhu Ganglai in turn. Situ Kong stood up and accused through his drunkenness, "Since we've come to Lady Nightmare's banquet, we can't just skip a bite of the food. It's outrageous." Ning Hung shouted as he clapped his hands together. "Lady Nightmare is so generous and you guys don't know any manners. What a bummer." Accusations from others continued to be made. "Don't know the first thing about people. Get out of here. I'll pay 100 taels of silver. You guys go home now. Don't disgrace yourselves here." How degrading. Lady Nightmare's eyes were red and her face was aggrieved, making people feel sorry for her. The crowd became even more agitated when they saw the beauty grieving. Yin Yang Shangren had not yet probed the bottom of Lady Red Nightmare and did not dare to make a sudden move, so he could only awkwardly raise his cup, take a sip of wine, and say to the young Taoist priest in Zhu Ganglai, "Gentlemen, move your chopsticks or risk a group beating." Zhu Ganglai had been admiring Lady Red Nightmare's beauty just now. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly filled up the wine and said, "Don't be angry. Don't say 3 cups of wine, even if it's 10 cups, 100 cups, I can drink it for the fairy sister." He was just about to drink it when the young Taoist priest flung the duster in his hand, hitting the wine cup with precision. The glass was in pieces, and the scarlet liquid flowed from the tabletop and dripped onto the carpet. "How dare you break the wine cup? Don't you want to live?" Ning Hung pointed at the Taoist priest and shouted. Situ Kong was also furious. "Hurry up and apologize to Lady Red Nightmare, or I'll blow your dog's head off." The young Daoist sneered. "If you drink the wine and eat the food, then you really don't want to live." Only to see the duster in his hand flinging out once again, a gust of fresh wind sweeping across the long table. The table was suddenly transformed. All the delicacies of the mountains and the sea have turned into moldy rotting meat and constantly wriggling maggots. The strong taste of blood coming from the wine in the glass was drying. When the people saw this, they were all scared out of their wits and leaned back in their chairs. Some, even more, had fallen to the ground and vomited, spitting up rotting flesh and maggots smeared with stomach juices. The young Daoist's duster swung once again. The glazed tables, mahogany chairs, and other objects and furnishings were reduced to piles of white bones. The magnificent hall began to shake and twist. It eventually transformed into a ghostly, sprawling cave. The serving girl who passed the food lost her flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton, and her eyes lit up with 2 green lights. This is not heaven on earth. It is clearly the 18 layers of hell. Only Lady Nightmare was unaffected, and she smiled sweetly. I didn't expect Whitebone Cave to be so fortunate to have you as a distinguished guest today. Dare I ask what sect or faction is the elder? The young Taoist monk said in a condensed voice. Poor Taoist Shien Gong, the master of sitting forgotten peak of the voodoo sect. Whitebone demon, you've done harm to one side and killed I don't know how many people. Today, the poor Taoist will let you go up and smoke. It turned out that she was not Lady Red Nightmare, but the cave master of the Whitebone Cave and White Tiger Ridge. Lady Whitebone, I'm doing harm to a party? Lady Whitebone asked rhetorically, her smile still moving. Some of these men abandon their wives and children. Some simply have their wives killed. Which one should not be killed? Xian Wang said in a cold voice. Demonesses don't bother with sophistry, even if they are at fault. It's you who stirred up their inner desires. You're the source of their evil. Ning Hung and Situ Kong Stream covered their stomachs and shouted, Please, Taoist master, help! Lady Whitebone let out a mournful laugh, and with a pinch of one hand, all the people who had just been drinking and eating food wailed and lay on the ground, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. They all deserved to die. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Xian Wan was shocked and furious. Bold demon, how dare you kill someone in front of the poor Taoist? The duster in his hand danced, and millions of silk threads stretched dozens of feet, wrapping toward Lady Whitebone. Mrs. Whitebone is also a demonic spirit who has cultivated for hundreds of years, and her Taoist skills are extremely deep, so how could she be easily captured? She laughed coldly, and the bones piled up in the cave floated in the air, transforming into sharp bone spikes that met a long line. Xian Wang recited the Taoist recitation, and with the addition of mana, the power of the duster grew stronger and stronger. Mrs. Whitebone gradually couldn't resist and cried out, Yin Yang Shangren, you won't be able to run away even if I die. Why don't you come to my aid? Yin Yang Shangren sighed, it's fine to make a move. Just ask to become a dual cultivator couple with Madam. Less haggling. Let's say we can win against this thieving Taoist. Lady Whitebonejia said. Yin Yang Shangren couldn't let her die, so he had to step in. With a wave of his sleeve, he drilled a black fish and a white fish out of his sleeve. The 2 fish sniffed the wind and grew, transforming into 2 giant toothed sharks, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Xian Wang. You devil, you've done so much evil. You're even more hateful than the white bone demon. The Xian Wang duster split into 2 more strands to meet the shark. After the Yin Yang Shangren joined the battle, the pressure on Lady Whitebone was eliminated and she transformed into a 100-feet skeleton. And with just 1 strike, she shattered the countless long threads on the duster. In his heart, Xian Wang even said that it was not good. The Whitebone Cave is the place where the Whitebone spirit has been practicing for 100 years, and countless formations have long been laid. With the enhancement of the formation, her strength increased greatly, and although she was at the late stage of the Jindan realm, she was able to exert the strength of a perfect Jindan realm. Coupled with the pair of Yin Yang sharks from Yin Yang Shanren, Xian Wang had already vaguely fallen into a disadvantage. Lady Whitebone screamed harshly, hypocritical defender, suffer death. A powerful energy fluctuation came towards Xian Wang. The cave trembled and boulders fell like rain. Just then, a black light flashed in Xuan Wang's hand. A black net was flung out, easily tearing apart Lady Whitebone's attack and snapping towards her. Seeing the black luo net flying towards her, Lady Whitebone suddenly lost her color. In an instant, she recognized where the dark web had come from. 9th grade spiritual treasure, divine silkworm luo net. This net was made from the silk of 1024 heavenly dream ice silkworms, and was refined in the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord for 7 whole days, consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures before it was successful. If you are unfortunate enough to be caught in this net, all of your mana will be like a clay ox entering the sea, and you will not be able to use it at all, and you can only be a fish or a meat. Xian Wang bellowed, long. The divine silkworm luo net turned into a gigantic net of 1,000 feet in size as if it had been given an imperial order, and ensnared Lady Whitebone in a knot. No! Lady Whitebone shrieked miserably as her skeleton, hundreds of feet in size, instantly collapsed. She reshaped into her human form. Her clothes were all torn, her torso was firmly entangled in the black net, and her eyes were filled with despair. Yin Yang Shangren broke out in a cold sweat and turned around to flee, but in the next second, the duster pierced through the Jindan in his body, and all of his life's cultivation passed away, with resignation and despair written all over his face. He slowly collapsed to the ground as the duster was drawn through his body. Xian Wang said in a cold voice, I can't imagine that this trip was quite rewarding. Not only did we get rid of the white bone demon that was harming one party, but we also killed a demon that specialized in wreaking havoc on women. He took a step towards Lady Whitebone. Chapter 15, The Hero Saves Beauty. The Whitebone Cave. littered with fresh blood and ghastly white bones. Lady Whitebone was tied up solidly, lying on the ground, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape the black net on her body. All she could do was plead. My daughter has killed all the evil people who have done bad things, and has never harmed a good person, so please be clear about this. Daoist, this is not an excuse for you to kill someone. Xuanwang's face was cold as he flung his duster and smashed it head on towards the other party's head. Xianwang's pupils instantly shrunk as if he was facing an enemy. His duster failed to hit Lady Whitebone's head, but was tightly hooked by a 9-toothed nail rake, and no matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to draw the duster back. When Xianwang saw what the other party looked like, he was shocked. It's actually you. The person who hooked the duster with the nail rake was the stout man who had been sitting next to him. 9-toothed nail rake. You're that pig demon, with a pig's hair on his disciple. Daoist water and fire. Xianwang searched all the way to White Tiger City, but when he arrived here, the pig demon's scent was getting stronger and stronger, but he was never able to confirm who the pig demon was. He can't go down the mountain for nothing, so Xianwang plans to get rid of the white bone demon first, and then slowly look for the pig demon. What he didn't expect was that the burly man who had always held his admiration was actually the pig demon he had dreamed of catching. Oh, Shu Ganglai blocked Lady Whitebone behind him, the corners of his mouth lightly raised. It seems the Daoist master knows me? Xianwang sneered. I've heard of you for a long time. Do you still remember the water and fire Taoist? Shu Ganglai scratched his head and finally reacted, slapped his head hard and said, of course I remember. One was seriously injured by me and was saved by the other. Daoist master also had a problem with them? It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place. Xianwang snapped. You killed 2 of the demon beheading division's errand boys and injured my disciple. Fire Daoist. So I'll make you pay for your blood today. It turned out to be a revenge seeker. Shu Ganglai's face changed and he sneered. Are all of you from the Vermilion sect so ignorant of right and wrong? He Wei is an evil mountain bandit. Zhou Tian wants to rob the cave where I cultivate, and your disciples indiscriminately want to take my life. Am I not allowed to resist? Your Vermilion sect's reasoning is too big. This. Xianwang suddenly choked on his words. His attitude was not as tough as that of the party, but he was still unforgiving. In that case, I'll kill the white bone demon and capture you back to the voodoo sect, and we'll find out if you're black or white. You want to kill her? Zhu Ganglai raised his horizontal eyebrows, flexed his index finger, and shook it 3 times. That's not good. She, my woman. His firm and powerful voice echoed continuously in the cave, and at the same time, it also swung Lady Whitebone's spring heart that had been sealed for 500 years. In order to save my life, he even went so far as to fight a powerful person of the Jindan realm perfection. If you can escape this, it's not a bad idea to be his woman. Xianwang looked up to the sky and laughed. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. You guys are so greedy for beauty that you're not even willing to take a chance on your life. So be it, then the poor Taoist will give you a ride on the way. The long threads on the duster grew rapidly, binding Zhu Ganglia's body. Just an early-stage Jindan realm cultivation, and you dare to be presumptuous. Xianwang disdainfully mocked when he saw that he had gotten a hit. Shu Ganglai silently recited the spell and droned. Change. The entire person instantly shrunk, transforming into a mosquito that flew through the duster gap. When Xianwang saw this, he was shocked. It's actually the art of change? What kind of person are you? Old Buddha Bodhi? Lingtai Fongsuan Mountain, the 3-star cave of the slanted moon, is the supreme existence of the Taoist sect, the Erlang Jinjuan, who split the mountain to save his mother 800 years ago, and the Qitian Di Shang, who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace 500 years ago, all came from this sect. I didn't expect to see the Bodhi sect even in the tiny white bone cave today. Shu Ganglai reappeared in human form, resisting the 9-toothed nail rake on his shoulder, and laughed coldly. With you also daring to call my master by his name, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. This pig demon was actually a disciple of Bodhi Laozu. Xianwang was emboldened and immediately withdrew his duster, his voice weakening by 3 points. How could Grandmaster Bodhi take you as his disciple? Just as he said it, he regretted it. As we all know, Grandmaster Bodhi has a teachable spirit, whether it is human or demon. As long as he sees it, he is willing to accept it as a disciple. Shu Ganglai sarcastically said. You think my master is as hypocritical as you people? His old man sees that I'm simple in heart, loyal and brave, a good writer and martial artist, handsome and suave, so he'll naturally accept me as his disciple. Xuanwan's battle spirit was all gone. Muttering, how could this be? Shu Ganglai put away the nail rake and said in a serious tone, Xianwang right, you and I are both in the Taoist sect. If we are talking about seniority, maybe I am still your master grandpa. Listen to your master grandpa. Hurry back. The matter of the white bone cave will be solved by me. You guys can rest assured. But, Zhen Wang hesitated. Shu Ganglai frowned. But what but? If you don't listen to me, Beware that I'll go to the voodoo sect to find those old guys and tell them that you're disrespectful to the elders of the Dao sect. Hearing this, Shien Gong hurriedly gave a Daoist bow and said, Senior mustn't be like this. It's the late generation who was rude. I'll apologize to Senior right here. Several of the Vermilion sect's ancestors placed extreme importance on Daoist inheritance, and one powerful ancestor was himself a disciple of Ancestor Bodhi. If this ancestor heard that the people of the Vermilion sect were disrespecting his senior brother, he would definitely be furious, and would be expelled from the sect if it was light, or abolish his cultivation and slap him to death if it was heavy. Shu Ganglai slapped and gave a sweet date. Alright? It's not that serious. You got rid of the Yin Yang Shangren. You are meritorious to the people of the world. I will praise you in front of your family's ancestors sometime. The junior here thanks the senior for his kind words. Shen Wang was overjoyed to hear this, and with a stomp of his foot and a hardened heart, he said, The divine silkworm Luo net on the white bone spirit. As an indemnity from the late generation, please take care of the senior in the future. Shu Ganglai waved his hand. Well, it's quite understandable. If there's nothing else you should leave. Don't delay me from doing my job. Is there anything that my juniors can help with? Xian Wan's eyes revealed expectations and took the initiative to curry favor. Shu Ganglai touched his nose in embarrassment. You don't need your help for this kind of thing. Go, go, go. Xian Wang got the order, and after saying goodbye again and again, his feet stepped on the duster and left without looking back. Seeing him gradually disappear from sight, Shu Ganglai let out a long breath, finally even coaxed it away. A powerhouse of the great circle of the Jindan realm was not a match with his current strength. Fortunately, this person recognized the 36 transformations and honored the name of Bodhi Laozu. Seniors, behind Shu Ganglai came Lady Whitebone's pitiful voice. His heart fluttered and he pretended to be calm. I'm just sick of seeing guys bullying girls, and since I've already sent him away, there's no point in me staying here. Mrs. Whitebone stammered. But, seniors, would you be able to help remove the black net from my body? Chapter 16, Jindan Realm Perfection. Tong Tian River. Null. Chapter 17, Wedding with Lady Whitebone. Unsuspecting King of Inspiration. Who else could use the power of white bones? Of course it's Mrs. Whitebone. A white bone poked out 10 feet from her sleeve, blocking the old woman's dragon head cane. With a flick of her wrist, Mrs. Whitebone's old woman immediately dislodged her hand, and her walking stick was instantly pouted and flew into the sky. The old woman fell to the ground with shock in her eyes, pointing her finger at Lady Whitebone. You are. She vaguely remembered that there was a Jindan realm demon that made good use of the Whitebone avatar. Extremely difficult to deal with. Could it be this icy beauty in front of her? White Tiger Ridge. Whitebone Cave. Lady Whitebone's voice was clear and cold. The old woman mumbled with her mouth wide open. This is a dispute between Tong Tian River and Fulling Mountain. What business is it of yours, Lady Whitebone? Or do you, Lady Whitebone, also have your eye on this fountain of youth? Lady Whitebone's gauzy sleeve shook, her bone spikes retracted, and her eyes swept toward the demons, laughing lightly. A mere fountain of youth. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Hearing this, the old woman felt a little more at ease inside. She was a catfish spirit in the Tong Tian River, ordered by the Inspiration King to investigate the whereabouts of the rest of the Fountain of Youth. But, the corner of Lady Whitebone's mouth lifted. Fulling Mountain is my husband's territory. I, as a madam, of course have to guard my husband's things. Husband? When the demons heard this, they were all taken aback. Could it be that after a trip out of his own king, Shu Ganglai, he had accepted a woman of such great strength as his daughter-in-law? The old catfish spirit was so surprised that his hand was loosened and the dragon head walking stick fell to the ground. When did the once unknown Fuling Mountain have a new mountain king who could marry Lady Whitebone? Tiger Sister's eyes were complicated. She knew that what Lady Whitebone said was not false. The old catfish spirit restabilized his body, forced a smile, and said, I, Tong Tian River, can forget about the matter of the Spring of Youth being used by the demons of Mount Fulling, but this eye of spring water, we have to take it back after all. This is the order of the great king of inspiration. Ha, Inspiration King? Is that the carp spirit? It's not his turn to meddle in the affairs of Mount Fulling. Lady Whitebone had a disdainful look on her face. The old catfish spirit's face became extremely ugly, and the corners of his mouth barely pulled out a smile. Fine, fine, fine. I will report this matter to the great king of inspiration. Humph. Whitebone's spirit waved his big sleeve. Instantly the wind and clouds changed color. The powerful strength of the Jindan realm will be present at the people oppressed and suffocated. The old catfish spirit's face was red, and with a snort, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as white as paper. Lady Whitebone's face was like ice. How dare you threaten me with the Inspiration King? You go back and tell him as much as you want, even if he has 8,000 water soldiers in the Tong Tian River. I'm not afraid of the Fulling Mountain. I'll be waiting at any time. The old catfish spirit's face changed again and again. as if it had been completely shocked by Lady Whitebone's words, and no longer had the might of the party. His feet backed up again and again, wanting to drill away from the youthful fountain. Slow, Lady Whitebone flexed her fingers and flicked, and a pill flew into the mouths of all the demons, while saying in a cold voice, "Tell the great king of inspiration that this fountain of youth, from now on, belongs to Mount Fulling, and tell him to stop thinking about it." The old catfish spirit gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Yes." When she finished speaking, she was about to return from the fountain of youth. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Lady Whitebone's voice was icy cold. "The fountain of youth is already privately owned by Fulling Mountain, so the old catfish spirit can't return the same way." The old catfish spirit stopped. The resentment in his eyes was hidden extremely deep, greatly trotting out of the cave, until he ran out of the Fulian mountain boundary for 100 miles. Then he dared to fly on the wind. "Damnable Fulling Mountain! We must let the great king teach them a good lesson." After the old catfish spirit left, the 8 demon kings looked at me and I looked at you, and coincidentally fell to the ground and said in unison, "See you, ma'am." Lady Whitebone hurriedly helped Tiger's sister up and said, "Sister, from now on we are a family. Don't be like this." Seeing that her cultivation was unfathomable and that she was extremely cultured in her treatment of people and did not look like an evil person, the Tiger sister's hanging heart was finally put down and she sweetly called out, "Sister, where did the king go?" Thinking of that ingrate, a smile floated up on Mrs. Whitebone's face and said, "He's gone down the mountain to buy firecrackers and lanterns, and he's going to make a big deal out of it and give us sisters a wedding together." The gossip in the jungle traveled faster than the wind. Some people said that the new demon king of Fulling Mountain, Shu Gang Lai, had the cultivation of Guanin realm, and killed the long-famous demonic giant Inyang Shanyan with a single strike, and easily forced back Shien Gong, the master of sitting forgotten peak of the voodoo sect, with ease. The news of Zhu Ganglai and Lady Whitebone's wedding also spread in the Jianghu. It was a shock to many that Lady Whitebone, who was the nightmare of countless people, could actually be taken away. On the 6th day of the first month, Fulian Mountain, drums and gongs, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. The little demons of Mount Fulling were busy and joyful. Golden Horn King and Silver Horn King of Flat Top Mountain. 1,000 superb spirit stones and 10 boxes of South Sea pearls. Little White Dragon of the Eagle's Nest. 10 barrels of deep-sea whale oil. A donkey-faced demon stood outside the cave, yanking his neck and shouting out the gifts from the VIPs. After such a long period of time, more than 30 more beasts in Fulling Mountain had become fertilized, and all of them were able to spit human words and cultivate demonic arts. Shu Ganglai simply distributed the treasures, techniques, and elixirs that he had scavenged from Yin Yang Shangren, allowing the overall strength of Mount Fulling to rise once again. General Donkey is the latest batch of demons, one of the biggest beneficiaries of Zhu Ganglai since he became the great king of Fulling Mountain. His only characteristic was his extremely penetrating voice, and whenever he shouted, the whole mountain could hear the donkey braying. Not far from him, another pair of big demons with gorgeous and bejeweled costumes appeared. General Donkey's heart was delighted. This pair looked extraordinary in their aura, and they would naturally be generous in their actions. The 2 goblins walked closer and handed over a purple and gold name card, and the 8 small demons behind them put down the iron box picked on their shoulders, only to hear a rumbling sound, and a cloud of dust rose on the ground. All the demons were taken aback. What exactly was contained in this box? How could it be so heavy? The man smiled faintly, his voice unhurried. Tong Tian River Inspiration is here to congratulate Mountain Lord Zhu Ganglai. 10,000 taels of gold and 5,000 pounds of 9 heavenly metaphysical iron. As a birthday gift, please smile. General Donkey's face instantly changed. This person was actually the Inspiration King who had shaken the 800 miles of Tong Tian River. Some days ago, the old catfish spirit of the Tong Tian River had looked for trouble with his own family, and was sent away by Lady Whitebone, and the 2 sides were very unpleasant. I didn't expect that today. The Inspiration King would actually come to the door to congratulate him, and take such an expensive gift. 10,000 taels of gold was, needless to say, something that everyone could not refuse. The 9 heavens Shien iron was an important material for creating spiritual weapons and spiritual treasures, and if it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause cultivators to grab it. What is the purpose of this person's visit to Mount Fulling? General Donkey's face was unknowingly oozing with cold sweat, not knowing what to do. What? Could it be that you think the congratulatory gift sent by my Inspiration Great King is fake? Open it and see. The Great King of Inspiration ordered the box to be opened. All of a sudden, 10,000 golden rays of light shone on everyone's face, blending with the thick murderous aura of the 9 heavens Shien iron, attracting everyone's attention. General Donkey licked his dry lips and hurriedly said, "How could the Inspiration King's delivery of congratulatory gifts be false?" He immediately stepped forward and tried to move the box aside, but it was as if the box was welded to the ground, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. The way General Donkey exerted himself caused the demons present to cover their mouths and laugh, and the faces of all the demons in Fulian Mountain immediately lost their glamour, and each of them became gloomy and terrifying. Chapter 18. Are you tired, husband? The blazing sun is in the sky. The atmosphere was frozen and breathless. The great king of inspiration smiled faintly and said, if there is no one in Mount Fuling who can move the chest, then let our people come. This is undoubtedly a naked provocation. The demons from the other forces secretly wondered. Today is Zhu Gonglia's big day. Is the Inspiration King here to congratulate him? Or is he here to smash the scene? With such a few boxes of objects, I won't bother you. Out of the cloud stack cave came a 3-foot-tall demon with a bear's head and body, which was none other than Shiong Ba. He was seen slightly lifting his right foot and gently dropping it again. Boom! The earth trembled more than once, and the 8 large tin boxes as well as the 8 small demons brought by the great king of inspiration were all shaken into the air. The 8 tin boxes stacked into a pile in the air and landed steadily on Shiong Ba's left hand, and the 8 little demons fell to the ground, each wailing and crying. The Inspiration King's red face changed to look like a cucumber. Shiong Ba sidestepped, one arm outstretched in an inviting gesture. The great king of inspiration suddenly laughed out loud. Well, Brother Zhu really does have a lot of experts under him. He walked into the cloud stack cave and met Zhu Ganglai, Lady White Bone, and Tiger Sister who were toasting back and forth at the guest seats. 1 man and 2 women, both wearing festive red clothing. Zhu Ganglai narrowed his eyes falsely and looked towards the Inspiration Great King. This demon is the Inspiration King of the Tong Tian River, which is actually a goldfish raised in the lotus pond of the Goddess of Mercy. He floated his head daily to listen to the sutra, cultivated the fruit of the way, and transported and refined the bones of an unopened lotus flower into a 9-petaled red copper hammer as a weapon. One day, the goldfish spirit Sifan descended to the world, ran to the Tong Tian River, seized the old soft-shelled turtle residence, and the nearby villagers of Qinjia village agreed to contribute boys and girls every year to bless Qinjia village with good weather. In his previous life, Zhu Ganglai and Monkey became a scale of gold and Chen Guanbao. In the chaos, Zhu Ganglai swept off a fish scale of Inspiration King with a rake, which scared Inspiration King to flee back to the water mansion. Inspiration Great King, under the plot of his wife, Bambi Mandarin, used his magical power to freeze the Tong Tian River, luring the 4 masters and disciples to cross the river, and when they went to the center of the river, bursting open the freeze, the Tang monk fell into the water, and was captured by him. Subsequently, Zhu Ganglai and shot Shitty down to the water, and its battle 300 rounds of victory or defeat. And finally the monkey went to the South China Sea to ask the Goddess of Mercy, with a fish basket to collect the inspiration of the great king. The woman standing next to the goldfish spirit must be the spotted clothes Mandarin woman, with a shapely figure and long waist and legs. Zhu Ganglia's pair of ears had long been aware of what was happening outside. He filled 2 cups of wine in his hand and walked forward, handing them to the great king of inspiration. And the major demons on the next few hills turned their gazes to the 2 of them. The Inspiration Great King himself attended my wedding banquet. The Cloud Stack Cave is truly flabbergasted. The Great King of Inspiration took the glazed cup and, without any hesitation, drank it down, praising it. Good wine, really good wine. Zhu Ganglai smiled. It's brewed with the fountain of youth. The Inspiration Great King's face suddenly changed, and the lofty meteorology of the Jindan realm's consummation rushed out steeply. The light behind him was so bright that it was difficult to look directly at him. The aura was so overwhelming that it made it difficult for regular people to breathe. Zhu Ganglai laughed. Since it's good wine, we should drink more. He poured the wine for the Inspiration King once again, and a boundless Dharma appeared behind him, with a green face and fangs, and the sound of thunder and inflammation. Shockingly, after Zhu Ganglai lit up his Dharma, the Cloud Stack Cave, which was originally filled with pressure, actually recovered its comfort. The Great King of Inspiration was stunned for a moment, and his icy face became as bright as the sun, instantly withdrawing his phantasm. Seeing this, Zhu Ganglai also withdrew his Dharma phase. The King of Inspiration sighed as he drained the glass. Brother Zhu really is a heavenly genius. I heard that you were only at the early stage of the Jindan realm when you were at the White Tiger Ridge, but now you've all broken through to the complete Jindan realm. I don't know where Brother Zhu's teacher comes from. Could it be? His eyes were looking upward. To be able to suddenly rise from an obscure housepig to become a great demon of the Jindan realm consummation in a short period of time was unbelievable without a heavenly background. Zhu Ganglai smiled and continued to pour the wine without responding to his question, an inscrutable look that made the Inspiration King curious. Zhu Ganglai said, I'm just a pig who didn't miss the chance. It's my good fortune to cultivate the great Tao. Where is the master's background? The Inspiration King still didn't believe it in his heart, but seeing that he didn't want to say more, he didn't pursue it any further. After all, he had his own ulterior motives as well. After the wedding, the wine is over and the food is over. The great demons from the several thousand miles around Mount Fuling gathered together. bragging and drinking with each other. A big demon dressed in a pale yellow robe with deerskin boots and two eight-sided beards on his upper lip, named Yellow Wind Monster, sipped a mouthful of wine and smiled lightly. A few days ago, a couple of ungrateful 100 households from the Demon Beheading Division had to take me. The silver-horned Great King laughed. The Demon Beheading Division really doesn't give you face, old brother, and actually only sent a few hundred households, which aren't enough for you to stuff your teeth with. Yellow Wind Monster shook his head. You guys really don't say, but also really let run a young girl. Looks can be really watery. If you can capture alive to do the pressure, lady is no better. Shu Ganglai knew the bottom line of the Yellow Wind Monster and marveled. What kind of person is it that managed to escape from you? It seems like a disciple of some Jade Maiden sect, who later joined the Demon Beheading Division, named Kai Hua. Her fleshly body is extremely strong, and she was actually able to resist my Samsara Divine Wind, TSK. The two so-called prestigious sects, the Demon Beheading Division and the Vermilion sect, are really getting more and more embracing lately. Even my flat-top mountain is often patronized by them, the Golden Horn Great King said in dissatisfaction. Shu Gonglia's face was a mass of redness as he smiled and said, I've dealt with both of these two sects, and I've heard that they've been plotting a demon swinging operation recently, so we'll have to be careful. The King of Inspiration was obviously drunk as well. His shirt had long since come off, and he stood with one leg on the floor and the other on a chair, laughing. In that case, why don't the few of us just form an anti-swing alliance and use each other's horns to kill them without leaving a single piece of armor? Good. The crowd of demons chorused in unison. Since then, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Pingdingshan, the Yellow Wind Monster of Huangfangling, the Inspiration King of Tong Tian River, the Little White Dragon of Eagle Worry Stream, and Shu Ganglai of Fulling Mountain have formed an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against the encirclement of the Demon Beheading Division and the Voodoo Devil sect. The wedding is over and each goes home. Shu Ganglai, Lady White Bone, and Tiger's sister were sitting on a large bed with a mandarin duck brocade quilt full of storage magic treasures. The storage magic treasure was filled with the gifts offered by the various demons. Of course, there are also congratulatory gifts from small, sensible countries. Having dealings with a Jindan realm perfection great demon like Shu Ganglai would only result in a profit. 100,000 spirit stones, 3,000 pills of various qualities, and 500 magic treasures and weapons could completely arm the entire Fulling Mountain into a super sect. Tiger Girl's face broke into a smile. Lady Whitebone's charming eyes were like silk, seemingly pointing. Today is another ceremony and a social gathering. After a busy day, is husband tired? Tiger's sister had the same hopeful look in her eyes. Shu Ganglai sighed and clasped a 9-yang dan secretly in his palm, saying, not tired. When have you ever seen your husband tired? Chapter 19, sending Kai Hua to work as an undercover agent for Shu Ganglai. The 9 Yang's pill, which restores a huge amount of yang energy to the taker in a short period of time, without any side effects. Such an elixir, even in Shu Ganglia's hands, did not have much stock, so he doesn't get tired and he can't get tired. If he wanted to raise his cultivation level again, Shu Ganglai could only work hard and look forward to Tiger Sister and Lady Whitebone getting pregnant soon. Demon Beheading Division. Headquarters. The sun has not yet risen. The wind is still with the chill of the night. The poplar tree next to the street. The leaves have long fallen. The dew on the fallen leaves has formed a thin autumn frost. Autumn was already late, and the hearts of the two directors of the Demon Beheading Division were colder than the cold air outside the window. On the table was a piece of intelligence on demons and devils, weighing the desk down. This intelligence was still only just delivered this morning. In each of the two men's hands was a paper with a gold endorsement. The head of the division, Hua Longfei, was a genius of the Demon Beheading Division that would not be encountered for 1,000 years, and although he was only 100 years old, he was already at the Yuaning realm cultivation. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, his brows slightly knitted, his face rather helpless, sighed, and said, "Isn't this the hardest time in the history of the Demon Beheading Division? Where did so many demons come from?" The deputy director, Wario Fong, was also at the Yuaning realm cultivation level, 8 feet tall and imposing, like an elderly general, only to hear him say in a cold voice, "Lord Hua needn't care, no matter how many demons there are, this Fuyao Qin of mine will teach them to be human. Senior warrior is old and strong, but you are only one person after all. In the past 10 years, the great demons of the Eastern Land have appeared one after another like springing up after the rain. My Demon Beheading Division has been overwhelmed, and I have had to join hands with the Voodoo sect to get rid of the demons together." Hua Longfei sighed. The Demon Beheading Division has stood in the world for thousands of years, not asking about the world's affairs, only to subdue demons and eliminate devils, and all dynasties have given the Demon Beheading Division a supreme position. But lately, letters of request for help from the major countries of the Eastern Lands have been flying into the headquarters of the Demon Beheading Division like snowflakes, and errand after errand has been dispatched. making it difficult to guarantee an efficient solution to the demons, even after vacations have been cancelled. Wario Fong also sighed. He knew that what Hua Longfei said was indeed true. He hadn't rested in 5 years, either on the way to get rid of demons or on the way to get rid of demons. But demons were like leeks. After cutting a batch of them, another batch of them grew. Hua Longfei said quietly, if we treat the symptoms but not the root cause, when will it be the end? Wario Fong stroked his hand through his white beard, his eyes staring at Hua Longfei. You have a solution? I do have an idea. Only, Hua Longfei wanted to say, Lord Hua, you're the head of the demon beheading division, so if you have any solutions, just tell me straight. I'll support you unconditionally. Wario Fong was a straight shooter. Hua Longfei lowered his voice. Why don't we think of a way to make these demons kill each other and save us a lot of trouble? Kill each other? How is that possible? A few days ago, Mount Fuling, Mount Pingdingshan, Eagle's Worry Stream, Yellow Wind Ridge, and Tong Tian River claim to have formed an offensive and defensive alliance to deal with the righteous path. How is it possible to talk about civil unrest? To be honest, there is no essential difference between demons and human cultivators. They are all immortal cultivators, and demons tend to be straightforward and don't have so many curves. If we were talking about killing each other, I'm afraid that the chances of the human clans would be greater. I'm afraid that this matter will have to be discussed in the long run. Hua Longfei already had a plan in mind. He cranked up his voice and commanded, call the colored flowers. Wario Fong nodded. Kai Hua is a rare genius in the younger generation of my demon beheading division. At a young age, she has reached the Jindan realm, and is still able to resist the yellow wind monster's Samadhi divine wind. That's why I called her. Hua Longfei's face was filled with a mysterious smile. A short while later, a tall, fair-skinned young girl walked in, instantly adding a hint of spring color to the sullen atmosphere of the room as she respectfully said, My lord, Kai Hua used to be a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, but later joined the demon beheading division and learned the art of demon elimination from Wario Fong. It was no wonder that Wario Fong often praised her in front of Hua Longfei. Hua Longfei was full of smiles and said, Have you recovered from all the injuries you sustained at Yellow Wind Ridge? Back to my lord. It's all good. Kai Hua is ready to go on a mission at any time. Sai Hua's voice was resounding. Good. I now have a top-level mission for you. Only, you may have to suffer some aggravation. Hua Longfei's face was complicated. Compromise? Kai Hua shook her head, her eyes resolute. As long as I can cut down the demons and remove the devils, I'm not afraid of any grievances. Wario Fong laughed from the side, worthy of being the proud disciple of the old man. Lord Hua, feel free to give her any tasks. Hua Longfei spoke out of turn. I want you to marry Zhu Ganglai. What? The colored flower's eyes were wide and their mouths were big enough to fit an egg. Wario Fong was also dumbfounded, thinking that his ears had misheard. Lord Hua, did I hear you wrong? Kai Hua murmured. My lord, are you wrong? Hua Longfei sighed with a serious face and said, You guys didn't hear me wrong, and I didn't say anything wrong. I'm asking you to marry Zhu Ganglai and go undercover by his side, so that the so-called anti-swing alliance can kill each other. You had a conflict with the yellow wind monster, and it is said that Zhu Ganglai is lustful by nature and extremely fond of women. I have pondered over this for many days, and you are the only one who is the most suitable candidate. Bang! Wario Fong smashed the table with a slap, spilling various documents all over the place. The old man will never agree. Alas! Hua Longfei let out a long sigh. He also knew that he was talking nonsense. Only this is no way out. I agree. The words actually came from the mouth of a colored flower. Hua Longfei was surprised. You actually agree? Wario Fong had a look of hatred on his face. My stupid disciple, how could you agree to this? Do you know that Fuling Mountain is a fire pit? I know. Mountain Lord Zhu Ganglai is a breed of pig that has become a spirit and is lustful by nature. It is said that he has more than 300 concubines and more than 2,000 heirs. Do you know about all this? I know. Zhu Ganglai was brutal in nature, and would kill people if they were slightly disobedient. Shenzhou demon beheading envoy Zhou Tian and Huey, as well as hundreds of villagers around Fuling Mountain, all died in his hands. Do you know that? The hundreds of villagers in Wario Feng's mouth were all mountain thieves, except that he was in an extremely high position and these things could not reach his ears. Color Flower's voice remained firm and strong. I know that too. Hua Longfei looked at her with an extremely admiring look and asked softly, If you know all this, why did you say yes? Why did you say yes? Sai Hua's eyes flooded with monstrous hatred. She clenched her 5 fingers and said in a fierce voice, My siblings were offered to the Inspiration King when they were young, and from that day on, I swore to get rid of all the demons in the world. For this, even if it costs everything. Hua Longfei reached out his hand and gently patted Sai Hua's shoulder. You take care of everything. Wario Fong sat on his chair with his butt and muttered, Crazy, all crazy. Chapter 20, A beautiful woman at the door. Fuling Mountain, Cloud Stack Cave. Zhu Ganglai stretched a big lazy waist, Afraid of waking up his 2 loving wives, he turned into a big fat mosquito and flew out of the room quietly. It wasn't until he flew out of the cloud stacks cave that he shifted and resumed his burly appearance. Report! The sentry came to report. Say, reporting to the great king, there is a woman who looks like a fairy at the bottom of the mountain, claiming to be under the Jade Maiden sect, and wants to see the great king. The Jade sect? The name of the sect sounds so charged. Quickly invite her in, and be sure to pay attention to etiquette, Zhu Ganglai ordered. He was worried about the lack of resources for beautiful women, and the Jade Woman sex people sent them to his door. No matter whether it worked out or not, it was finally pulling a string. Colored flowers waited at the foot of the hill, inwardly apprehensive, in case Zhu Ganglai found out that he was an undercover agent sent by the Demon Beheading Division. If he could give a pain in the ass, it would be okay to say that. If he first humiliated himself, and then put him in an iron pot and stewed and ate, Colored Flowers didn't dare think about it anymore. Just then, there are 4 wolf demons carrying a mahogany incense sedan chair, a leopard spirit in front of them to lead the way. On both sides of the deer demon banging gongs and drums. Joyful, Kaihua was taken aback. This situation was more like picking up a daughter-in-law. Is it possible that Zhu Ganglai married another one today? This colorful man. When the leopard spirit leading the way saw the colored flowers, his eyes lit up and he trotted over, singing a fat hello. You are the colorful flower fairy of the Jade Maiden sect? Seeing Saiwa's cicatrization nod slightly, a smile appeared on the leopard spirit's face. I am a vanguard officer under the banner of Great King Zhu, and I have come to invite the colorful flower fairy to the mountain. Please ask the fairy to get on the sedan chair. Me? Saiwa's eyes were stunned, and her jade hands clasped her chest. The panther vanguard nodded his head repeatedly, and the surrounding wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards spoke up. Fairy, get on the sedan chair. My lord has prepared a feast. It's not appropriate to be so grand, is it? Kaihua couldn't resist the persuasion of all the little demons and got into the sedan chair. The cushions in the sedan chair were made of animal skins, soft, with a fragrance inside if anything. Although the mountain road was steep, the 4 forceful wolf demons carrying the sedan chair on their shoulders walked extremely smoothly. Saiwa's heart gradually calmed down. She lifted the curtain. The ancient trees on both sides were lush and green. There were rows of cranes in the air, and spirit beasts strolled all over the place. The colored flowers became serene and peaceful inside. It would be nice to live here for the rest of my life, away from the world's deceit. The sedan chair slowly stopped and gently lowered again. All Kaihua heard was the sound of the leopard spirit ringing outside. Colorful flower fairy, Cloud Stack Cave has arrived. She said her thanks, then lifted the curtain and stepped out in style. Just as she raised her head, she saw a tall and robust man not far away, with a rather formal face, his hands stuck together, looking at her with a smile. The leopard spirit whispered in introduction. Colorful flower fairy, this is my family's great king. What? This naive-looking man is actually the demon king of Fuling Mountain, Zhu Ganglai? The colored flowers were taken aback. The legendary Zhu Ganglai was tens of feet tall, with a green face, fangs, and a bloody mouth, but now he actually looked naive. Zhu Ganglai looked toward the young girl who stepped out of the sedan chair. The young girl was wearing a white plain robe, which was a bit loose but still outlined well-developed curves, and simple pants that better accentuated the long, straight legs. The skin is white and tender, the jade nose is straight, and a tear mole under the corner of the eye adds a few flavors to the young girl. Zhu Ganglia's heart was moved, but he was no longer the stud he once was, and with so many brothers watching beside him, he stretched out an arm toward the cave and said, I'm Zhu Ganglai. The arrival of Fairy Colorful Flower has made my Cloud Stack Cave fluffy. Kaihua thought to herself, this Zhu Ganglai is not as rude as the legend, but speaks in a literate manner instead. She gave a 10,000 blessings and said softly, thank you, Mountain Lord Zhu, for your hospitality. Where? Zhu Ganglai accompanied Kaihua into the cave. Entering the lobby, the two sat opposite each other. Zhu Ganglai ordered his men to prepare tea and snacks and asked curiously, I heard that Fairy Colorful Flower is an heir of the Jade Lady sect? I, Fuling Mountain, have admired the Jade Maiden sect for a long time, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. I wonder what is so important for you to come to my place, miss? Colorflower's big bright eyes suddenly became hazy, her nose wrinkled up, and tears almost flowed down her face. Zhu Ganglai was immediately heartbroken, and rushed to the front, unknowingly picking up the colorful flower jade hand. Infatuated, why is Fairy Colorful Flower shedding tears? It's heartbreaking for my old Zhu. It was better not to say it, but as this sentence went on, Kaihua went pear-shaped and fell to her knees, crying, the great king has saved my life, and I have come to thank you. Help! Zhu Ganglai couldn't make sense of it and put his hands on Saiwa's shoulders to help her up. Puzzled, why don't I remember when I saved you? Saiwa's eyes were red and pitiful as she said, do you remember Lord Yin Yang? Zhu Ganglai certainly remembered. Yin Yang Shangren was a giant of the devil path, the patriarch of the Red Room sect, who specialized in practicing dual cultivation techniques in his life and plagued many good women, and was finally pierced through the heart by a whisk of dust by Shen Wang of the Vermilion sect. But the Red Room sect's Yin Yang superior? Shu Ganglai asked tentatively. The colored flowers nodded repeatedly, tears coming to their eyes in a pitiful manner. The youngest daughter was unfortunately taken captive by him as a backup for his dual cultivation, and thanks to the timely intervention of the great king, who killed this devil, the youngest daughter had a chance to live. Shu Ganglai sucked in a breath of cool air. Shen Wang was an unassuming fellow, and somehow the beautiful name of killing the Yin Yang Shangren had been placed on his head by the Jianghu people. It is said that people are afraid of being famous, but a little bit of reputation still has its benefits. This is not a big beautiful woman took the initiative to come to the door to thank. Shu Ganglai helped Kai Hua up and rubbed his hands together, smiling coyly. So there is such a destiny, that Yin Yang Shangren really deserves to be killed. I only hate that I didn't do it sooner. Kai Hua once again bowed down. There is only one thing that my daughter asks for, not to mention one thing. At this point, even if it was 100 or 1,000, Zhu Ganglai would agree. Seeing him nodding, Kai Hua said, my little daughter only wants to stay by the side of the great king and serve him for the rest of her life, as a way of repaying the great king's kindness. Ha! Zhu Ganglai was dumbfounded. Such a big piece of meat pie that it fell from the sky? This, Zhu Ganglai mumbled, with a twist of her head. Colored flower covered her face with her sleeve and said in a delicate voice, if the king doesn't agree, my daughter will have to die in front of you. When he finished, he made a show of banging his head against the wall. Such a big girl like a flower throws herself at me. If you don't say yes, husband, you will be too unkind. A clear and cold female voice suddenly sounded. Kai Hua was taken aback, fixed his eyes, only to see an icy white woman, stepped out in style, the corner of her mouth raised, pouring out of the country. Such a beautiful woman, actually called Zhu Ganglai husband? Could this woman be the legendary Jindan realm demon? Killing people white bones into mountains, White Tiger Ridge White Bone Cave, White Bone Lady. Zhu Ganglai was also startled, and his face changed into a pleasing look as he bumbled over to Lady White Bone, rubbing her shoulders and relaxing her. Ma'am, you heard everything that was said? Chapter 21, The Colorful Flower Conquered by Zhu Ganglai. Of course Mrs. White Bone heard it. Her face didn't have the slightest expression of anger, and she said with a smile on her face, since my sister has said so, my family's great king can't take advantage of you for nothing and must give you a name. Choose a good day for the wedding, and all will be well. Kai Hua was stunned, not expecting the legendary poisonous and tricky Lady White Bone to be so nice. She gave a curtsy. Thank you, sister, for making it happen. Lady White Bone smiled and arranged for her subordinate little demons to pack an upper room for Kai Hua. After the two maids left with Kai Hua, Zhu Ganglai heatedly laughed. Your ladyship is so reasonable. Lady White Bone gave him a blank look and said, does husband know where this man comes from? No. It's a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, and by chance, I saved her life, and that's why she wanted to give her body to me. Zhu Ganglai was smug. Lady White Bone sighed. Where in heaven is there a free lunch? She flung out a spy report, and when Zhu Ganglai caught it and looked at it, he was dumbfounded. He walked over to Mrs. White Bone and lowered his voice. Ma'am, how come she's from the demon beheading division? Lady White Bone poked at Zhu Ganglia's head with her green onion-like fingers as she did so. You are too pure of heart, and I'm afraid this mansion wouldn't be able to support itself for a few years without me. Zhu Ganglai only had to compensate for his smile while gently pounding her back. That's not because I'm blessed with good fortune. Marrying a virtuous lady like you, with you around, I don't have to worry about anything. The White Bone spirit sat on a reclining chair, crossed her long legs, casually picked a crystal clear grape, squeezed it into her mouth, and chewed on it. Not only is she a member of the demon beheading division, but she also has a blood feud with our demon clan. Her younger siblings were sacrificed to the inspiration great king many years ago, and she's bent on revenge. If that's the case, why doesn't Madam kick her out of the mountain and keep her in the cave? Zhu Ganglai said in disbelief. The White Bone spirit sneered. The demon beheading division most likely sent her here to be an undercover agent, to disassociate you few big demons. So let's simply use this as a plan. And tonight, you'll go and sleep in her room. It's night. Another full moon. Full moon in the sky. A few wisps of light smoky white clouds floating above, adding a bit of shyness. In the cloud stack cave, in an extremely ornately decorated room, Zhu Ganglai sat on a chair wrapped in animal skin. Colored flowers sat sideways on the bed, her head hanging lower. Her cheeks were red in her cascading hair. She had long known what she would have to pay for this trip, and luckily, God willing, Zhu Ganglai was a lot better and a lot more manly than she had imagined. And, just the one she liked. Zhu Ganglai touched the storage magic treasure on his earlobe, pulled out a royal special grade epimedium, put it in his mouth, and ate it slowly and methodically. Colored flowers whispered as her hands crossed and her 2 index fingers kept making circles. What is the king eating? There's always something to say to make it seem natural and make everything less awkward afterward. Shu Ganglai swallowed the remaining half of epimedium in one gulp, and the heat in his belly was already rising. Nothing. He walked towards the window. It was a beautiful night. He drew the curtains and the colored flowers took off their white boots. Nor was it anyone who blew a breath that extinguished the last candle in the room. The next day, early morning, Shu Ganglai stretched a big, dragon-like waist. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, colored flowers snuggled up to him with complicated eyes. Just after last night's incident, she suddenly felt a wild aura coming from all around her, and a golden dan in her own chi glowed. It's a sign of a breakthrough. Afterward, she easily broke through the bottleneck at the early stage of the Jindan realm, and the spiritual energy in her body turned upside down. Arriving at the middle stage of the Jindan realm, Kaihua was indeed a genius in cultivation, but she had also been stuck at the early stage of the Jindan realm for 20 whole years. I don't know if it was by chance or fate, but I was able to break through under the covers without realizing it. The look she gave Zhu Ganglai carried a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Ding! A beep also sounded in Zhu Ganglia's mind. Congratulations on the activation of the Many Suns, Many Fortunes system. You find a new partner and offer the following rewards. The bloodline level was raised to a 9th grade Shien Vein. Realm advancement, half-step Yuaning realm. 1 pound of rare grade epimedium. Comprehended skill, 10th level of Dragon Image Prajna Kung Fu. Your new partner improves to the middle of the Jindan realm, and the rest of your partner's children have improved by varying amounts. Shu Ganglai was overjoyed, not expecting the colored flowers to give him such a big boost. Not only was his bloodline talent enhanced, but his realm was also raised from Jindan realm consummation to half-step Yuaning. Moreover, he had also refined the demon beheading division's supreme technique, the Dragon Image Prajna technique. Nowadays it can be considered a veritable great demon. Even his own 400-odd heirs have transformed into more than 100, each able to spit human words and cultivate demonic techniques. Shu Ganglai wrapped Kaihua in his arms, and the young girl closed her eyes, quietly enjoying the sweet time. In the madness of last night, she forgot who she was. All she knew was that her husband was Zhu Ganglai. Buzz, buzz. Colored Flower's eyes snapped open and she moved her right hand away. Her right hand was planted by Hua Longfei with a sound-transmitting talisman, through which she could communicate with Hua Longfei, who was thousands of miles away. Husband, I'm hungry. She got up from the bed naked and got dressed. Shu Ganglai said with his mouth as he appreciated the beautiful scenery in front of him. Do you need to do this little thing yourself? Just ask the maid to bring it. Colored Flower smiled. I'm not that delicate. After saying that, she leaned down and gave Zhu Ganglai a kiss on his forehead. Kaihua walked out of the room, a pair of eyes constantly sweeping the corridor, found a place where no one was, used her aura, and stimulated the transmission note. Did it go well? In her ears, Hua Longfei's voice was quite urgent. A touch of sadness suddenly welled up in Saihua's heart. The head of the demon beheading division had gone so far as to sacrifice his subordinates for the sake of the merit of beheading demons and removing devils. Who is human and who is a demon when they are so unscrupulous? In a flash of lightning, Kaihua had made her choice. Don't contact. I'm afraid my Maharaja will misunderstand. After saying that, she activated her spiritual power and destroyed the sound transmission note. Thousands of miles away, the headquarters of the demon beheading division. Hua Longfei couldn't stop his palms from trembling as he looked at the transmission note in his hand. His eyes were filled with incredulity, unable to figure out what had happened in the last night's night that could have turned the colorful flowers, which had the deepest hatred for demons, upside down. His legs went weak and he slumped in his chair. Sitting across from him, Wario Fong had long been anxious, picking up Hua Longfei's collar and shouting, "What happened? You tell me." Hua Longfei muttered as his eyes were lax and the corners of his mouth twitched. Kaihua she was turned by Zhu Ganglai. Our plan fizzled out. What? Wario Fong couldn't believe his ears. His favored disciple had actually changed his discipline overnight. War Autumn Wind looked up to the sky and roared in grief and indignation, and the sound of an elephant roaring and a dragon roaring filled the sky and the earth. Zhu Ganglai, I'm going to set your bones to ashes. Chapter 22 Angry Wario Fong, 11th Taipao Qin Tian. Wario Fong clasped his hands together, blood pouring into his pupils, his hair flaring in anger, turned towards Hua Longfei, and shouted, Lord Hua, Wario Fong is willing to lead the 5,000 households of our department to crusade against Fuling Mountain and kill Zhu Ganglai. The old general has a white beard, and he has an air of vowing not to stop until he breaks the Fuling. Hua Longfei sighed, holding the other's arm with both hands, and said in a serious tone, Old hero, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Zhu Ganglai is just a Jindan realm consummate. Why do I need to labor you? Wario Feng's eyes widened in anger, and with a single stomp of his foot, the entire room collapsed and turned into pieces as he snapped. For someone from the demon beheading division to be turned by a demon race is simply the biggest joke under the heavens. Not only will I kill Zhu Ganglai on this trip, but I will also capture Kaihua back and lynch her in front of everyone in the demon beheading division. My old brother, you sit down first. Hua Longfei had wanted to persuade Wario Fong to sit down, but the entire demon beheading division headquarters had been destroyed by Wario Fong in a fit of rage, and when he looked around, there wasn't even a single wooden pier that was intact. He had to continue to persuade. You are the deputy director of the demon beheading division. You should look after the overall situation. There is a black bear spirit in the Black Wind Mountain, with a cultivation level of the middle Yuaning realm, and he has been committing a lot of evils lately, and now that we don't have enough manpower, it would be better for you to go and capture the black bear spirit first. After venting, Wario Fong gradually calmed down, continuously breathing heavily and helplessly. What about Fuling Mountain's Zhu Ganglai? Kaihua is my disciple. And after such a big incident in the demon beheading division, I should be held accountable. Hua Longfei had already had a plan in place and patted Wario Feng's shoulder, comforting him. A mere Zhu Ganglai, but he's only at a perfect Jindan realm cultivation. My demon beheading division has 13 Taiwanese guards. Which one of them isn't at a Yuaning cultivation level? Sending any one of them would be enough to cleanse Mount Fuling. Hearing him say this, Wario Fong nodded his head repeatedly. He said in a cold voice, Lord Hua has a point. Let's send Old 11. His dragon elephant Prajna Kung Fu has already been practiced to the 9th layer, and even though he is at the early stage of the Yuaning realm, he has the power of the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. Hua Longfei saw that Wario Fong was moved by his words and finally put his heart down and laughed. Good, let Old 11 Qin Tion, with the 5,000 households under his command, go over there and ensure that Zhu Ganglai and the traitor Kaihua are captured. There are no impermeable walls. Just as the demon beheading division's 11th prince Qin Tion was reorganizing his manpower, the news had been quietly leaked out. Outside the demon beheading division's military camp, a crow fluttered and flapped its wings as it flew in the direction of Mount Fuling. It didn't stop all the way and flew directly into the cloud stack cave until it saw the beauty wearing a white veil with icy skin and jade bones, and then it wouldn't stop. The beauty was none other than Lady Whitebone, who was constructing a potted plant with scissors at the moment, and when she saw the crows flying, she laughed softly. Dark cloud? What's the catch again? The raven flapped its wings a bit and fluttered, transforming into a thin woman in a black robe. Wu Yan cupped his fists and said, Back to Madam. I have just learned the news that Qin Tion, the 11th Tai Bao of the Demon Beheading Division, is preparing to lead 5,000 men under his command to attack my Fuling Mountain. What? Mrs. Whitebone lost her color. Her hand was careless and poked her finger belly, and a little bit of crimson seeped out. Ma'am, it is said that Qin Tion is an expert at the early stage of the Yuaning realm, and each of the 5 Qian-Tu under his command has the strength of the consummate Jindan realm. So what can we do about this? Mrs. Whitebone made an instant decision and turned decisively toward the other room, saying, I will report this matter to the king immediately, and you will probe and report again. After saying that, Lady Whitebone pulled out a brocade bag from her storage magic treasure and threw it towards the dark clouds. Wu Yan took it with both hands and was about to say something with his mouth, but Lady Whitebone had already walked away. She carefully unwrapped the pouch and was shocked to see that it actually contained a 9 dan. This was the reward given by Lady Whitebone, and Wu Yan did not expect that the reward would be so generous. The 9 dan was a Jindan level spirit elixir, and after taking it, it was able to pool the spiritual chi of heaven and earth at an extremely fast speed. With such a master, how could the demons of Mount Fuling not play with their lives? In the bathroom, the fog rose, too hazy to see faces. Mrs. Whitebone barged straight into the bathroom, and when she saw a pair of naked men and women frolicking in the pool, she immediately raised her willow eyebrows and angrily rebuked. It's all on fire, and you're still having a good time, ma'am, sister? The pair of naked men and women in the pool in Lady Whitebone's mouth were not Zhu Ganglai and Kaihua. Who else could it be? Zhu Ganglai wrapped one arm around Kaihua and extended the other arm towards Lady Whitebone, laughing. With you as a great steward, what could be an emergency? Quickly come in and enjoy a while with your husband. Seeing his lazy demeanor, Lady Whitebone was furious and lifted the 2 plates of fruit by the pool into the water, stirring up a bit of splash. Enjoyment, that's all you know how to do. Do you know that Qin Tion, the 11th Tai Bao of the Demon Beheading Division, is about to come with the 5 major thousand households under his command? Qin Tion? Zhu Ganglai didn't feel the slightest bit displeased by Lady Whitebone's actions, but instead frowned, recalling the name. The colorful flowers in his arms, however, were taken aback and muttered with their mouths wide open. Qin Tion, why is he here? Zhu Ganglai gently kissed Saihua's pretty face, hooked her chin with his finger and asked with a smile, You know him? Saihua's head nodded slightly, and with a hint of awe in her eyes, she said, Qin Tion is the most unruly one among the 13 Tai Bao of the Demon Beheading Division. He has been a dragon and phoenix since he was a child, and now at the age of only 50, he is already at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. A 50-year-old early stage Yuaning? Lady Whitebone's eyes were horrified. She had been cultivating for 500 years, but she was only at the consummation of the Jindan realm. Recently, because of Zhu Ganglia's acceptance of the colorful flowers, her bottleneck of the Jindan realm perfection as one of Zhu Ganglia's companions was vaguely loosening. Even so, she was still shocked by Qin Tian's unrivaled natural talent. Colored Flowers nodded her head with a heartbeat, saying, I'm almost in the same generation as Qin Tian, and I've watched him rise like a comet, and among his peers, he's almost a crushing presence. The white-bone spirit's complexion instantly became flustered. How could she not panic in the face of such a strong enemy? Husband, let's just hide. Her tone carried a plea. She had managed to have a home and a place to call her own and no longer wanted to lose it. Shu Ganglai picked up a cherry in the pool water and placed it in his mouth, smiling lightly. A heavenly pride like this, to be sent by the demon beheading division to deal with my old Zhu? Mrs. Whitebone threw him a grumbling look. It's not because you made a good thing happen. You had to form an anti-swing alliance for a good reason. And your headquarters is still set up in Fuling Mountain. So you've become a thorn in the side of those bigwigs in the demon beheading division, haven't you? Kaihua suddenly sobbed from the sidelines, her eyes already red. It's all my fault for expressing my feelings to Hua Longfei on impulse. The demon beheading division hates traitors the most. Qin Tian must have been sent by them to capture me. You guys hurry up, it's me they're after. Where Zhu Ganglai was willing to let go. He had long ago taken Kaihua into his arms and gently soothed her. Chapter 23, On the Eve of the Great War. The Demon King's reaction. The fog curling up from the bathroom seemed to cover the trio with a layer of gloom. Everyone did not expect the demon beheading division to react so strongly. Zhu Ganglai hugged Kaihua tightly, his mouth constantly soothing. What nonsense! If I, Zhu Ganglai, can't even protect my own woman, the heavens won't tolerate me. Lady Whitebone's beautiful eyes flowed. She really did not look at this man wrongly, and suddenly said, or else we'll find another cave and kill back when we've accomplished our cultivation? But what if the next cave is found by the demon beheading division? Find the next cave again? Zhu Ganglia's voice was as piercing as the cold wind. The white-bone spirit also ran out of ideas. Although she was gifted and skillful, she was ultimately a woman. Zhu Ganglai grinned a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said, it seems that Qin Tian has taken me as a stepping stone for his success. I'm not going to leave. I'd like to see how powerful Qin Tian is. Between the words, the king's domineering aura was revealed, and the two women looked dumbfounded. Colored Flowers couldn't help but warn. Each of the 5 demon beheading division thousands under Qin Tian has the strength of a perfect Jindan realm. Even if the great king has the confidence to deal with Qin Tian, the other 5 are not something that Fuling Mountain can deal with. Lady Whitebone nodded her head as she listened. Zhu Ganglai smiled mysteriously and said, don't forget, we still have an anti-swing alliance. The Yellow-Winged Monster, Golden-Horned Great King, Silver-Horned Great King, Inspiration Great King, and Little White Dragon. All of them were at the perfect cultivation level of the Jindan realm. There was no shortage of Jindan realm powerhouses under their command. The Whitebone spirit frowned and said, the demon race has not been united since ancient times. It's good that they don't look at jokes from the sidelines. How many of them can be willing to help? Obviously, she has no illusions that the members of the Anti-Swing Alliance will be able to do anything. If one can come, one is one. Zhu Ganglai looked set in his ways and said, it looks like a crisis. Maybe it's a good chance for my old Zhu to make a name for himself. On that day, Zhu Ganglai sent his young demons to send invitations to Yellow Wind Ridge, Flat Top Mountain, Eagle Worry Stream, and Tong Tian River, inviting all the demon kings to come and deliberate. Your great king has married the woman from the demon beheading division. Are you still afraid of retaliation? The Yellow-Winged Monster had a cold smile on his face, and his mouth blew gently against the invitation, which instantly flamed into flying ash. You, how dare you destroy the great king's invitation? Shiong Ba, who delivered the letter, could not believe what was happening in front of him. Just a few days ago, the Yellow-Winged Monster was still drinking with his own king and discussing the alliance. The Yellow-Winged Monster snorted coldly and said with his hands behind his back and his 2 mustaches curled, your family's great king knows that I have my eye on the colorful flower fairy, and he actually dares to jump ahead of me. There's simply no me. The Yellow-Winged Monster, in his eyes. When Shiong Ba heard this, he was so angry that he let out a loud cry, and the powerful fluctuations of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm suddenly burst out. When the Yellow Wind Ridge lesser demons saw this, they were all taken aback, and some of the timid ones simply threw down their weapons and prepared to run away. The Yellow Wind Monster sneered disdainfully and blew a breath of air at Bear Buster. This breath was even more terrifying than the fiercest hurricane, and Shiong Ba immediately felt that his legs had lost their heel, and then the sky spun around. When he woke up again, he was already 300 miles away from the Yellow Wind Ridge. Damn it! Shiong Ba got up with great difficulty, and after slightly recognizing the direction, he headed towards Mount Fulling. The leopard spirit went to the eagle's worry stream. After Little White Dragon received the invitation, his eyes gradually became grave. He solemnly put away the invitation and said, "Although I, Eagle Sadness Stream, do not have many soldiers and generals, but as an ally, I will naturally go all out. Go back and tell your great king to rest assured despite this. Eagle's nest, no less." The leopard spirit was overjoyed at his words and thanked Little White Dragon again and again for his righteousness. After receiving the invitation, Golden Horn and Silver Horn didn't have any panic, but instead laughed maniacally. Their laughter emboldened the donkey general who had delivered the message to ask, "Why are you laughing? Two great kings?" Silver Horn stopped laughing, the corners of his mouth still smiling, saying, "The good opportunity to make a name for myself has finally come. I'll order all my troops and horses and head to Fulling Mountain right away." General Donkey was shocked. Are the two great kings not afraid of the demon beheading division? Hearing this, Golden Horn and Silver Horn laughed even more wildly. Golden Horn said, "I have long wanted to fight with the so-called 13 Taba, but I have been suffering from the lack of opportunity, and I have to thank your great king for that." General Donkey was touched beyond words and hurried back to report to Zhu Ganglai. The python demon traveled to the Tong Tian River to deliver a letter, but was told that the Inspiration King had recently closed his death chamber and would not come out for a month at the earliest. The python demon could only let out a bitter smile, knowing that he had eaten a closed door. When the python demon left, the Inspiration King and the spotted clothes Mandarin woman came out from behind the screen. Inspiration's mouth was tinged with mockery. "I knew that Zhu Ganglai was courageous, but I didn't think that he would dare to mess up such a big basket, and he wanted me to take the blame with him." The spotted clothes Mandarin woman had a different idea, that Zhu Ganglai dared to act, but he was a real man. Her eyes cast to her ever-cautious and selfish High King and she sighed darkly. After the demons returned to Mount Fulling, they told Zhu Ganglai what had happened to them one by one. Bang! Tiger Sister slapped the stone table to smithereens with her palm and said angrily, "Yellow Wind Monster and Goldfish Spirit, these two treacherous fellows, how dare they victimize my Fulling Mountain?" Seeing her fury, Zhu Ganglai hurriedly came over and held her waist with his hand, gently helping her back to her seat, saying, "Is something like this worth your anger? Now that you're about to give birth, be careful of moving the fetus." Seeing the injuries on Shiong Ba's body, Zhu Ganglai pulled out a turquoise elixir from his storage earring and, without any further ado, directly stuffed it into Shiong Ba's mouth. After Shiong Ba took it, the injuries in his body instantly healed by 80%. It was actually a gene-done quality rejuvenation scatter, and he had hot tears in his eyes. Zhu Ganglai patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged everyone. I didn't think they would come to their aid in the first place, and it's already an unexpected blessing that Flat Top Mountain and Eagle's Worry Stream were able to help. The three of them are all great demons with long-standing reputations, and their methods are endless, so my confidence is even greater now." He then instructed the White Bone Demon, "Madam, Tiger Sister's labor is of vital importance, so don't be busy with anything else these days, and make sure to protect her." The White Bone Essence nodded. "Don't worry, husband, there are 12 maidservants with Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation guarding her 24 hours a day, and I'll be at her beck and call." Seeing that she had arranged it so thoughtfully, Zhu Ganglai nodded in satisfaction. He walked straight to the high platform and yelled, "Little ones!" The demons under the stage agreed in unison, their eyes full of adoration. "Though the incoming troops are many and strong, I have made a thorough deployment, so please join me in defending Mount Fulling." The demons raised their blades in unison, willing to die for the great king. Just a few months ago, most of them were beasts of burden, but now, one by one, they are able to spit out human words, cultivate demonic techniques, and have a long life to look forward to. Their gratitude to Zhu Ganglai was far beyond what anyone could imagine. Mrs. Whitebone, Kai Hua, had burst into tears, proud of her husband on the stage. Chapter 24, The Ruthless Qin Tion, the second generation of immortals, Zhuang Dai. On the official road, countless men and horses marched by in formation, all wearing silver armor, glittering with a piercingly cold aura under the sunlight. Crotch steed clear color red, is a spirit beast flame horse, although cannot be transformed. But even if it is the refining realm cultivator, also dare not say that 100% can win in single combat. Looking around, the entire legion was more like a blanket of snow covering the flaming mountain. The autumn wind was so stern that within a 100-mile radius, even the sparrows had been scared away. At the center of the legion, however, there was a bit of gold. A young man with a white face rode on a golden-yellow warhorse. His two eyebrows were so thin and long that they seemed to break through the clouds. His lips were slightly thin, and his two eyes were squinting vainly, looking listless. This person is the 11th general of the demon beheading department. Guns like dragons, Qin Tion. Behind him, 3 strong knights shared a tiger-headed Jianjin spear in their hands. The 3 are all cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm, but holding this gun in their hands is like holding a Tarzan, and bean-sized beads of sweat have already seeped out of the tip of their noses at their temples. The eyes of the 3 were incomparably haughty, as if having this errand was a matter of incomparable honor, and even if they were to take the throne in exchange, they would not be willing to put down the lance in their hands. There was a sword-carrying girl beside him, wearing a ponytail and a tight-fitting outfit that released her perfect curves to the fullest, looking clean and valiant. This woman is Qin Tian's second-in-command, the butterfly sword, Zhuang Dai, who has a half-step Yuaning realm cultivation at a young age. Zhuang Dai rolled her eyes when she saw that Qin Tian was sleepy and said, "Why are you slow and dilly-dallying when you could be hurrying along?" As a vice-general, but dared to question the Lord General in public. It was already a great disrespect, and according to the rules of the Demon Beheading Division, he should be heavily punished. But surprisingly, all the cultivators next to him were expressionless about it, as if they had seen this kind of scene often. "My Miss Shuang, what's your hurry? Isn't it good to take a good look at the scenery beside you?" Qin Tian lazily responded. Zhuang Dai skimmed her mouth and said, "I'm going to Fu Ling Mountain to kill demons, not to swim and see the scenery. Is killing demons that much fun?" Obviously, being the daughter of the heavenly Shin Palace's palace master, with a supreme status, she has to come to the Demon Beheading Division to practice. "I really can't understand what's going on in the heads of you second-generation immortals." Qin Tian sighed. These demons in Fulian Mountain were of mediocre realm, so they could be solved by sending 2 random thousand households. The only place to pay attention to on this trip was to protect Zhuang Dai, the second generation of immortals, and never get hurt. Otherwise it would be hard for him to deliver to his leader. Zhuang Dai is an acute person. Half a day of marching has exhausted her patience and pressed on. Qin Tian, the intelligence said that the demon king of Fuling Mountain, Shu Gang Lai, is only at the consummate cultivation level of the Jindan realm, so I can handle it alone. Why don't I go ahead and make a preemptive strike? Hearing this, Qin Tian instantly came to life, his sleepy eyes instantly widening as he hurriedly discouraged. "Never, little auntie, don't you spoil my plans." "A plan?" Zhuang Dai threw him a look of disdain. "A demon with a perfect Jindan realm. What need is there for a plan?" Seeing the young girl's incomprehension, the corners of Qin Tian's mouth lifted high, revealing a mysterious smile. "How could a mere district Zhu Ganglai be worthy of my hand? There are actually more than a dozen Jindan realm great demons within a few thousand miles of Mount Fuling, and they've even formed an alliance in an attempt to fight against the Demon Beheading Division." Zhuang Dai sneered. "They're really a mantis. They don't know what they're doing." Qin Tian smiled noncommittally and continued. "That's why Elder War sent me here this time to completely clear this area of demons and evils. And the reason I'm marching slowly is to give that pig demon time to hurry up and call all the demons he can, to save him from having to look for them one by one. These people hiding in the ravines have no other skills, but the ability to escape and hide is not small. So it was like this." Zhuang Dai nodded, finally understanding the main general's intention, and admiring it in his heart. She suddenly said, "But the intelligence said that Zhu Ganglai didn't intend to escape, but actively prepared for battle." "Ha!" Qin Tian licked his slightly dry lips, unable to hide the contempt in his eyes, and said, "So he's really living it up." In Qin Tian's eyes, as soon as Zhu Ganglai heard the news, he should have grabbed the time to pack his bags and flee in haste, otherwise it would be disrespectful to him. However, Zhu Ganglai hadn't, which made Qin Tian lose face and stirred up the tyranny hidden deep within him. This time, let there be bloodshed in Fulian Mountain. Qin Tian's eyes were icy cold as he snapped. 5,000 households. Set up the 1,000-mile tracking formation. Yes, the 5,000 households clasped their fists and obeyed the order. Their legs clamped together, and their people were already in the sky. The 5 of them aimed at the lush Fuling Mountain in the distance. Their hands lit up with a black ball of light, and a faint pressure was slowly released. Formation. The 5 of them drew out half of the spiritual energy in their bodies, and under the urging of the huge amount of spiritual energy, the black light mass was densely covered with tiny mysterious symbols, which were eventually connected together and transformed into a large web of runes. The faces of the 5 people were already pale. This 1,000-mile tracking formation had consumed too much. Zhuang Dai exclaimed in surprise. "For the sake of a Fuling Mountain, you actually used the 1,000-mile tracking array. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge?" Although this formation is called 1,000-mile tracking, once it is set up, any living creature in the formation will be clearly marked, and no matter where it escapes to, it will be as obvious as a firefly in the night. And when this array is used, it is often necessary to kill all the living beings in the array, leaving no survivors, in order to eliminate future problems. Qin Tian let out a faint smile. "It's better to get rid of evil. Open." The 5 great 1,000 households bellowed in unison, their faces turning from white to green, and the large network of runes instantly swelled up. Boundless, and flew into the sky above Mount Fulling, like a large black cloud that covered the entire mountain. 11 Taba. The 1,000-mile tracking formation has been finalized. The 5 great 1,000 households' faces turned pale as they clasped their fists and resumed their orders. Tion nodded in satisfaction and asked with a lazy smile, "Need a break?" The 5,000 households looked at each other and smiled, saying, "Back to the 11th Taipao. Against a mere Fulling mountain. A few of us can't even use 50% of our spiritual power." "Good, this typo likes your confidence." Tion laughed loudly, then flexed his fingers and 5 blood-colored pills fell into the hands of the 5 major 1,000 households. "But you can't be careless. This is the Berserker Dan. For a short period of time it can exert more power than its peak state, but it will be a bit troublesome after using it, so hopefully you won't have to use it." The 5,000 households immediately showed joy. They are all people who know what they are talking about. Although there are after effects after the use of Berserker Dan, it is still worth a lot. It is one of the best means of preservation when fighting for life and death. "Thank you, 11 Typo." Tion waved his hand and his eyes became even more venomous. "Now, remove the heads of the demon kings above the Jindan realm and the Fulling mountain and bring them to me. Don't let me down." The 5 great 1,000 households revealed sardonic smiles and flew towards Mount Fulling like arrows. Tion's voice was like a loud bell, and the entire army could hear it clearly. "Everyone else, kill all the demonic beasts in the mountain, whether they're transformed or not." Chapter 25, The Beginning of the Great War. Over Fulling Mountain, dark clouds were pressing down on people. "Report, say." Shu Ganglai had already been fully loaded and ready to go, as if he already knew what was about to happen. The little pig demon huffed and puffed, white foam coming out of the corner of his mouth, kneeling on one knee, hands clasped in fists, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Great King, the demon beheading division is here." "Sure enough, it's here." Shu Ganglia's eyes flashed with a hint of essence. His demeanor was not flustered at all, and he asked in a light voice, "How many?" "Back to the Great King. I can only see flags and dust and smoke. There are about 5,000 men and horses." The piggy demon replied loudly, cold sweat already seeping out from his temples. "Demonic beasts and the demon beheading division are originally life and death rivals, with you or without me." And as a young demon, he had heard countless stories of the demon beheading division using ruthless means to get rid of demons, and whenever he heard the 3 words demon beheading division, he would be awakened even in his sleep. But now, the demon beheading division has led a large army to the city. Cloud Stack Cave. Can it be defended? Seeing the panic within the little pig demon, Shu Ganglai got up and helped him up, smiling. "What are you panicking about? How far is the army from Mount Fulling?" The little pig demon was flattered, remembering that there was a great king with heavenly strength in his cave. He was a little more at ease inside and replied, "Back to the Great King. It's still 30 miles from the foot of the mountain, and we estimate that we'll be there in half an hour." Shu Ganglai shook his head and said, "It won't take more than half an hour. They've arrived by now." "Here? Where is it?" The little piggy demon looked left and right, but there was no sign of the demon beheading division. Turning back again, he found that the Great King's person had already disappeared from the spot and flew out of the cave. Then, there was a powerful voice, "All demons listen to the order. Follow me to meet the enemy." 30 miles was but a matter of minutes for the flaming horse. In the blink of an eye, the demon beheading division's army had already killed. "Dismount." 5,000 soldiers rolled over and dismounted in unison, waving their weapons in their hands and charging towards the mountain. Dense woods, clear rivers, and thick earth suddenly drilled out groups of demonic beasts clad in armor and armed with spears and swords, bravely charging at every enemy that invaded the territory. "Kill." Shiong Ba wore black armor, without any weapon in his hands. 10 claws that were sharper than sharp knives were his best weapons. In just one round, Shiong Ba tore the 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in front of him into pieces, and blood mist flew all over the sky. Shiong Ba raised his voice to the sky and continuously beat his chest to boost the morale of the demons in Mount Fulling. However, he did not expect a sudden stabbing pain to come from his back, and a spear stabbed him in the back of his heart. Enraged by the Demon Chopper Division's sneak attack, Shiong Ba's body spun with such force that the Demon Chopper envoy who had sneaked up on him was wheeled into the air. He drew the spear behind him, soaring out gurgling blood. The pain didn't make Shiong Ba fearful, but instead inspired a stronger bloodlust as he held his spear in one hand and flung it towards the demon-slaying envoy in the air. Pust! The spear pinned its owner tightly to the trunk of the tree. Shiong Ba grinned coldly and continued to charge towards the demon-slaying envoy, but the next instant a huge force like that of a Tarzan came from the top of his head, which was hair-raising. He hurriedly called upon all the aura in his body and roared, "Bear power!" On his skin, a layer of golden armor instantly condensed. The unstoppable shockwave had also arrived. The golden armor quietly shattered like an eggshell in front of the azure shockwave. Boom! On the ground, dust and smoke filled the air, and Shiong Ba was plunged into a huge pit 3 feet deep, and blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. He quenched the blood foam in his mouth and cursed, "Grandma, it's the Jindan realm." A demon-slaying envoy in a white robe floated to the ground. This person was one of the 5 great thousand households, the Green Dragon Envoy. "I can't find a Jindan realm great demon for a while, but I see you, stupid bear. It's your bad luck to meet me." He stretched out a finger, and the lurid azure light at the tip of his finger continuously condensed and compacted as a terrifying fluctuation quietly emanated out. If he was hit by this finger, no elixir could save Shiong Ba. "Remember, reincarnate as a human in your next life." The Green Dragon Envoy laughed lightly, then flexed his fingers and flicked his fingers, and points of azure light flew like lightning towards Shiong Ba in the pit. Just when Shiong Ba had already closed his eyes and was ready to die gladly, a jade-white palm appeared in front of him, surprisingly catching the azure point of light easily with a fleshy hand. With a gentle grip of that hand, the point of light transformed into millions of points of crystal, which drifted away with the wind. "Oh," the Green Dragon Envoy's eyes narrowed vainly as he sized up the man in white like snow before him. He couldn't help but stroke his palm and laugh. "Who did I say it was? It turns out to be the little white dragon of the eagle's worry stream. You're so righteous that you've come to accompany Zhu Ganglai to die together." The person who saved Shiong Ba was none other than the little white dragon Aolai. Aolai casually threw a few pills towards Shiong Ba's mouth and smiled lightly. "Even if I die, I'll die behind you." Sharp-tongued, the Green Dragon Envoy's face was grim and irritated, and a deep blue sword appeared in his hand more than once. "It's nice of you to show up of your own accord. Saves me having to look for you everywhere." Little White Dragon Aolai shook his head and said, "There's no time to talk nonsense with you. There are still many demon-slaying ambassadors that need to be resolved after resolving you." With a twist of his hand, a silver longsword was glowing with a crystal jade light and a murderous aura. At the foot of Foling Mountain, there were only 5 people left: 11 Tabat Qin Tian, immortal second-generation Zhuang Dai, and 3 cultivators who held guns on Qin Tian's behalf. Zhuang Dai couldn't help but shiver when she heard the earth-shattering sounds of sparring in the mountains. It was her first time to participate in a demon elimination operation. She couldn't help but ask, "Can the 5 great thousand households and the soldiers under their command really accomplish the tasks you have explained?" Qin Tian's face was not the least bit flustered, but also picked the fruit on the fruit tree next to him with interest, admiring the luster on it, and casually replied, "The only ones who can come to help Zhu Ganglai are Flat Top Mountain and Eagle Sadstream, but there are only 4 or 5 Jindan realms. Together with Zhu Ganglai himself and the White Bone Demon, there are at most 7 Jindan realms. Of these great demons, there are only 3 Jindan realm perfections. The 5,000 households are more than enough to deal with them." Zhuang Dai also couldn't help but nod her head. Every small realm of the Jindan realm was a world of difference. "Don't worry, the news of the shortcut will be coming soon. It is said that there is a spring of youth in the Cloud Stack Cave. If Miss Zhuang is interested, she can take a dip. I promise not to peek." Qin Tian smiled. "Bah!" Zhuang Dai blushed. "If you dare to peek, I'll gouge out your eyes." When he heard this, he laughed and stuffed the picked fruit into his mouth. But when he bit down hard, he realized that what he was biting into didn't seem to be a fruit, but a smelly, hard rock. Agoo. He hurriedly took out the fruit and covered his mouth with one hand. In the next instant, he felt the difference in his teeth, and he brought his hand to his face, which was covered in blood and a freshly lost incisor. Qin Tian was dumbstruck. A mist suddenly drilled out of his hand, and when the mist cleared, the red apple that was originally in Qin Tian's hand unexpectedly turned into a tall man with a thick body. The big man was embraced in Qin Tian's arms with a helpless face as he said, "I only like women. Can you turn me loose?" Chapter 26, The Great Battle Against Qin Tian. The golden-helmeted and armored, handsome-looking Qin Tian was currently straddling a strong man with a big waist, and the picture was extremely aesthetically pleasing. Next to him, Zhuang Dai looked dumbfounded. Qin Tian's pupils tightened, veins looming at his temples. A pair of eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. A push away from the strong man, opened his mouth that was missing an incisor. Furious, "Who are you that you dare to tease this typo with the method of change?" He was shocked and angry. Angry that the other party dared to tease himself like this, and shocked that this person was deeply versed in the method of change, and actually didn't even notice him. Who else could that big, burly man be if not Zhu Ganglai? Zhu Ganglai smiled and said, "Haven't you been looking for Grandpa Zhu? Now that the person is right in front of you, how come you still don't recognize him?" This person was actually the Demon King of Foling Mountain, the head of the Anti-Swing Alliance, Zhu Ganglai. Zhuang Dai was shocked and looked at the big man in front of him incredulously. This demon is actually so difficult to deal with. The first time he appeared on the scene let the 11 Tabat Qin Tian, who is known for his meticulousness, suffered a big loss. Immediately, she shook her head again. Although this teasing method had caused Qin Tian to be in a sorry state, it had not weakened his battle power in the slightest. On the contrary, Qin Tian's eyes were red and his teeth were gritted, itching to swallow Zhu Ganglai alive. Zhuang Dai silently took a few steps backward, casting a sympathetic look at Zhu Ganglai. A frenzied Tion. Even she couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. All in all, this pig demon's end would be quite miserable. Good. Tion's already white face became even whiter at this moment. Shu Ganglai, you really do have guts. Of course I have the balls. Shu Ganglai shrugged his shoulders and said, not only do I have balls, I have thousands of them, while you don't. And it's said that if a man's face is born too white, his kidneys must be bad. He turned his head to Zhuang Dai on the side again, winked, and said, this fairy sister, don't be entrusted with anything other than what you've been entrusted with. Put. Seeing his exaggerated expression and demeanor, Zhuang Dai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then she immediately felt that it was slightly inappropriate to laugh at this time, so she hurriedly covered her red lips with her jade hand. Seeing this, Tion's face turned even whiter with anger. Zhuang Dai has a distinguished family background, natural talent, and excellent looks. He has long regarded her as a forbidden domain, and originally wanted to go to Tianxian Palace to propose marriage after destroying Fuling Mountain this time. But now, the beloved actually laughed after she was taunted by her enemies. Where does this make Tion's face go? I had planned to kill you straight away and bring your pig's head back with me. Tion crossed his arms, his bone joints emitting a creaking and crunching sound like firecrackers. But now, I regret it. I'm going to take you back alive, put you in a prison, and torture you for 100 years. Tion's words were like a demon from the abyss, so vicious that it gave people goosebumps. Seeing Tion's unprecedented anger, Zhuang Dai and the three guards on the side hurriedly retreated far away. Just a short while ago, they had seen Tion tear a scaly dragon at the early Yuaning realm alive and skin it. Oh, Shu Ganglia's face calmed down instead. I think you're talking big. Having said that, he had already played 120% careful in his heart. After all, he was only a half-step Yuaning, while the other party was a solid early Yuaning. Tion laughed coldly. Soon you'll know if it's a big lie. The last word had just been uttered, and his entire person had disappeared in place, then instantly surfaced in front of Zhu Ganglai. His body was like an athletic cheetah. His 5 fingers formed into a fist, and even with the sharp sound of breaking wind, he heavily smashed down. You want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Zhu Ganglia's seemingly awkward neck suddenly swung nimbly, dodging Tion's punch, and then his entire body slammed straight into the other party, his arms like 2 giant pythons, tightly hugging Tion. Tai! Zhu Ganglia's tongue exploded with spring thunder, holding Tion rotated in a circle, suddenly spread his hands, and Tion, like a stone that was thrown out, rumbled, and 100-year-old willow snapped at the waist. What? The pig demon actually flung Tion away with one hand? Zhuang Dai and the 3 guards looked at each other in disbelief. They all saw from each other's eyes that they were full of incredulity. It seemed that it wasn't that easy for Tion to easily solve the pig demon. Moreover, this Shu Ganglai was not the Jindan realm consummation as stated in the intelligence, but had already reached half-step Yuaning. When did he break through again? Shu Ganglai didn't have any smug expression on his face, just the opposite. But instead, he became more grave. The strike that succeeded just now was because Tion's anger washed over him, leaving a huge hole in his shot, plus the fact that he was a demonic beast's body, much stronger than a human's physique, which was why he succeeded. Now that Tion had suffered a loss once, he would never be as careless as he was just now. At the broken willow, a heart-stoppingly terrifying fluctuation slowly emitted, and a silhouette stood up shakily, walking towards Zhu Ganglai step by step. Zhu Ganglia's eyes condensed. His strike is called Desperation Fall. If it is an ordinary Jindan realm hit, this move, not dead, also become a vegetable. However, Tion had only gotten a bit of dust on his body and had not suffered the slightest bit of damage. I admit that I did underestimate you. The anger in Tion's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by indifference and ruthlessness. Your martial skill level, the quickness and accuracy of the timing of your moves are all top-notch amongst the people I've seen. Speaking at this point, a trace of appreciation unexpectedly appeared in Tion's eyes. This made Zhuang Dai have to look at Zhu Ganglai a few more times once again. As the proud son of heaven, Tion had always been stingy with praising others. Zhu Ganglai said blandly, you're not bad either. There aren't many people who can withstand this strike from me, even though you're in the early Yuaning realm physique. However, you have to be careful now. The kind of carelessness just now, you won't see it again. The corner of Tion's mouth lifted up with a palpitating ruthlessness. In the next instant, Tion stepped on the dragon walking steps, his pace chaotic yet with a pattern, and rushed towards Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were filled with the remnants of his opponent's shadow, and if he wasn't careful, he received 7 or 8 blows on his body. He had just turned around and attempted to fight back when he was inexplicably kicked 4 or 5 more times behind him in pain. Luckily, Zhu Ganglia's steel tendons and iron bones had long since reached full level, and the strength of his physique was comparable to the early stage of the Yuaning realm. But it's not a good idea to keep getting beat up like this. What can we do? As he was trying to think of a way out, Zhu Ganglai took a heavy punch to the face and flew several feet away. Zhuang Dai, who was watching the battle, only felt pity. Being able to force Qin Tian into such a state with a half-step Yuaning realm, the remaining 12 Taibao could do the same. Zhu Ganglai was already considered to be an extremely rare super genius in the demon race. Unfortunately, another genius was going to fall at the hands of Qin Tian. With a successful move, Qin Tian pressed forward and attacked towards Zhu Ganglai once again. When he was extremely close to Zhu Ganglai, he realized that the other party had actually closed his eyes. Qin Tian laughed coldly inwardly. How dare you get distracted even when you're fighting against me? 5 fingers clenched and a heavy fist blasted away. Suddenly, Zhu Ganglai opened his eyes. A huge hand the size of a bushel clutched Qin Tian's fist like a cloth wrapped around a rock. Qin Tian's eyes were immediately shocked. Chapter 27, Means to an End. Zhuang Dai's eyes were filled with astonishment. She had thought that Zhu Ganglai wasn't that easy to defeat, but she couldn't have imagined that he would be able to bring so much trouble to Qin Tian. At this moment, Zhu Ganglai was 10 feet tall, with explosive muscles all over his body, a long mouth with sharp teeth, and a bloody mouth, just like a demon god descending into the world. Dharma, heaven and earth. The first level. At this moment, Zhu Ganglai was surrounded by surging spiritual energy, like the water of a great river. Such abundant spiritual energy was enough to be comparable to the early stage of the Yuaning realm. The piercing spiritual light on Qin Tian's iron fist flashed continuously, and he finally pulled his fist out of his opponent's palm, flipping backward continuously in the air and staying dozens of feet away. He had a stony face, and his helmet had been thrown out during the battle, so his long hair was scattered at this time, and he was shocked when a few blood marks were scratched out at his fists. I can't imagine that you, a loose pig demon, would actually know a Yuaning lower grade technique? There are levels of Gongfu. Each level of realm corresponds to a level of Gongfu, and the same level of Gongfu is divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. Zhu Ganglia's face was like a flat lake as he said, "What? Are you only allowing people from your demon beheading division to do it?" Humph. Qin Tian raised one arm and shouted, "Gun come!" The tiger head Zhanjing gun that was always held in the hands of the 3 guards seemed to have heard the call. Suddenly the golden light appeared, and the powerful fluctuation lifted the 3 gun-wielding guards to the ground, all of them looking pale, with blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The tiger head Zhanjing gun traveled through the air like streams of light and finally landed steadily in Qin Tian's hand. Qin Tian, who had gotten his weapon, changed his normal state, his long hair fluttering in the air, and his eyes bursting with cold aura, like a god of war in the world. A brisk wind came up and the leaves rustled. Qin Tian solemnly said, "From now on, I'm going to treat you as a true opponent. Only a powerful enemy is worthy of me utilizing my tiger head Zhanjing gun." Zhuang Dai, who was watching the battle from the side, looked grave. Actually able to force Qin Tian to use the tiger head Zhanjing gun. Was the pig demon strong to this extent? The tiger head Zhanjing gun, a 7th grade spiritual treasure, had a trace of the soul of the divine beast, the white tiger, sealed at the tip of the gun, and a boundless fury slowly emanated out. Obviously, the dead souls under the gun were not a few in either quantity or quality. Don't think that you're the only one who knows Yuaning level techniques. Powerful heaven-breaking technique. Qin Tian shouted as his body suddenly swelled by more than 10 times, almost equal in size to Zhu Ganglai. And at this moment, the fluctuation of spiritual energy within Qin Tian's body had already reached the peak of the early stage of the Yuaning realm, infinitely close to the middle stage. With such a powerful technique, I'm afraid that it has already reached the middle grade of Yuaning. Zhu Ganglai looked austere, knowing that this battle was a matter of life and death, and he could not be careless. His hand touched his earring, and a 9-toothed nail rake appeared in his hand, sharp and compelling. Zhuang Dai's eyes were shocked as she blurted out, 6th grade spiritual treasure. In the Tianxian Palace, there is an extremely strong elder. He is the possession of a 6th grade spiritual treasure free zither, and the pig demon in the hands of the 9-toothed nail rake's breath pressure. Surprisingly, with the free zither is not the same. Abominable. Qin Tian's eyes were already full of cynicism. As a supreme genius of a prominent family, he had already gone through great effort to obtain a 7th grade spiritual treasure, and had even experienced life and death. And the other party was just a pig demon with no reputation. Yet he was able to casually take out a 6th grade spiritual treasure. An idea suddenly popped into Qin Tian's mind. Could it be that the other party had mistakenly entered some ancient secret realm? This is the only way to explain why the pig demon carries a variety of divine powers and spiritual treasures. Zhu Ganglai glanced at the flowing 9-toothed nail rake in his hand and secretly sighed. The 9-tooth nail harrow was carefully crafted by Lord Taishang and is a 1st grade spiritual treasure. If we talk about quality, it is even higher than the monkey's Rui weapon. Unfortunately, for some reason, the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand now has an extremely serious loss of aura, and can only be considered a 6th grade spiritual treasure. he responded to Tion with a smile. Are all the Imperial Guards of the Demon Beheading Division so unseen? The killing intent in Tion's eyes was unabashedly released in a cold voice. Just a thug who doesn't know what's good for him. When I kill you, everything you have on you will be Bentai Bao's. After saying that, he leapt and his figure shot out explosively, and the surrounding trees were shaken by the powerful fluctuations and snapped by their roots. The golden spear in Tion's hand glowed with a dazzling light, and the boundless fury was even more terrifying than the demonic aura. Aiming at Zhu Ganglia's head and smashing it down fiercely, Zhu Ganglai grinned a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth, raised the nail rake with both hands, and his sturdy and powerful legs were firmly planted on the ground, like a rooted old tree. Dang! Zhuang Dai had long since covered her ears. Even a half-step Yuaning would not be able to stand facing this deafening sound of divine weapons colliding. As for the 3 Demon Beheading Division guards, they were already bleeding from their 7 orifices at this point and had died. Look at the battlefield. Tion eyebrows erect, eyes covered with blood, teeth clenched, forehead veins appear. This round, even as tough as he, palm of his hand at the tiger's mouth also shocked even numb. Zhu Ganglia's 2 thighs, at this time, were deeply sunk into the mud, and the slightest bit of blood oozed out from his palms. Like a caged beast, he stared at the other man dead in the face and squeezed his voice out from between his teeth. Worthy of the Yuan-ing realm. Tion looked arrogant and said, to be able to force this typo to this point, you are also proud enough. If this is all you have, you can still be given a pain in the ass if you tie your hands at this time. Hearing this, Zhu Ganglai laughed coldly, and his body suddenly swelled with extremely powerful demonic power that seemed to devour heaven and earth. Dharma heaven and earth. Second level. The land underneath Zhu Ganglia's feet, with him as the center, quickly cracked apart, and huge mud and rocks were shaken into midair. His size continued to increase and his strength grew geometrically. Tai! Zhu Ganglia's hands exerted upward force, and Tion's golden spear suddenly bent into an arc like a long bow. Damn it! Cold sweat oozed out of Tion's cheeks. The pig demon's technique called Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth was definitely not a Yuaning lower grade. It was most likely a Yuaning upper grade, or even reached the level of Yuaning extreme grade. The golden spear in his hand, under the terrifying confrontation, had already made a cackling sound. If he continued to fight hard like this, I'm afraid that the tiger head Zhenjin gun would be damaged. When Tion's hand was loosened, his body instantly felt an irresistible bouncing force and directly flew to a height of several hundred feet. Where to go? Zhu Ganglai stomped 1 foot and flew up into the sky on the royal wind, in hot pursuit. Watching the battle, Zhuang Dai looked dumbfounded. This battle has been completely out of her expectations. Both sides of the means out, almost tied. It was thought that after this battle, Zhu Ganglia's demonic name would surely resound through the eastern lands. Tion had been immersed in gunplay for decades, and was proficient in all kinds of gunplay. A golden gun in his hands was like a snake coming out of a hole, always scurrying out of places where Zhu Ganglai would not expect it to be, and was extremely insidious. Zhu Ganglai, relying on the demon beast body, left and right block, a 9-foot nail rake dance to the world changed colors. Explosive thunder-like sound of breaking wind constantly resounded. The constant collision between the 2 spiritual treasures was like a flood of bells. Frightening. Chapter 28, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, 10th level. In the Fulling Mountain, the killing shook the sky. The 5 major demon-slaying ambassadors, thousands under Tion, Xinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, and Mythical Beast, had all found their opponents. The Green Dragon Envoy took on the Little White Dragon Aolai. The White Tiger and Xuanwu took on the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Pinnacle Mountain. And the Vermilion Bird and Mythical Beast took on the other Jindan Realm Great Demons. And at this moment, all of them were attracted by the fierce fight over the Fulling Mountain. Their jaws dropped and they forgot about the enemy on the opposite side. Xing Longshi's pupils tightened in disbelief as he angrily said, "How does the intelligence agency work? Zhu Ganglai is clearly in the early Yuaning realm, so why did he say he was in the Jindan realm's consummate stage?" The 5 demon beheading ambassadors all broke out in a cold sweat, fearing for their lives. In case Zhu Ganglai didn't go and take the initiative to find Tion, picking 2 unlucky ones randomly among the 5 demon-slaying ambassadors, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to survive more than 10 rounds. Being my opponent and still dare to freeze? Little White Dragon made a move of sheepish needles, brushing 3 swords, a murderous aura running through the sword light, frightening the Green Dragon Envoy to hurriedly retract his thoughts of watching the spectacle. What amazed the Green Dragon Envoy was that although Little White Dragon's realm was only in the late Jindan realm, falling 1 realm behind him, when it came to the level of his techniques and sword strokes, he was far inferior. The opponent was like the son of a mysterious family with an ancient inheritance, casually using a move that made the Green Dragon Envoy need to expend a great deal of strength to break it. The 2 demon chopper ambassadors facing off against the Golden Horn and Silver Horn had pretty much the same idea, gradually becoming exhausted in the face of the endless stream of treasures. The sword flashed, taking away a piece of clothing and a splash of crimson. The skin on Cheng Longshi's left arm was split open and gurgling blood flowed down. Blood continued to slide down from Little White Dragon's blade, dripping onto the ground. A small falling mountain. So many experts have appeared today. The Green Dragon Envoy's heart set off shocking waves. His face became more and more gloomy. His palm knocked downwards, and a red pill with a bloody odor appeared on his fingertips. Cheng Longshi hesitated for a moment. Then a flash of determination appeared in his eyes as he swallowed the red pill directly. Little White Dragon's face changed in shock. Berserker Dan? The corners of the Green Dragon Envoy's mouth gradually lifted upwards, revealing his eerie white teeth, and his lips turned scarlet as he slowly said, "Good insight. It's none other than the Yuaning level elixir. The Berserker elixir." As he spoke, the Green Dragon Envoy's body began to swell. His expression became incomparably agonized. A wave of spiritual energy that was enough to destroy everything emanated from his body, and his black hair turned blood red and fluttered in the air. Half-step Yuaning. Little White Dragon was shocked. The Green Dragon Envoy revealed an evil smile. At this moment, Little White Dragon was nothing more than a relatively powerful ant in his eyes. Die! A green dragon silhouette that was so illusory that it was close to being real roared out, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it charged towards the Little White Dragon. In the sky above Mount Fuling, Qin Tian and Zhu Ganglai had already fought for 100 rounds without a win. The more Qin Tian fought, the more anxious he became, hating the fact that he would poke a transparent hole in Zhu Ganglai in the next round. As he violently dodged to the side, his expression grave, Zhu Ganglia's heart tightened. Was this guy going to use his last card? Qin Tian sighed and said, "To be able to force me to this point, you are also the first in the world." Zhu Ganglai wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with him and stood in strict wait. Qin Tian let go of his hand, letting the golden spear hover beside him. His arms opened up as if to give Zhu Ganglai a hug. His mouth opened steeply, and the endless spiritual energy of the heavens and earth enveloped him instantly. A whirlpool of extremely fast rotating speed of spiritual energy continuously drilling into his mouth. A dragon's roar and elephant's whistling sound resounded over Mount Fuling from time to time. At the bottom of the mountain, the faces of the many demon beheading ambassadors and demons suddenly changed. A suffocating pressure descended from the sky, and even the flow of spiritual demonic power in their bodies stopped for a few moments. Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes showed shock, and her mouth even began to shiver. This is the 9th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique. Dragons and elephants are undoubtedly the representatives of powerful forces among all creatures, and it is said that the Dragon-Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, when practiced to the 9th level, has the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. The terrifying aura on Qin Tian's body was still climbing, eventually stopping at the middle stage of the Yuaning realm as he stood in the sky and proudly said, "Zhu Ganglai, are you ready to die?" When these words came out, even the demons in the Fuling Mountain looked gloomy, even if their own great king was heavenly talented, with a half-step Yuaning cultivation comparable to the early Yuaning realm's battle power. But what was desperate was that Qin Tian, as the son of a great family, and with the abundant resources of the demon beheading division, had only more means than Zhu Ganglai. Zhuang Dai covered her wildly beating heart and muttered, "It's over. To die? You're not worthy yet." A thick mockery surged in Zhu Ganglia's eyes, which caused Qin Tian to become furious once again. Qin Tian sneered, "If your cultivation was as powerful as your mouth, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation today." After saying that, he held his golden spear in his hand and stabbed straight through the air, and the sound of the dragon elephant roaring resounded through heaven and earth. Die! At that moment, Zhu Ganglai closed his eyes. He quietly activated his gong method, and inside his body, a lock-breaking sound rang out one after another. The shot was not far enough away. At the bottom of the mountain, the demon beheading envoy's eyes showed delight, while the eyes of the demons contained despair. Zhu Ganglai violently opened his eyes and opened his mouth. A dragon's roar accompanied by an elephant's whistling sound broke out, shaking everyone's ears. Qin Tian's all-out shot was only half an inch away from Zhu Ganglia's heart, but even though he used all of his spiritual energy and his veins were rippling, the golden spear in his hand couldn't move forward any further. Blood seeped out along the corners of Qin Tian's mouth as he was horrified. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, 10th layer. How is this possible? The Zhu Ganglai in the eyes of the crowd was like an absolute ferocious beast at this moment, with 10 divine dragons with different aptitudes and 10 demonic elephants with giant trunks and tusks emerging behind his back, spreading their teeth and claws as if they were going to devour everyone. As for the fluctuation of the demonic power in Zhu Ganglia's body, it had also reached the mid-Yuaning realm, and was even 1 point stronger than Qin Tian. You dare to steal the demon beheading division divine skill. You deserve to die. Qin Tian was incredulous as he pointed his finger at Zhu Ganglai, countless jealousies welling up in his eyes. This dragon image Prajna Kung Fu was exactly the reward given to Zhu Ganglai by the many suns, many fortunes system. These days, Zhu Ganglai has been practicing day and night, and has finally succeeded in practicing it. This could give Tion a heavenly surprise. One must know that even geniuses such as Tion had only practiced up to the 9th layer, and the 10th layer of the heart technique could not be obtained even with his status as a taipa. In terms of momentum, Zhu Ganglai once again stood on the upper hand and said aloud, "Little Tion, why don't you bind your hands and be killed?" The reaction of the crowd under the mountain came to a 180-degree reversal again, and the sharpness of all the demons rose, shouting in unison, "Long live the great king!" The demon chopper envoys, however, were all gloomy and uncertain, not saying anything, but their eyes were already slipping elsewhere, attempting to find a smooth escape route, cursing in their hearts, "What 11 taba? They can't even beat a pig demon. A bag of." Zhuang Dai put his hands on his mouth and shouted, "Lord General, stay in the mountains, withdraw." The many demon beheading ambassadors also had a sense of withdrawal in their eyes, agreeing with Zhuang Dai's idea. Tion's face was red and white with anger. As the proud son of heaven, he couldn't endure this defeat. An additional black pill that looked unremarkable appeared in his hand. Even Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when this medicine was released. Chapter 29, Tion takes the forbidden pill. Under the crisis, Tiger's sister finally gives birth. In Tion's hand, the small black pill that was originally pitted and inconspicuous on top suddenly became rounded after seeing the wind, and a layer of mysterious and evil luster appeared. The air was filled with a thick scent of blood, and a faint sense of oppression swept over the air, even more than Tion himself. Zhu Ganglai looked grave. He had seen this Dan in his previous life. It was called the Devil's Blood Dan. It was refined by a great devil of the God transformation realm. In order to refine this Dan, the devil consumed the heart blood of 99 Jin Dan realm powerhouses, and was able to break through his own realm within a short period of time after taking it. But the aftermath was also quite serious. Not only was there a risk of going off the deep end, but it could even turn into a homicidal maniac who only knew how to take people's hearts. Tion, you're crazy. How dare you use the demon blood pill? Zhuang Dai shouted loudly to stop. Obviously, she also saw the origin of the black elixir in Tion's hand. A magic blood elixir? Upon hearing these words, a clamor erupted from the Fulling Mountain. This was a forbidden elixir that was expressly prohibited by all righteous sects. As the Demon Beheading Division's imperial protector, how could Tion have such a vicious elixir hidden in his hands? Even the people from the Demon Beheading Division began to secretly worry that if Tion went berserk after taking it, they themselves would not be able to escape destruction. All shut up, Tion shouted as his long hair fluttered about and blood penetrated his pupils, looking like he had lost his mind. I took this medicine to kill the pig demon. Zhu Ganglai, I need your life today. Tion's muffled voice continued to echo in the sky, and Zhuang Dai didn't dare to say much, only thinking in her heart that after returning to the Demon Beheading Division, she would definitely take Tion to task. Seeing Tion take the elixir without hesitation as exaggerated aura fluctuations continued to gush out from his body, Zhu Ganglia's throat rolled. Now that he had played all his cards, if Tion broke through to the late Guanin realm after taking the elixir, even he would not be able to do anything about it. Unless, Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but glance toward one of the hidden caves on Mount Fulling, and then the whistling gun wind came to his ears. Zhu Ganglai, at this point in time, you still dare to wander off. His eyes had turned black, his lips were scarlet, and his surroundings were filled with black baleful chi. If a cultivator with a cultivation level below the foundation establishment realm were to inhale a mouthful of it, I'm afraid that they would instantly be killed on the spot. The Great King. All of the demons on Mount Fulling looked at Zhu Ganglai with worried eyes, praying in their hearts for a miracle. Dangling. Zhu Ganglai swung up his nail rake and blocked the shot in time, but the tremendous force coming from the gun directly shattered his tiger's mouth, and his whole body fell from the sky with a rumbling sound, smashing a huge rock. Tion looked downward, and even had a hint of looking askance as he laughed evilly. A mere pig demon. How dare you stop this typo? He stretched out his other hand, spread his 5 fingers wide, and shouted, Shien Gong. A powerful attractive force appeared from Tion's palm, and in an instant, flying sand and stones were flying, and Zhu Ganglai lost his center of gravity as his entire body floated towards Tion's palm. With despair in their eyes, the demons of Mount Fulling watched as their own great king's neck was tightly clutched by Tion. Tion laughed triumphantly. Zhu Ganglai, just a pig demon who got lucky and achieved enlightenment. How dare you compete with the white moon with the light of a glowing fire? About to die. What else do you have to say? Zhu Ganglia's face was purple and green as he struggled to squeeze a few words out from between his teeth in a blur. Tion didn't hear clearly. The strength of his fingers loosened a bit, and asked with a smile, I'd like to hear what you want to say? Begging for mercy? I'm afraid it's a little late for that. Zhu Ganglai was finally able to speak, and he struggled to make a sound out of his throat that resounded over Mount Fulling. Go tiger sister, go for it. Zhuang Dai shook his head, thinking that Zhu Ganglai was so delirious from the beating that he started talking nonsense. According to the intelligence, Tiger's sister was one of Zhu Ganglia's companions, and her cultivation level was only at the perfection of foundation establishment realm, so what role could calling her to cheer play at this time? He also laughed up to the sky, his eyes showing a hint of pity as he sarcastically said, "Dead to the world and still thinking about women, is." After saying that, he also lost his interest in striking Zhu Gangli again, and his 5 fingers slightly exerted force, admiring Zhu Ganglia's face that kept changing from red to white. In the distance, a hidden cave. Lady Whitebone looked anxious and kept pacing the floor, looking every now and then at Tiger's sister, who was sweating in pain on the bed. Tiger's sister was covered with a clean white sheet that had been stained with bright red blood, and at the end of the bed, 4 birth attendants were doing their best. "Harder! Use more force! The baby's head is out! Keep pushing!" Hope suddenly welled up in the eyes of the Whitebone spirit, while her heart beat wildly and she chanted, "Mother and child are safe! Mother and child are safe!" She cast her eyes to the sky again, uncountable worries in her eyes, and murmured, "I hope I can make it." Suddenly, a baby's cry rang out, and Mrs. Whitebone turned around in ecstasy, crystal tears welling up in her eyes. A laboring woman was seen shrinking back from the sheets, holding a child still covered in blood in her arms. The laboring woman's eyes were filled with relief and exhaustion as she smiled. "Congratulations, it's a male." Tiger's sister was relieved, her eyes looking to her child, full of love. "Child, may your presence save your father's life." A trace of doubt flashed across Qin Tian's eyes. According to his expectation, with the strength of his fingers now, Zhu Gangli should have suffocated to death. But now Zhu Gangli not only didn't die, but instead struggled more and more. What? A mysterious power suddenly arose within Zhu Ganglia's body, and as a person who had been there before, Qin Tian knew that this was a sign that the consummate Jindan realm was about to break through the Yuanying realm. Qin Tian's pupils tightened as his 5 fingers continued to exert force. Zhu Gangli stretched out his hand like lightning and yanked Qin Tian's wrist, twisting it backhandedly with a crisp sound. His face immediately turned white with pain, and the golden spear in his other hand kept stabbing out, but he lost his rhythm. Zhu Gangli broke free and laughed loudly, easily dodging the golden spear. When the winds and clouds changed, seemingly to welcome the birth of a Yuanying realm great demon, just now, a beeping tone appeared in Zhu Ganglia's mind. The many sons, many fortunes system congratulates you on the birth of your son and offers the following rewards. The level of the bloodline was raised to a first-grade Shien vein, and every airborne from then on could transform into a demon right after birth. 1 pound of 1,000-year-old epimedium. Cultivation level up, early Yuanying realm. Acquired technique, 8 to 9 Shien Gong. Open demon mansion. Divine soul level, first-grade divine soul. Your partner and children, all of them gained different levels of cultivation. In a flash, the winds and clouds changed. With Zhu Ganglia's current cultivation level, coupled with the enhancement of Fa Tian Xian Di and Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, and the 9-toothed nail rake, which was now a 6th-grade spiritual treasure, even Qin Tian, who had taken the forbidden pill, was not a match for him. Qin Tian was shocked and furious, his voice trembling. "What demonic art do you practice?" Zhu Gangli grinned. "Do you want to know? Attach your ear." Qin Tian was stunned for a moment and was just about to open his mouth when the 9-toothed nail rake rolled with a howling wind and in the twinkling of an eye had already arrived at his ear. Chapter 30 Defeating Qin Tian, Zhuang Dai stays behind. The 9-toothed nail rake with black strange light smashed down like a stormy wind. Qin Tian's face changed greatly. A golden spear stretched to the limit. Every time the golden spear and nail rake collided with the sound of golden stone, deafening. Less than 20 rounds. Qin, whether force is not good, decisively turn around to disappear. Where would Zhu Gangli be willing to let the duck at his mouth fly away? He shouted, "Long!" The 9-tooth nail harrow instantly became longer, a full 30 feet in length, surpassing Qin Tian's figure. Zhu Gangli slightly adjusted his angle, flicked his wrist, and the 9 nails solidly stuck on Qin Tian's body, splattering clumps of blood. Zhu Gangli exerted another force. The nail rake was immediately shortened. 9 nails penetrated the body. Qin Tian's eyes slowly blackened before his eyes, and with intense unwillingness and despair, he hung on the nail rake and did not move. The proud son of heaven, the 11th governor of the demon beheading division, the Qin Tian who had taken the demon blood pill, died in the hands of an obscure pig demon just like that? Everyone looked to the sky, stunned, still unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Zhuang Dai's eyes were complicated, her teeth lightly biting her red lips, and a different look flowed out of her eyes as she looked at Zhu Gangli. This demon named Zhu Gangli never gives up even when he is in a desperate situation, and turns the tide against the odds with his own strength. Father Sama would have liked such a young man. Die! Little white dragon stabbed out with his sword, piercing the green dragon envoy through his throat, and the other 4 demon beheading division thousands also died under the golden horn and silver horn's magic treasures. The rest of the men and horses of the demon beheading division were quickly routed, crying out for help, and were chased by the demons of Fulian Mountain, leaving behind countless armies, horses, and supply wagons. In this battle, Fuling Mountain won a great victory, thwarting the demon Beheading division and subduing the little white dragon, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and other great demons. The aura of Fuling Mountain swelled unprecedentedly, and the demons coincidentally raised the weapons in their hands, their eyes full of worship. Maharaja, Maharaja, Shu Ganglai returned to the ground, and when he saw Little White Dragon and Golden Horn and Silver Horn, he didn't pride himself on his current status as a Yuaning realm powerhouse, but instead humbly cupped his fists and sincerely said, "Today's battle, if not for the three of you who traveled thousands of miles to help, it would have been difficult for Fulian Mountain to win, and I will never forget the kindness of the three of you." Seeing this, the three demons quickly returned the salute. "Great King is polite. We are extremely impressed with Great King. If something happens in the future, just send us, we will never excuse ourselves." This battle had also completely subdued the three demons, and now Zhu Ganglai already had more than the late stage of the Yuaning realm, and could also look at the entire eastern land and see a party in a majestic manner. The three demons naturally had the mindset of hugging their thighs, while at the same time secretly rejoicing in their hearts that they had bet on the right ships. That yellow wind monster and inspiration Great King thought that Fuling Mountain would be unbeatable and thought that they had already repented at this time. Shu Ganglai said, "Three of you take a moment to give news. Mr. Zhu still has an important matter. Go and come." What else was important at this time besides celebrating? The eyes of the three demons were filled with confusion, and before their eyes, Shu Ganglai stepped on a dark cloud and instantly lost sight of him. In front of the hidden cave, Mrs. Whitebone had long been eagerly awaiting, and when she saw Zhu Ganglia's windy and fiery arrival, the anxiety in her eyes instantly transformed into a strong joy. Without waiting for Zhu Ganglai to ask, she said, "Tiger Sister gave birth to a male doll. Mother and child are safe. You should go in and take a look." As soon as Zhu Ganglai took hold of Lady Whitebone's coquettish hand, he ran towards the cave, and when he saw the haggard-faced Tiger Sister holding her sleeping child, with Kai Hua, who was busy around her, his heart was warmed to the core. He stepped forward and was just about to take the child when he saw Tiger Sister gently shaking her head and whispering, "Is the baby asleep?" Tiger Girl nodded happily. A pleased smile appeared on Zhu Ganglia's face, and at this moment, he felt that the great battle of the party was all worth it. He instructed his young demons to give the laboring woman 10 times her honorarium, and then instructed Tiger's sister to take care of her health. Tiger's sister laughed. "There's nothing wrong with my body. Can't you see the change in me?" Change? Zhu Ganglia's eyes sized up Tiger's sister for a few rounds, and suddenly realized with surprise, "You've made a breakthrough?" Tigress smiled and nodded. Only then did Zhu Ganglai remember that due to the multiple suns and multiple fortune system, all of his partner's heirs had gained cultivation boosts, and Tiger Sister had also broken through the Foundation Establishment realm shackles, becoming a great demon in the early Jindan realm. Colorful Flower was about to break through to the late stage of the Jindan realm, while Lady Whitebone broke through the bottleneck of the Jindan realm consummation and became the early stage of the Yuanying realm. The child born to Tiger Sister was born at the early stage of the Qi refining realm, saving a lot of trouble. In this way, the overall combat power of Fuling Mountain once again ushered in a qualitative leap. Lady Whitebone alone was enough to deter the great demons in a 10,000 mile radius, and Shu Ganglia's bloodline also crossed several grades in a row from a 9th grade Xian vein to a 1st grade Xian vein. When he was a pig demon in his last life, he was only gifted with a 2nd grade Xian vein. From now on, he would be extremely fast in both his cultivation techniques and demonic immortal arts. Far from the same day. Report! A small demon ran all the way and knelt down on one knee in front of Zhu Ganglai. Say, report to the Great King. This battle captured 500 people from the Qi refining realm, 170 people from the Foundation Establishment realm, 2 people from the early stage of the Jindan realm, and also, 1 person from the half-step Yuaning. Zhu Ganglai raised his eyebrows, rather surprised. The Qi refining realm and Foundation Establishment realm captives were considered normal, and the early stages of the Jindan realm were considered reasonable. However, during the party's battle, there was never any fluctuation of a half-step Yuaning cultivator making a move. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who is that half-step Yuaning demon slaying envoy?" The little demon's eyes blinked and her tone was ambiguous. Back to the Great King. "It's a woman." Between the words, the little demon also used her hand to compare the woman's concave and delicate figure. "Oh," Zhu Ganglia's eyes narrowed, finally remembering the identity of the half-step Yuaning woman, thinking that it was the vice-general who had been following Qin Tian around. And it was indeed a rare celestial beauty. He immediately commanded, "Take me to her." When Zhu Ganglai saw this woman, the woman was dancing with a long sword in her hand, fighting with the little white dragon, and her entire body was proud, like a butterfly through a flower, attracting everyone's eyes. This woman's sword is so powerful that the little white dragon is slightly less than vaguely falling into the wind. Zhu Ganglai immediately stopped. Stop it all. The little white dragon and the woman have stopped. Zhu Ganglai sneered. As a captive, you still dare to resist. Could it be that you are not afraid of death? The woman's cheeks puffed out in anger, and she chirped. This young lady stayed of her own accord. Not a captive. Zhu Ganglai turned back and thought about it, and felt that this was reasonable. Put in his absence here. If the woman wanted to run, with the half-step Yuaning cultivation, who could leave her behind? He smiled and asked, who are you? Why are you willing to stay of your own accord? The woman retrieved her long sword, clasped her fists and saluted, and said, I'm Zhuang Dai, I'm Qin Tian's lieutenant, and I'm staying here to be here. Speaking here, Zhuang Dai's words were a bit hesitant, but they were still decisively spoken. It's to find a dragon son-in-law for Tianxian Palace. After saying this, the crowd was shocked. Tianxian Palace was in existence like the Taishan Beidou of the Eastern Land, and the palace master Zhuang Shanglong had stepped into the legendary refined void realm 100 years ago, and now he was afraid that his cultivation would go even further. And this young girl called Zhuang Dai actually said that she was looking for a son-in-law for Tianxian Palace. I wonder which demon in Fueling Mountain has such a blessing. Chapter 31 Tianxian Palace. Zhuang Dai's thoughts. Tianxian Palace? The name of this clan had been heard of long ago even by Zhu Ganglai. It is said that Tianxian Palace is extremely mysterious. The disciples rarely appear in the world, but once in the Jianghu, it will be a bloody storm. The disciples under the Tianxian Palace didn't necessarily always train hard in the sect, the demon beheading division, the voodoo sect, and all the other major forces in the eastern lands had their presence, and the Zhuang Dai in front of him actually said that he would be looking for a son-in-law for Tianxian Palace in Fuling Mountain, which aroused Zhu Ganglia's curiosity and he couldn't help but ask, dare I ask Miss Zhuang, who is the son-in-law you're looking for Tianxian Palace? In the battle just now, Zhuang Dai did not make a move to harm any of the demons in Fuling Mountain, plus she claimed to be working for Tianxian Palace, so Zhu Ganglai naturally had a few points of respect for her. Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes blinked, giving birth to a few moments of playfulness, and slowly said, Tianxian Palace is a super sect in the eastern lands, so the son-in-law you're looking for naturally has to be a dragon and phoenix among men. That was natural, and everyone who heard it nodded their heads in unison. Zhuang Dai added, this person must be far more talented than other geniuses, have top-notch intelligence, be deeply versed in the way of unification, and finally be a great hero. After hearing this, the cave burst into laughter. Golden Horn laughed. Wouldn't it be more accurate if you simply added another clause that the person must be surnamed Zhu? There was another burst of laughter in the hall. Zhuang Dai's face rose up in two blushes, shy and annoyed, saying, laugh again, and I'll cut out all your tongues. Then, in a little girl manner, she hung her head and fiddled with the corners of her coat. Obviously, the son-in-law she was looking for Tianxian Palace was Zhu Ganglai. Hearing the crowd of demons coaxing, Zhu Ganglia's face also heated up a bit as he stopped the crowd of demons from laughing and said, dare I ask the girl, if I were to go and become the son-in-law of Tianxian Palace, which young lady would I marry? After hearing this, Zhuang Dai's face turned even redder, practically a budding flower. Seeing her like this, the little white dragon sighed and said, even little cutie, also see that the Tianxian Palace disciple who is going to marry Zhu Ganglai is you. Zhuang Dai raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Zhu Ganglia's expression, then hurriedly lowered her head again, and finally summoned up enough courage to nod heavily. Zhu Ganglai didn't know if he was considered a hero or not, but one thing was completely certain, he was a lover. After just 2 short encounters, he develops feelings for Zhuang Dai. Silverhorn exclaimed, a beautiful woman matches a hero. Since the two love each other, let's choose a day to do it. Golden Horn picked up, not bad. Tonight is both a celebration banquet and a handing over of cups. It's 2 happy events. The demons laughed again. This time, even Zhu Ganglia's face felt like it was on fire. Zhuang Dai suddenly exclaimed, not today. Seeing her refusal, Little White Dragon asked curiously, why is that? Without waiting for Zhuang Dai to explain, Lady White Bone laughed. It's a great thing for our Zhu family to add to the imports, but you brown people don't know the rules in the slightest. How could a super sect like Tianxian Palace be so casual in marrying a disciple? We should prepare generous gifts and go to Tianxian Palace to propose marriage. These words were completely in Zhuang Dai's heart. She nodded her head repeatedly and said, still this sister understands things. Only then did the demons wake up from their dreams, and secretly lamented in their hearts. This Fuling Mountain has just started. How much family money can there be? It looks like it's going to hemorrhage again. Golden Horn said, Brother Zhu is marrying his wife. I, Flat Top Mountain, will naturally help out. The 2 of us brothers will go back and prepare first. Little White Dragon nodded and said, don't worry, Brother Zhu, I'll go back and prepare, to ensure that you won't lose face when you go to Tianxian Palace. After the 3 demons bid a brief farewell, they led the small demons under their command to leave Mount Fuling. Lady Whitebone smiled and said, "The Great War has just ended and I still have a lot to do, so you guys can talk first." In a flash, only Zhu Ganglai and Zhuang Dai were left in the hall. Zhu Ganglai let out a bitter smile. "Miss Shuang, as you can see, I have many women around me. I'm afraid it's not fair to you. Think about it again." Zhuang Dai immediately responded, "Manly man, which one doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? As long as you have a share of my position in your heart, it's enough." When she finished, she hung her head, brightly colored. Zhu Ganglai still shook his head and said, "Your Tianxian Palace is a prestigious sect while I'm a demon. How could your division agree?" Hearing his words, Zhuang Dai's eyes became bleak. Even if she was more deviant, she still had to consider her father and the sect's thoughts. She suddenly remembered something and opened her mouth. "I have a younger brother who has the soul departure syndrome. My father has visited famous doctors all over the world and is at his wit's end. If you can cure my younger brother, my father will definitely agree." Zhu Ganglai was delighted at his words and said, "I do know a few demon friends who are proficient in the art of healing, so I might be able to save your brother." Zhuang Dai immediately shook her head. "My father has looked for many great doctors from famous families, but none of them can cure it. The soul separation syndrome must be cured by a master whose divine soul rank reaches the 2nd grade before there is a glimmer of a chance of healing." Zhu Ganglia's eyelids jumped violently. Just a moment ago in the system rewards, he was rewarded with a divine soul 1st grade, making him overjoyed. Between heaven and earth, besides demonic beasts and cultivators, there was also an extremely powerful profession, the Divine Soul Master. Divine Soul Masters mainly cultivated the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and could attack their enemies with divine soul power, unknowingly and extremely terrifying. Even in his previous life, when Zhu Ganglai was at his peak, his divine soul grade failed to enter the grade. But now, through the many suns, many fortunes system, he had easily reached the 1st grade of divine soul, which was enough to make him ecstatic. Divine Soul Masters had extremely high requirements for the strength of the cultivator's soul, and every Divine Soul Master was 1 in a million. The 2nd grade Divine Soul Master is even more of a godly figure, and is extremely rare when looking at the Eastern lands. Moreover, due to the reason that Divine Soul Masters have been practicing alone for many years, each one of them has high eyes and high self-esteem, and most of them have strange personalities, which makes it extremely difficult to invite them. Although Zhu Ganglia's divine soul had reached the 1st grade, he didn't have any techniques for cultivating the divine soul, so he couldn't call himself a 1st grade divine soul master at the moment, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Seeing that he was embarrassed by his question, Zhuang Dai lightly bit her lip and stamped her foot. "If I can't, I'll run away with you. My father favors me the most anyway." Zhu Ganglia's head shook like a rattlesnake drum as he said, 10,000 times impossible. "I've heard that Tianxian Palace's disciplinary rules are strict and absolutely do not allow disciples to defect." Zhuang Dai, however, said, "Fear not, my father is the palace master of Tianxian Palace. He made all these rules and changes them when he says so." "Ha!" Zhu Ganglai was instantly dumbfounded. He had thought that Zhuang Dai was the disciple or heir of one of the Tianxian Palace's elders, and he never thought that the young girl actually had such a great background. He asked in shock, "Your father is Zhuang Shanglong?" Seeing the young girl nod her head, Zhu Ganglai couldn't close his mouth in shock. Zhuang Shanglong was a void refining realm powerhouse, and in the entire eastern lands, he was an existence that turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Zhu Ganglai was now at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. After the Yuaning realm was the spirit transformation realm, and only after the spirit transformation realm was the refined void realm. He couldn't help but wince. "Elope? How dare you think of that?" If Zhuang Shanglong knew about it, his own pig's skin would not be peeled off alive? Chapter 32 News of the Relic Inheritance. After learning that Zhuang Dai was Zhuang Shanglong's daughter, Zhu Ganglai hurriedly shook his head. Although he was horny, he also knew the importance of life. Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes flowed with tenderness, still refusing to give up. A sudden flash of light in her mind, her crafty eyes blinked and said, "Since you're afraid of my father, I won't give you a hard time." Zhu Ganglai retorted, "It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just worried about causing unnecessary trouble." Actually still afraid, Zhuang Dai did not poke his mind. Said, "However, half a year from now when Tianxian Palace opens its inheritance, you'll have to go and give it a try, won't you?" Opening the legacy? Zhu Ganglai didn't move on the surface, but his heart was moving. The entire eastern land, vast and boundless, countless ancient immortals and Buddhas had fallen, all of which had been transformed into a relic legacy. In every inheritance, there are great opportunities, great creations, accompanied by the risk of giving one's life. In addition to the self-imposed organs in the relic inheritance, there are also countless collusions between those who covet the inheritance. Now that he had completely offended the Demon Beheading Division, it was possible that one day the Demon Beheading Division would make a comeback and send in a powerful person of the Transformation God realm, and at that time, I'm afraid that he would have no tears to cry. What's more, it was getting closer and closer to the time when the goddess of mercy in her previous life had sought her protection for the Tang monk to fetch scriptures in the western heaven. But although Zhu Gonglia's strength had skyrocketed, the gap between him and the real immortals and Buddhas was still out of reach. Seeing Zhu Gonglia's heart moved, Zhuang Dai's lips lightly opened. The words were very tempting. That nail rake spiritual treasure in your hand looks dull in light color, so I think it has been damaged. It is said that in the Tianxian inheritance, there are a variety of divine materials for repairing weapons, such as the quenching mixture immortal liquid. Upon hearing the name of the quenching immortal liquid, Zhu Ganglai instantly stared tightly at Zhuang Dai, and even his breathing became a bit rougher. Quenching an impurity immortal liquid is the best divine material for purifying and removing impurities for spiritual treasures. Nowadays, only 4 of the 9-toothed nail rake's nails were undamaged, and the remaining 5 were dull. If he could obtain the quenching immortal liquid, not to say that it would allow the 9-toothed nail rake to recover 100%, but at least it would be able to be upgraded by a whole level to the level of a 5th grade spiritual treasure. In the battle with Qin Tian, if the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand had been restored to the 5th grade, Zhu Ganglai definitely wouldn't have been pushed to the brink, and Qin Tian's tiger-headed Zhanjin gun would not be able to withstand the power of the 9-toothed nail rake at all. Half a year? Precisely. Zhu Ganglai left the space to mediate for Fuling Mountain. He can walk away, but Fuling Mountain is now in a stormy time. Cannot leave him. Seeing his face cloudy, Zhuang Dai seemed to have guessed what Zhu Ganglai had in mind and said, "You're afraid that after you leave, the Demon Beheading Division's army will invade Mount Fuling and hurt your wife and children, aren't you?" As the words came out, Zhuang Dai's red lips pouted, clearly having a hint of jealousy. Zhu Ganglai smiled sarcastically. Zhuang Dai thought to himself, although the pig demon is lustful and has many concubines, he treats each partner from his heart and is willing to protect them with his life. From this point of view, it seems that he is much better than those righteous people who are so moralistic that they abandon their wives at the drop of a hat. Not bad for a man I've got my eye on. Zhuang Dai deliberately sighed and said, "Who asked you to be the man I'm looking at? Let me solve this dilemma for you." Zhu Gonglia's face showed ecstasy. He actually had this intention long ago, but he just never had the heart to say it. Tianxian Palace was a superpower in the eastern lands, with a long heritage, many powerful people, and marvelous techniques that were far beyond the Demon Beheading Division. The young girl in front of her was the jewel in the palm of the heavenly Shien Palace's palace master, and a word from her was a holy decree in the Demon Beheading Division. He solemnly bowed to Zhuang Dai and said, "Many thanks to Miss Zhuang for being willing to solve my worries. I owe you a big favor." Zhuang Dai skimmed her mouth and muttered, "Who cares about your favor?" Zhu Ganglai gave a dry laugh. "In that case, you are promising me?" Zhuang Dai said. Zhu Ganglai cupped his fists and said, "This is Miss Zhuang giving me the chance. If I don't go again, won't I be ungrateful?" He had already kept Zhuang Dai's thoughts in mind, and his heart was touched in a million ways. Zhuang Dai took out a jade slip in her jade hand and tossed it to Zhu Ganglai, saying, "Tianxian Palace is located in the extreme east of the Eastern Land, connecting to the Eastern Sea, and in half a year's time there will be countless geniuses and strong people converging, so don't be proud of yourself." Zhu Ganglai caught the jade slip and slightly sensed it with his spiritual energy, knowing that it recorded the details of all the major forces in the Eastern Lands, as well as the address of Tianxian Palace. Zhu Ganglai was even more grateful to the girl in front of him, and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, girl, I am now a first-grade divine soul, and if it is possible for your brother's soul separation syndrome, I will definitely do my best." Hopefully, thinking of his brother's illness, Zhuang Dai also felt a headache. However, she was still happy that Zhu Ganglai was willing to make a save, even though she thought that it was impossible for Zhu Ganglai to go from a not yet initiated Divine Soul Master to a second-grade Divine Soul Master in just half a year's time. Since that's the case, I'll go back and prepare first, and in half a year, I'll be waiting for you at Tianxian Palace. After Zhuang Dai finished these words, she reluctantly left. "Don't worry, I will definitely cure your brother, obtain the inheritance, and marry you." Behind her came Zhu Gonglia's oath. Zhuang Dai pursed her lips and smiled. Even her steps became much lighter. Is this the flavor of being in love? Demon Beheading Division. Headquarters. Wario Fong leaned on a master chair, before he was sent by Hua Longfei to the Black Wind Cave to get rid of the demon. That black bear spirit is extremely Taoist. Only Yuaning middle stage strength. Can he Yuaning realm peak strength have failed to subdue each other? The mood is poor to the extreme. At this time, he was leisurely and contentedly listening to the actresses singing songs to relieve the indignation in his heart. But in his heart, he was thinking of his former disciple, Kai Hua. Although there was a difference in age and generation, but Wario Fong had an unspoken affection for Kai Hua. But unfortunately such a good cabbage was arched by Zhu Ganglai. Click! The glazed marigold in Wario Feng's hand was pinched and crushed. and there was hidden anger rising in his eyes. I hope that Tion will pay attention to how he is going to do it. But don't beat Zhu Ganglai to death. When he is captured to the demon beheading division, he will make Zhu Ganglai beg for his life, beg for his death. And only then will he be relieved of the hatred in his heart. Report, General War, there is an urgent military situation. From Mount Fulling? Back to your honor. Exactly. Nyen. Warchio Feng's face looked slightly better. Good news had finally arrived. Yes. The subordinate unwrapped the golden seal and took out the letter paper inside. His face suddenly changed and his mouth swallowed. Warchio Fong closed his eyes and said impatiently, "Why can't the words make sense? Is Zhu Ganglai dead yet?" Back to your lordship. Zhu Ganglai is not dead. The subordinate replied carefully, his heart restless, lest the content of the next piece of information angered the other party. One must know that Warchio Fong was extremely harsh in governing the army, and used heavy punishment whenever he moved, and all the armies of the demon beheading division were very afraid of him. Oh, Warchio Fong raised his eyebrows and laughed. This is good news. This kid Tion did a good job. When will he come back? I want to celebrate him. The subordinate's face turned pale, and it was only after a long time that he responded. Back to your excellency. I'm afraid that Taba Chin won't be able to come back. Chapter 33, Demon Beheading Division's Shock. The messenger trembled with fear, his legs constantly shivering. Can't come back? Where did this brat go to make waves again? Belying that he's the pride of the Qin family. He's so disobedient? Warchio Fong shook his head. The Qin family was a great family in the eastern lands, more powerful than the demon beheading division. Thus it was not good for him to discipline Qin Tian. The messenger fell to his knees with a thud. In tears, my lord, Qin Taibao was killed by the pig demon, and the 5,000 households under his command were all martyred, and the army was defeated at Fulling Mountain. What? Warchio Fong slapped the table. The table turned into pieces. Boundless killing intent surged in his eyes. The amazing spiritual power fluctuation could not be suppressed and broke out of his body. The singing actresses screamed in fear and fled in all directions. How dare you lie about the military? Warchio Fong gripped the collar of the messenger's coat. His eyes were extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to swallow the other party in one bite. Behind him, a soft sigh rang out. Put him down. The military information is all true. If someone else said it, Warchio Fong naturally didn't believe it. But the person who spoke was his top boss Hua Longfei, which didn't allow him to disbelieve it. Warchio Fong picked up the messenger and flung it away. With a bang, the messenger fell to the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Get out! Warchio Feng's eyes were dark, and the messenger hurriedly limped away. Old battle. You shouldn't be too anxious. Things aren't as simple as you think. Hua Longfei sighed and discouraged. This old man in front of me, I don't know when his temperament will change. Lord Hua, this can't be possible. The pig demon is only at the consummation of the Jindan realm. Qin Tian is at the early stage of the Yuanying realm, and he's a pride of the Qin clan. These two aren't even at the same level. Warchio Fong was still incredulous and roared loudly. Calm down and take a good look at this military intelligence. Hua Longfei was clearly displeased with his yelling and flung him a piece of intelligence. When Warchio Fong received the information, his face changed drastically as he muttered, how is this possible? Zhu Ganglai used the dragon elephant prajna technique? Or is it the 10th level? The 6th grade spiritual treasure nine-toothed nail harrow? Breaking through to the Yuanying realm in the middle of a battle? Warchio Fong couldn't believe his eyes. A demon that he had never looked at before was actually so capable of killing the Qin clan's heavenly pride. He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, how is Zhuang Dai? She won't be, too. The latter words, even Warchio Fong didn't dare to say them again. If the consequences were as he thought, I'm afraid that the demon beheading division would be doomed. Hua Longfei shook his head. Zhuang Dai was captured alive by Zhu Ganglai, unharmed. Warchio Feng's wildly beating heart only then calmed down a bit, said, I think it is Zhuang Dai show his identity. Zhu Ganglai has some scruples, otherwise with his lustful character, Zhuang Dai is difficult to escape the devil's mouth. But, the corner of Warchio Feng's mouth revealed a sardonic smile. Zhu Ganglai has offended Tianxian Palace and the Qin family. Even if he's more capable, he won't be able to escape the end of his body and road. Hua Longfei shook his head again and said, the opposite happened. Zhuang Dai met me just now and told me that Zhu Ganglai is not the great traitor and evil person that the intelligence said he was, and asked the demon beheading division not to make things difficult for Mount Fulling anymore. What? Warchio Feng's eyes showed shock. How could the daughter of the heavenly Xian Palace's palace master condescend to intercede for a demon? Hua Longfei's eyes were complicated, and he spoke with difficulty. Zhuang Dai said, that Zhu Ganglai is her future husband. Warchio Feng's face turned white. His body involuntarily retreated 3 or 4 steps in a row, and his gaze lost its color. It's backfired. It's all backfired. Suddenly, his eyes erupted again, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver, and said, what about the Qin family? Zhu Ganglai killed the future heir of the Qin family. the Qian family will definitely not let this go. His words were filled with malice, as if he was extremely resentful of Zhu Ganglai. It was indeed true that Zhu Ganglai had robbed the colorful flowers that he had coveted for so long. Hua Longfei sighed. You still haven't read the intelligence properly. Qin Tian openly taking the demon blood pill violates a major taboo of the righteous path. Even if he wins against Zhu Ganglai, he will still be heavily punished. Wario Fong then seriously looked towards the second half of the intelligence. There were already a number of large clans that had publicly condemned the Qin family, and the Qin family had no choice but to admit their mistake, publicly announcing that Qin Tian was no longer a member of the Qin family, and that they would henceforth be strictly restraining their own clansmen. Wario Fong seemed to have lost all his strength, and his originally radiant face looked extremely aged. The demon beheading division could no longer make a move against Mount Fuling, and the Qin clan had announced that they had severed ties with Qin Tian. So, when will the hatred of taking my wife be avenged? Hua Longfei gently patted Wario Feng's shoulder, his tone slightly sympathetic, and said, Old war, colorful flowers and Qin Tian are all people under you. The above is very dissatisfied with you recently. You first rest for a period of time. Wario Fong snapped his head up and stared deathly into Hua Longfei's eyes. Just now from the other party's words, he seemed to hear a hint of gloating. They say it's a period of rest, and I'm afraid the next thing you know, you're going to be relieved of military power and taken out of your position. But Hua Longfei's status and strength are higher than his. The two are in a competitive relationship, and Wario Fong can't do anything about Hua Longfei. If you want to blame the damn Zhu Ganglai. Wario Feng's eyes were filled with resentment. His whiskers and hair fluttered in the air, and when Hua Longfei left, he raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Junior Zhu Ganglai, I'm going to break you into pieces. In the distance, Hua Longfei heard his rant, and an imperceptible cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. 800 miles of the Tong Tian River. The river lapped at the banks, stirring up a wild wave. At the bottom of the river, an extremely ancient city residence welcomed a guest. The guest was none other than the yellow wind monster, who looked urgent and walked hurriedly, as if he had something big in mind. The great king of inspiration had been waiting in the parlor for a long time, and when he saw the yellow wind monster hurrying in, he picked up his glass of wine with one hand and rubbed his other hand on the upper body of a woman in a spotted dress and let out a light laugh. What is Brother Huang so flustered about? What a time to be drinking for fun. The yellow wind monster snatched the inspiration great king's wine cup and blew away the spotted-clothed Mandarin woman beside the inspiration great king. The great king of inspiration shook his head helplessly and snorted. Isn't it just a Zhu Ganglai? See how scared you are. Where is the yellow wind monster's might now? The yellow wind monster looked anxious. Before Zhu Ganglai asked for help from you and me. You and I ignored it, and now he's so powerful that he actually killed the 11 Taijins of the demon beheading division, and it's going to be our turn next, so how can I not be in a hurry? The great king of inspiration, however, shook his finger and laughed lightly. Zhu Ganglai acted in a very different style from the demons, and was self-possessed. You and I just didn't help him but didn't harm him, so why should we be afraid? That being said, who knows what that pig demon has in mind? What's more, the Qin clan and the demon beheading division are both pressing on right now. And Zhu Ganglai doesn't have any worries about dealing with us. The great king of inspiration suddenly stared at the yellow wind monster with a smile. If someone helps you break through the Yuaning realm, and then gives you Xian level techniques, will you still be afraid? How is this possible? The yellow wind monster lost his voice and exclaimed, only to see the inspiration great king clap his hands, and on the side of the lobby, an old man with white hair slowly stepped out. What he said is true. As long as you promise to deal with Zhu Ganglai, the old man will give you unexpected benefits. Chapter 34, Gao Zuilan's arrest. The old man was not angry, and there were constant flashes of essence in his eyes, so it was clear at a glance that he was not a character to be messed with. The yellow wind monster, however, let out a strange cry and quickly took out a three-stranded steel fork from his storage magic treasure, pulling a safe distance and shouting with a vigilant face. Inspiration, you actually dare to pit me. This person is clearly the second in command of the demon beheading division. Wario Fong, seeing his guarded face, the inspiration great king smiled. Brother Huang, you're mistaken. General War is here to help us and will never make a move. Not bad. Wario Fong nodded and said, if you want to make a move, the old man will never talk nonsense with you. The yellow wind monster didn't drop his guard and asked tentatively, is the old general really going to help us? The resentment in Wario Feng's eyes couldn't be concealed, and a murderous aura emanated out, scaring the yellow wind monster into thinking that the other party was going to make a move. Wario Feng's words were filled with a senile chill. Zhu Ganglai is harming one party and has an ineradicable hatred with me. The demon beheading division is a corpse, so I have to ask for your help. However, you will never be shortchanged. His rough and powerful hand then spread out, and a stream of light flashed out from his hand, making the yellow wind monster drool as he watched. These Are they enough? The yellow wind monster nodded his head repeatedly and smiled wickedly. With these, I, old Huang, can kill Qin Tian as well. In that case, let's have a good time planning. The inspired king revealed a satisfied smile and once again summoned his underling wise man, the spotted mandarin woman. Inside the cloud stack cave, a big man with a stout figure was soaking in the spring water, his eyes tightly closed, and above his head, a purple mist was constantly rising. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, shooting out amazing rays of light, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 8-9 Shien Gong, finally got started, Shu Ganglai said to himself. This 8-9 Shien Gong is the Erlang God Yang Jin's best skill. Without the system, I'm afraid I'll never get it. Powerful feats are similarly divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Shien, and Yellow. Beyond that, none of them are ranked. The law of Heaven and Earth that he had obtained from the system in the past was a top-grade yellow rank technique, and although it was extremely rare, it was simply a world of difference when compared to the top-grade Earth-grade technique 8-9 Shien Gong. But this 8-9 Shien Gong, a total of 5 weights. One weight is more difficult to practice than the other. Even the system only granted Zhu Ganglai the secret of the Gongfu, without directly allowing him to comprehend it. Fortunately, Zhu Ganglia's bloodline talent had already reached the first grade Shin vein, so he was able to cultivate the 8-9 Shien Gong to the first level in a relatively short period of time. Report! The summoning little demon knelt on one knee. Say, reporting to the great king, the divine soul cultivation technique you were looking for is available. Zhu Ganglia's face showed delight. A few days ago, he sent out a cadre of small demons to scout for techniques to cultivate the divine soul in the Jianghu, and he didn't expect to have a clue so soon. Elaborate. Back to the great king. 3 days ago an auction surprised with the appearance of a yellow rank mid-grade technique called Soul Skill, which was auctioned off by the inspiration great king of the Tong Tian River at a price of 10 million spirit stones. Soul cultivation techniques were extremely rare, so even if they were of low quality, they could still fetch a high price. Hearing this news, Zhu Ganglai was slightly lost. It was not easy for a divine soul cultivation technique to appear, but he was preempted, which made him regret. If it was someone else, maybe he could still turn around and sell it to himself, but the inspiration king guy, the oil and salt, he can't go out and grab it. Seeing the lost expression of his own great king, the messenger revealed 2 rows of teeth and laughed. Great king, there's another good news. The inspiration great king heard that you need a technique to cultivate the divine soul and wants to invite you to the Tong Tian River. He's willing to transfer it. Is that true? 1,000 times over. Zhu Ganglai pondered slightly, thinking that he must have been inspired to learn about his defeat of Qin Tian and wanted to flatter him. Great king, inspiration is crafty and deceitful, not to be trusted lightly. Behind the screen, Lady Whitebone slowly stepped out with colored flowers. Saiwa's eyes were red and surged with monstrous killing intent. Hearing the 4 words inspiration great king, she simply couldn't sleep at night. Zhu Ganglai wrapped his arms around Kaihua and comforted. Don't worry, ma'am. Inspiration has been eating children for so many years and has done a lot of evil. My husband will eradicate him. Kaihua cried. Great king, you mustn't believe in inspiration's bull ********. I'd rather not take revenge than lose you. These words broke Zhu Ganglia's heart as he listened to them and comforted him. Lady Whitebone said, husband, inspiration definitely doesn't have good intentions. If you have to go, you must be prepared. Zhu Ganglai smiled and patted the Whitebone demon's soft shoulder, saying, don't worry, ma'am, the person I am now is also very different from before. Lady Whitebone proudly looked at the other party. Nowadays Zhu Ganglai was already the #1 demon in a 10,000-mile radius, gathering countless experts under his command, and there were more than 30 in the Jindan realm alone. Zhu Ganglai looked away in the direction of the Tong Tian River with a cold expression. Tong Tian River. I'd like to see what's going on. After settling down in Fuling Mountain, Zhu Ganglai was flying in the clouds when he suddenly heard a burst of cries coming from the village below. He fixed his eyes downward to see that the crying actually came from Gao Lao Zhuang. Extremely sad. To Gao Lao Zhuang, Zhu Ganglai had indescribable emotions and immediately flew to the village. What's going on? Now that he had taken on a human form, the people of Gao Lao Zhuang could no longer recognize him. An old man sighed. Sins, truly sins. The daughter of Gao Taigong's family has been captured by a demon, saying that she will be sacrificed to the inspiration king. Mrs. Gao's daughter. Isn't that Gao Cuelian? Zhu Ganglia's eyes went black and he almost fainted. Gao Cuelian was his married wife in his previous life and had unrivaled significance. Damn inspiration king, the collection of boys and girls actually received the boundary of Fuling Mountain. Zhu Ganglia's eyes erupted with rage, and the eerie chill emanating from his body made the people around him shudder and slink away. Soon, his face regained its calmness, which was hidden underneath. He resumed his cloud ride and headed straight for the Tong Tian River. Without saying a word, now the law of heaven and earth swung up the 9-toothed nail rake. dark clouds in the sky, a shocking fluctuation cohesion in the nail rake, smashed down. Wow! The Tong Tian River set off shocking waves, and the city mansion under the water shook continuously, and the plates in the hands of the subordinates in the mansion fell to the ground, making a mess. What's going on? The inspiration great king's face was not good. Today was the day to feast on Zhu Ganglai, so there could not be any mistakes. My lord, it's bad. A black and strong man is fighting his way up. What? Where are the youngsters from that dare to come to my Tong Tian River to cause trouble? The great king of inspiration was furious and swam out of the Tong Tian River. He revealed the water surface and was just about to drink a curse when he saw a nine-toothed nail rake carrying a thunderous wind sound whistling to him. Voodoo! The inspiration great king's head immediately shrunk into the water. An extremely strong spiritual energy surged out from his body to defend against the aftershocks of the nail rake swing. Early Yuaning realm? This goldfish spirit actually broke through as well. Zhu Ganglai was quite surprised. From the fluctuation of aura within the inspiration great king just now, he had clearly reached the same level as himself. Chapter 35, The Hongmen Banquet. The underwater inspiration king was shocked and angry. Could it be that his Hongmen banquet plan was known by Zhu Ganglai and he directly hit the door? He didn't sense any aura fluctuations on the water other than Zhu Ganglia's. But if Zhu Ganglai had learned of the plot, how would he have dared to fight his way to the door alone? The inspiration great king's hand turned and glowed as a 9-petaled red copper hammer appeared in his hand. Aura fluctuations faintly emerging. He re-emerged out of the water, facing Zhu Ganglai from a distance, and said angrily, Zhu Ganglai, I respect you 3 times. I know you need a technique to cultivate the divine soul. I hereby invite you to a dinner party to negotiate the price. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even transfer it, but you beat me to the door. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his flat voice radiated a slight chill. Inspiration. Release Gao Chuilian. Gao Chuilian? Inspiration King is puzzled. Ghosts recognize what Gao Chuilian, he said in a loud voice. I don't know Gao Chuilian. Has Brother Zhu misunderstood me? Zhu Ganglai snorted coldly. Gao Chuilian is the little girl who was captured by your men. How could you not know? It turned out that the other party hit the door, actually for a little girl. The Inspiration King put down his heart, and in his heart, he felt funny. A great demon of the Yuaning realm, actually making a big fuss over a mortal woman, not afraid of being laughed at even if you say it out loud. The great king of inspiration responded. Don't worry, Brother Zhu, I'll have someone look for her, and if she's really here with me, I'll immediately hand her over to you. Not long after, the little demon actually really picked up a girl and surfaced. The girl's eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. She seemed to be asleep. Inspiration King laughed. I love to eat live. Luckily Brother Zhu came in time, otherwise I wouldn't have seen her. Seeing this, Zhu Ganglia's hanging heart finally landed on the ground, and with a single palm, he sucked Gao Zuilan into his arms and coldly said, if anything happens to her, the entire Tong Tian River will be buried with her. Seeing him being so arrogant, the inspiration great king was calm on the surface, but endless indignation welled up in his heart. Damn Zhu Ganglai, actually underestimating me so much. You won't be able to jump around for long. Instead, he showed remorse on his face, yanked the small demon under his hand with a slap, directly twisted off his head, and let the blood stain the river at his feet, saying, it's all the fault of this unintelligent little demon that he came to Brother Zhu's territory to act recklessly. He deserves to die for his crime. Seeing Zhu Ganglia's face slow down a little, the inspiration great king clasped his fists again and said, Brother Zhu, some days ago, my little brother was not in the cave, and now I especially regret that I didn't get to see your divine might of killing the 4 directions at the Fulian mountain. So today, I specially set up a banquet to make amends to you, and please show your face. Zhu Ganglia's heart fluttered. The great king of inspiration was a must-kill, and the technique for cultivating the divine soul in his hands was also a must-get. He saw the sincere smile at the corner of the inspiration king's mouth and said in his heart, let's see what tricks he can pull off. Zhu Ganglai instantly agreed and said, it was all a misunderstanding before, but hopefully this drink will restore the bond between our brothers. He placed Gao Zuilan in his arms and the storage earrings. When the inspiration king saw the earrings, a touch of imperceptible fire and salivation sprang up in his eyes. Ordinary storage magic treasure cannot be loaded with living things, but Zhu Ganglia's black earrings do not seem to be subject to this restriction. I think it must be an extremely high-quality storage magic treasure, maybe even a spiritual treasure. However, after the dinner, everything on you, Zhu Ganglai, is mine. The inspiration king suppressed his inner greed and laughed. That's for sure. Brother Zhu, quickly follow me into the mansion. The banquet is about to begin. Zhu Ganglai entered the water mansion, surveyed the surroundings, and casually said, Inspiration, you've put a lot of thought into decorating this water mansion, haven't you? The great king of inspiration smiled. It's all outside of the body. I'm still more envious of Brother Zhu's cloud stack cave. When he entered the banquet hall, Shu Ganglai but found the scent of a familiar person. It was actually the yellow wind monster. He secretly laughed in his heart. These two demons both chose to stand idly by during the previous day's great battle, and now that they see me winning, they are terrified and must have come to make amends. The thought gave him a little inner peace. The yellow wind monster was also respectful and invited Shu Ganglai to the upper seat, apologizing repeatedly. Shu Ganglai laughed it off. He hadn't forgotten for a second that when Shiong Ba went to Yellow Wind Ridge to ask for help, the other party's face. Brother Zhu, I'll toast you with this cup to celebrate you defeating the demon beheading division and taking out a mouthful of bad anger for us. The Inspiration Great King looked extremely sincere and seemed to have a deep grudge against the demon beheading division. After saying that, the Inspiration King and the Yellow Wind Monster drank it all in one go. Shu Ganglai was just about to open up and drink, but his mind suddenly recalled that admonition from Lady Whitebone. He kept an eye out, quietly exercising his spiritual energy, and drank the same in one go. Only the wine that entered his body was wrapped in layers of spiritual energy. The wine is over. Shu Ganglai pretended to be drunk and said, "Inspiration old brother, quickly take out the soul knowledge. I've brought a lot of good treasures with me today. I must exchange the soul knowledge." The Inspiration King seemed to be drunk as well, with drowsy eyes and a debauched posture, and pulled out a secret book from his arms that emanated mysterious fluctuations, saying, "Brother Zhu, do we still need to exchange between brothers? As long as you drink 3 more cups, I'll give you this technique directly." He directly slapped the gongfu on the table with an extremely bold look. Shu Ganglia's sight went to the gongfu on the table, and his divine soul sensed the call on it if anything. Knowing that it wasn't fake, he immediately agreed and laughed loudly. "Older brother is really quick. I'll make you my brother. Pour the wine." Shu Ganglai really dried 3 cups in a row. Screaming in pain, the yellow wind monster let out a strange laugh. "I've heard that the Inspiration King has a worldly beauty by his side. I'd like to see it. How can a woman just say she can see? Unless it's Brother Zhu who wants to see it." Inspiration Great King said disdainfully. "Oh," Shu Ganglai raised his eyebrows. "I'd really like to see that. How could I dare to disobey Brother Zhu's words?" The Great King of Inspiration clapped his hands. A woman with a shapely body and black transparent silk stockings, very charming, swaying her proud figure, slowly walked out. "It's the spotted Mandarin woman." Shu Ganglai seemed to be frozen, and a trace of crystal flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Granny Mandarin smiled shallowly, with a great deal of flavor, and thoughtfully approached Shu Ganglai, saying in a delicate voice, "My lord, are you drunk?" "I'm not drunk." Shu Ganglai sighed as he suddenly got up, but immediately sat back down staggering. "Inspiration old brother, your wine is really good. I'm really drunk." Ecstasy sprang up in the Inspiration King's eyes. "Since you're drunk, then sleep here for a while." The spotted-clothed Mandarin woman's mouth was gentle, but her hands were extremely ruthless. A sharp-pointed knife appeared in her hand at an unknown time and stabbed violently towards Shu Ganglia's neck. Beautiful. Seeing that the Mandarin was about to win, the Inspiration King couldn't help but cheer. The Mandarin woman's eyes, however, appeared alarmed, and her slender jade hand was firmly clutched by Shu Ganglai, so she couldn't move. "Inspiration old brother, this generous gift of yours, my old pig just can't stand it." Shu Ganglia's words were like the cold wind of the third 9 days. He raised his hand and the spotted-clothed Mandarin instantly fell out, smashing the table plates. The Great King of Inspiration slowly got up, his eyes exuding smugness. "Shu Ganglai, you've been poisoned by the poisonous wine and still don't realize it. The Tong Tian River, that's where you'll be buried." Chapter 36, Wario Fong appears. The Great King of Inspiration violently shattered the glazed marigold in his hand, and with a clattering sound, one after another, experts wearing Shien armor and whose bodies were haunted by spiritual energy appeared. By the looks of it, they had been waiting for a long time. The yellow wind monster laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that the mighty Shu Ganglai of the demon beheading division would have to die in my hands today." His figure shifted, and a shocking fluctuation of spiritual energy was slowly emitted within his body, and the degree of spiritual energy was so strong that it was already at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Shu Ganglai was shocked and hurriedly got up, but he was so shaky that it was difficult to even stand still. A smug look appeared in the Inspiration King's eyes and he smiled. "Shu Ganglai, you can't blame me for what happened today. If you want to blame me, blame your character for offending people too much." Shu Ganglai covered his chest with one hand and pointed the other at the Inspiration Great King in fear. "What did you just give me to drink?" When Inspiration King and Yellow Wind Monster heard this, they looked at each other and just laughed heartily. The Yellow Wind Monster suddenly put away his smile, his eyes cold as a blade, and said, "That is an extremely rare poison in the holy thing. 10,000 poison Dan. This Dan will whirl 10,000 kinds of poison fusion together, fused in the wine, colorless and tasteless, even if you are gifted. At this time, the aura in your body is only 1 or 2%. Speaking of this, his face twitched slightly, vaguely aching with flesh. The 10,000 poison pill was extremely expensive and had cost him almost half of his fortune. However, if it was to deal with Zhu Ganglai, everything would be worth it. The benefits after the incident was accomplished would be far greater than this 10,000 poison pill. As for the antidote, Inspiration King and Yellow Wind Monster had long ago taken it before the meal. I treat you guys as friends, yet you're so vicious. A look of violent anger appeared on Zhu Ganglia's face. The Inspiration Great King stood with his arms folded, looking at Zhu Ganglai with pity and ridicule in his eyes, saying, on the road to immortality, regardless of the human race or demon race, all interests come first, so how can there be any friends? If you surrender and let me waste all your cultivation, I can still save your life and let you go to a place with beautiful scenery to end your life. This, already, is the best you can do. Zhu Ganglia's face was ashen, like a defeated rooster, and he lamented, as things stand, I have no choice but to admit defeat, but I also have to lose with understanding. I know that there is someone secretly directing everything, otherwise the two of you would never have broken through the Yuaning realm so quickly. Who is that person? The Great King of Inspiration snorted. Even now, you still refuse to put it down, so let you die with understanding. Battle Elder, please show yourself. Behind the screen, an old man with white hair and eyes full of complacency quietly stepped out and spoke out in mockery. TSK, isn't this the mighty Zhu Ganglai who shook the Fuling Mountain? But I want you to know that no matter who it is, whoever offends me is doomed to an extremely miserable end. A flash of shock swept across Zhu Ganglia's eyes as he said, You're Wario Fong of the Demon Beheading Division. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Wario Fong had been powerful in the Jianghu for many years, and his portrait was widely spread, so Zhu Ganglai naturally recognized him. Zhu Ganglai sighed, You're avenging Qin Tian, aren't you? Wario Fong, however, shook his head, his eyes suddenly filled with anger and resentment. Whether Qin Tian dies or not is none of my business. I only hate you for robbing me of my colored flowers. After I kill you, I'm going to massacre the Fuling Mountain, and Kaihua that is going to be lynched as well. What I can't get, no one can get their hands on, or they die. The more Wario Fong spoke, the more excited he became. His beard and hair fluttered, his eyes slightly red, and his powerful aura lingered around his body, causing a burst of amazing fluctuations. I see. Zhu Ganglai finally realized that everything was this old piker's fault. Today, the Yellow Wind Monster, Inspiration King, and Wario Fong are all here, so it's the right time to make an end. Zhu Ganglai lightly hummed, the corner of his mouth raised, and a slightly sarcastic smile was displayed. Kill me? With just a few of you stinky fish and shrimps? The Inspiration King looked at Zhu Ganglai with the eyes of someone who was about to die and smiled contemptuously. Still talking tough after all this? For great protectors, take this squatter down. Yes, the 4 Jindan realm demons leapt in front of the Inspiration Great King, and all of them revealed smug sardonic smiles at the thought that the mighty Zhu Ganglai was about to die in their hands. Zhu Ganglai, the 4 of us will take your head. These 4 Jindan realm perfection great demons were originally only in the late Jindan realm, and only broke through to Jindan realm perfection after taking the spirit pills that Wario Fong had coveted from the Demon Beheading Division. In order to kill Zhu Ganglai, Wario Fong had really sacrificed a lot. A sword, a knife, a hammer, and a chain all rolled up torrents of aura and whistled toward Zhu Ganglia's body. Inspiration King and Yellow Wind Monster both breathed a sigh of relief, and Inspiration laughed. I'll laugh at Zhu Ganglia's 9-toothed nail rake. The man was still alive, and they actually started dividing up the loot. Wario Feng's face was filled with pleasure. He had paid so much to make Zhu Ganglai die in front of him. Boom! Inside the palace, there was a loud bang and dust and smoke all over. 4 silhouettes ejected from the dust and smoke at great speed and fell to the ground, their chests deeply sunken, their mouths constantly spitting out bloody foam, obviously more out of breath and less in. The smoke dispersed, a tower-like black strong man, standing with his hands, his eyebrows filled with the domineering aura of looking out of the world, and a path of morose coldness in his eyes, undisguisedly radiating out. How is that possible? You are not poisoned? The Yellow Wind Monster was dumbfounded. The poison in Zhu Ganglia's wine cup was put down by his own hands. Again, he saw with his own eyes that Zhu Ganglai drank the poison wine from the wine cup in one gulp. What went wrong? Pust. Zhu Ganglai opened his mouth and spat out a black-purple liquid that flew towards the Yellow Wind Monster like an arrow. The Yellow Wind Monster hurriedly blocked with a steel fork. The black and purple water column actually bounced into the crowd, suddenly turned into smoke. The surrounding small demons suddenly screamed repeatedly, lying on the ground, bleeding from the 7 orifices. You've gone to a lot of trouble for me. The corner of Zhu Ganglia's mouth reveals a touch of mockery. His hand does not know when more than a 9-toothed nail rake, Sensen cold aura, is in the nail rake emanates open. Wario Fong said in a deep voice, this pig demon cultivated a not bad technique, and after drinking the poisonous wine and wrapping it with aura, it didn't penetrate into the body. The words were simple, though, and he was shocked. The toxicity of the 10,000 poison pill was so overbearing that it could be wrapped in spiritual energy for an entire hour. And the pig demon's spiritual energy was so majestic that it didn't look like it had just stepped into the early stage of the Yuaning realm. The inspiration great king's eyes narrowed vainly. Boundless killing intent surged out, and the spiritual energy in his body was like a flood erupting in a continuous stream as he coldly said, "What are you afraid of? Kill him together." Although the pig demon was strong enough to be able to decapitate the heaven's pride, Tion, after all, it was only one person, only at the early Yuaning realm. On the field, the yellow wind monster and inspiration great king were similarly at the early stage of the Yuaning realm, while Zhan Xiufeng was even at the strength of the Yuaning realm perfection. What's more, the yellow wind monster and the great king of inspiration are not ordinary monsters and have their own pride. Zhu Ganglai held a nail rake in one hand, pointing at the three people from afar, and said in a cold voice, "If you want to kill me, let me see what you can do." Chapter 37, The Siege, Tong Tian River, Palace of Inspiration. For astonishing spiritual power fluctuations ran through the entire Tong Tian River, and the river water was turbulent and disturbed, rolling up 1,000 layers of waves. In this battle, the three of them, War Autumn Wind, were victorious. The great king of inspiration said in a cold voice, "Today, our new and old scores will be settled together." After saying that, the body of the blue aura instantly burst open. The temperature of the surrounding river water suddenly became cold. A pair of 9 petals in the hand of the red copper hammer gently struck. It is a thunderous noise. He had been feuding with Zhu Ganglai for a long time, only that he had been holding back his anger, just like a poisonous snake waiting for a chance to retaliate. And there was no better opportunity to kill Zhu Ganglai than today. The yellow wind monster laughed evilly, holding a 3-stranded steel fork. The body's boundless earth and yellow chi broke out, like a tornado lingering around his body. Any aggressor who enters will be instantly strangled into meat paste. He coveted the beauty surrounding Zhu Ganglai, especially Lady Whitebone, whose snow-white skin, proud figure, and icy temperament made him toss and turn all night long. If Zhu Ganglai can have it, why can't I have it? The two of them were holding blades, and in the next instant, they had already formed a front and rear attack on Zhu Ganglai. Dharma Heaven and Earth. The first level. Zhu Ganglai violently opened his eyes. His body suddenly became huge, 10 feet tall, with a green face, fangs, and a bloody mouth. In a flash of lightning, 30 rounds had been exchanged. Wario Feng's eyebrows slowly wrinkled. He had ultimately underestimated the level of majesty within the pig demon's body. I'm afraid that it could be comparable to an average mid-Yuaning realm. In that case, I'm afraid that the Inspiration King and the Yellow Wind Monster duo are no match. Sure enough, in the next 30 rounds, the Inspiration King and the Yellow Wind Monster had already fallen into a disadvantage, and defeat was only a matter of time. We can't delay any longer, the Yellow Wind Monster bellowed, his figure storming back dozens of feet, his mouth open to inhale, his cheeks bulging high. Not good, the great king of inspiration cursed. This yellow-skinned rat did not speak of martial virtues, using the samsara divine wind without actually telling himself in advance. He hurriedly flashed his body and landed behind the yellow wind monster. Wario Fong nodded slightly. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been decided. The yellow wind monster looks treacherous, lazy, greedy, slippery. In fact, the cultivation is extremely profound. A mouthful of samsara wind is the ground level of demonic art, can be said to be the same level of invincibility. If he were to be hit head-on by this gust of wind from his mouth, even if he was in the middle stage of the Yuaning realm, he would be seriously injured. If it was the early stage of the Yuaning realm, I'm afraid that the gods would immediately be destroyed. Lower grade Xian rank demonic art, samsara divine wind. Similar to Kung Fu, demonic arts and immortal arts are likewise divided into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. To be able to master a Xian rank demonic art was a luxury even for the Yuaning realm. Phew! A gale that was enough to change the color of heaven and earth was instantly spat out from the yellow wind monster's mouth, and at the same time, countless evil ghosts sobbed in the surrounding area, causing one's scalp to go numb. At this moment, Wario Fong slightly regretted whether he had valued the pig demon too much and paid too much. However, it was too late for regrets because the pig demon was about to die under the samsara divine wind. The divine wind blew by, and even if they looked at it, their eyes would be red and bleeding, and several people covered their eyes at once. The wind, it stopped. The yellow wind monster was smug and laughed. I'll take all of Zhu Ganglia's women, other than the colored flowers. The rest is for you, Wario Fong said with a faint smile. Isn't it a little early for you guys to share the spoils? A bland voice that exudes a senile chill. Boom! Yellow wind monster was 9-teeth nail rake heavy sweep, suddenly like a ball flying into the wall. The hard stone of the wall also cracked open. What? The three were dumbfounded. Only Zhu Ganglai stood in place, motionless, without the slightest damage to his body, as if nothing had happened. How could this happen? The yellow wind monster screamed as blood continued to flow out from the corners of his mouth, clearly having been seriously injured. He could hardly believe what was in front of him, and for this mouthful of 3 divine winds, most of the spiritual energy in his body had been used up. Since the samsara divine wind had come out of the mountain, it had done no harm, and this was the first time that the opponent was unharmed. Xu Ganglia's clenched palm slowly opened, and inside was a brown porcelain vase with 3 big words written on it. Ting Fengden. The yellow wind monster's face instantly became uglier than if he had eaten a live fly, and although he was still gasping for air, he was as good as dead. How do you know about this method of breaking the 3 divine winds? The yellow wind monster's voice carried obvious fear. If it wasn't for the presence of Wario Fong, he was afraid that he would have already fled in disgrace. Ha! Xu Ganglai smiled bashfully. From where do I know? Naturally, it was the experience of his previous life. He had auctioned off this wind-fixing pill at a high price early on, specifically for use against the yellow wind monster. The viciousness of this 3 divine winds was such that even Monkey had suffered a lot. Thinking of that monkey, Xu Ganglai again suddenly misses the days of the past a little. Now the monkey should be under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Shouldn't we find a time to meet him? Rubbish. Let me do it. The great king of inspiration pushed away the yellow wind monster, recited the Daoist magic in his mouth, and steeply bellowed. Lower grade Shien rank demonic art. Ice seals 1,000 miles. The temperature of the surrounding river water suddenly became lower, and within a few breaths, the river water around Xu Ganglai condensed into ice. Xu Ganglia's expression was similarly stagnant and motionless. The inspiration great king smiled smugly and said, "This cold ice of mine can freeze everything, and anyone below the middle stage of the Yuaning realm is an ant." Wario Fong nodded. A touch of contempt welled up at the corner of his mouth. Just now Xu Ganglai was able to dodge the Samadhi divine wind. It was because he had made preparations beforehand. Otherwise he would have been a corpse by now. As for this ice sealing 1,000 miles, the pig demon was not so lucky. The 3 of them were in the midst of their complacency when the ice outside of Xu Ganglia's body suddenly clicked, and a crack more than 10 feet long appeared. Immediately afterward, the cracks grew longer and denser. The inspiration great king's pupils instantly tightened as he exclaimed, "How could that be?" Boom! The cold ice finally couldn't bear the pressure of Xu Ganglai and turned into pieces. Dharma heaven and earth. Second level. Xu Ganglia's figure once again grew larger, more than 50 feet, and his gaze was as electric as a demon god descending into the world. He swung his nail rake violently, and it carried a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation as it whistled towards the inspiration great king. 1000 June turtle armor. The great king of inspiration hurriedly activated his protective demonic art, and layer after layer of sturdy turtle shells surfaced on his body, enough to withstand a single blow from any mid-Yuaning realm powerhouse. But this turtle shell and the nail rake under the swing, but like a sheet of crispy egg rolls, cannot play the slightest role. What? The inspiration great king's eyes showed shock, but at this point, he was at his wit's end, and even if he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, it was too late. Bang! The great king of inspiration received a heavy nail rake. The surrounding ground bricks and gravel stirred up dozens of feet high, and he himself was deeply dented in a deep pit, losing his battle power. Wario Fong sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was unable to spit it out for a long time. The 2 great demons were each seriously injured, and he wasn't the least bit distressed, but instead smiled faintly with a hint of admiration between his words. "I'm now somewhat convinced that this matter of Tion dying at your hands. However, you should know that the old man is Tion's master yet." Chapter 38, The Great Battle of Battle Wario Fong. Wario Fong took a deep breath, and a Shien-colored aura was slowly spat out, instantly becoming sticky and sticking to his body, constantly spreading to all parts of his body, turning into a pair of black battle armor, which suddenly had an additional sense of thickness and vicissitudes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No matter how you resist, it's hard to escape death today. Humph. Xu Ganglai retracted his Dharma heaven and earth. His figure became smaller, and the nail rake in his hand swept towards Wario Fong like a windswept cloud. He was fast, and Wario Fong was even faster. The aura belonging to the perfection of Yuaning realm lingered outside of Wario Fong's body, covering the black battle armor, making it even more apparent that Wario Fong was like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had already fought 50 rounds. During this time, the walls, stone pillars, tables and chairs, and everything else in this palace of the great king of inspiration were shattered by the battle fluctuations. Bang! Another pair of blows. Xu Ganglia's figure kept retreating 30 to 40 steps in a row before stopping the impact. Wario Fong, on the other hand, had merely retreated 3 steps. Inspiration King and Yellow Wind Monster hid in the corner. Seeing that Wario Fong had the upper hand, the uneasiness in their hearts calmed down a little. Worthy of being the second in command of the demon beheading division, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few rounds for Xu Ganglai to die under his fists. Deep resentment flowed out of the inspiration great king's eyes, as well as his fear of Xu Ganglai. He, What a pig demon. It looks like your Dharma heaven and earth has gone even further. Wario Fong had obviously seen that Zhu Ganglai had not retracted the Dharma heavenly palace and had only made his body smaller, but the degree of majestic fluctuation of spiritual energy was even stronger than when it was 50 feet. This, then, was the third level of the Dharma heaven and earth. Seeing the other party casually tell his bottom line, Zhu Ganglai was not annoyed and his eyes were as calm as water as he said, I'm sure I haven't lived in vain at this age, but I do have a bit of an eye. The corner of Wario Feng's mouth picked up, a share of the eerie coldness was undisguisedly emitted. The scattered fragments on the ground quietly rose. If this is the only level you have, then you will have to die. A black aura continued to condense and converge from the palm of Wario Fong, eventually striking out with a loud bang. Shien rank middle grade immortal art. Black Heart Thunder. A ball of black thunder carried a heaven-destroying aura as it swiftly shot towards Zhu Ganglai, and all the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to burn. This move, let's see how you can resist it. War Autumn Wind smiled contemptuously. The Inspiration Great King duo was inwardly delighted. Worthy of being battled Wario Fong, striking out with a Shien rank middle grade immortal technique. I'm sure the pig demon will be blown to pieces by the Black Heart Thunder, and hope rises in the eyes of the duo again. Rumble. The Black Heart Thunder was like a meteor catching the moon, and it exploded loudly on Zhu Ganglia's body. The river flowed backward, space trembled, and some small demons with low realms were even directly blown up by the terrifying thunder. The dust and smoke cleared. The tower-like silhouette still stood on the ground, his clothes torn and his skin scorched in just one spot. How could it be possible? The Inspiration Great King duo was instantly shocked. Even if Zhu Ganglai was as perverse as he was, it would be impossible for him to receive a middle-grade Shien rank immortal art. So it's the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Wario Fong smiled bashfully. Although I don't know where you learned it from, I have to tell you that you're not the only one who has comprehended the 10th layer of the Dragon Image Prajna technique. Between the words, the aura fluctuations within Wario Feng's body climbed up layer by layer, reaching a rather terrifying level. Behind the two, each showing a different appearance, each with 10 divine dragons swinging their tails, and 10 devil elephants whistling, making one's heart tremble and one's scalp tingle. At this moment, even the Inspiration Great King and the Yellow Wind Monster couldn't help but strike fear in their hearts. What's the point of messing with Zhu Ganglai? Zhu Ganglai frowned. The other party was an old man from the Demon Beheading division, and it made sense that he would know the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. The other party's black battle armor was obviously not a mortal object either, and like the nine-toothed nail rake, it was the same 6th grade spiritual treasure. That's a tough old guy. There's no time to tangle with you pig demon anymore. One move to decide the winner. Wario Fong said blandly. 2 black vortexes emerged from his 2 palms, and thunder roared in the vortexes. The vortex transformed into 2 purple thunderballs, and although they were not large, the terrifying spiritual power contained within them was enough to destroy a small country. What was even more shocking was that War Autumn Wind had fused the 2 purple thunderbolts together into a golden thundercloud, with silver lightning constantly circling around it, and a terrifying aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth quietly emanated from it. This is the fluctuation of a Shien rank upper grade immortal art. The Yellow Wind Monster's pupils tightened, suddenly regretting joining forces with Wario Fong. Today, even in victory, I am afraid that the other party will be easily killed and silenced. The Shien rank upper grade immortal technique was already considered the topmost immortal technique of the Demon Beheading division, and I'm afraid that only Wario Fong and Hualong Fei were qualified to cultivate it. Shien rank upper grade immortal art. Destructive Golden Thunder. Wario Fong flexed his fingers and the Golden Thunder cluster slowly floated out. It looked extremely slow, but in fact it was close to Zhu Ganglai in front of him in the twinkling of an eye. It's all over. The Great King of Inspiration let out a sigh of relief. Even though Zhu Ganglia's natural talent was invincible, he was after all shallow and far inferior to Wario Fong. Geniuses, they always die young. Rumble, rumble. The perishable Golden Thunder exploded with a loud bang, and the entire water of the Tong Tian River instantly evaporated. And the fish in the river, the small demons, were all affected by the waves. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. The Inspiration King and the Yellow Wind Monster used their last spiritual energy to desperately resist the aftermath, still spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, but in the end, they still managed to save a life. I'm afraid that Zhu Ganglai in the center of the fluctuation won't be as lucky as the two of us. The Yellow Wind Monster's heart palpitated. I'm afraid, it may not be. The Inspiration King was dumbfounded, and a flash of exhaustion appeared in his eyes. He had already been shocked to the point of paralysis by Zhu Ganglai and was no longer surprised even if any miracle occurred. Not to mention, on the riverbed that had dried up to the point of cracking, the aura fluctuations belonging to Zhu Ganglai surged. Not only did it not weaken, but it was even stronger than before. What? The corners of Wario Feng's mouth twitched as he panted hard. His black battle armor was powerless to maintain. revealing his regular clothes, and his false sweat continued to burrow out of his pores and penetrate his clothes. Shu Ganglai appeared in front of the crowd. A red-colored aura lingered around his body. His entire person was like a fire god in the world. And on the riverbed, the temperature suddenly rose. You actually know Earth-ranked immortal arts. Wario Fong's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Shu Ganglai. A stupid pig from the countryside had actually practiced Earth-ranked immortal arts. Shu Ganglai slowly spat out from his mouth. Earth-rank middle-grade immortal art. The first level of the 8-9 Shien Gong. Great flame. Die. Old thief. Shu Ganglai swung his nail rake, carrying brilliant heavenly might, and the 9 silver nails on the nail rake were burning with a blazing flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. In the face of the violent fluctuations generated by the air, Wario Fong fought to the death and rolled out an elixir under his tongue, swallowing it without hesitation. Subsequently, a black pattern emerged from his body, which was actually a defense boundary. The nail rake crashed into the boundary and erupted into a fierce fluctuation. Not an inch of grass grew in a 100-mile radius. The trees were chopped off at the waist, and the soil floated in the sky, covering the sky. One standing, one lying down. Chapter 39, Goddess of Mercy. Everything is calm. In the middle of the dry Tong Tian River, agitated dust and smoke filled the air, and in the dust and smoke, 2 figures were vaguely revealed, one standing and one lying down. In the face of such an intense duel, the yellow-winged monster even forgot to breathe, praying in his heart that the one who lived was Wario Fong. A gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust and smoke, and a figure like a tower of iron stood between heaven and earth, while in front of him lay a still bleeding corpse. The Inspiration King and the yellow-winged monster's figures shook, and both of their pupils tightened. The person who was alive was actually Shu Ganglai, who was still obscure half a year ago, and today, Shu Ganglai had actually killed the Yuaning realm perfections Wario Fong head-on. If it was spread out, I'm afraid that in the entire eastern land, it would cause a shock. Run! With a thought, the yellow-winged monster operated the only scarce aura left in his body, and was about to take shape and flee. Want to run? Shu Ganglai laughed coldly. His figure flashed, and he grabbed the yellow-winged monster that had transformed into a yellow-skinned mouse tightly in the palm of his hand, and without the slightest bit of nonsense, he pinched hard with his 5 fingers. The yellow-winged monster, who had shaken the yellow-wind ridge, was killed just like that. Inspiration King flung himself to his knees and cried bitterly, "Brother Zhu, it's all my fault for being blind and believing in the nonsense of Wario Fong and Yellow Wind Monster. I beg you to spare my life, and I will set myself up to be an ox as a horse for you in the future." He kept slapping himself in the face, swearing and repenting. Shu Ganglia's figure loomed over the Inspiration Great King, his face expressionless as he said, "If it were you, would you spare me?" Seeing that his pleas for mercy had no effect, the Inspiration Great King immediately changed his face to a threatening one and said, "Shu Ganglai, before I do it, I have to tell you one thing. I was originally a goldfish in the fish pond of the Goddess of Mercy, and now I'm just sea fan descending to the realm. If you kill me, the Bodhisattva will definitely have a sense and definitely won't spare you." Guanin Bodhisattva is a great Buddhist power, can be called boundless power. I'm afraid that no one can mess with it. Seeing Shu Ganglai stupefied, the Inspiration Great King's eyes swept over a hint of contempt before persuading again. "As long as you don't kill me, in the future I can report to the Bodhisattva and persuade her old man to accept you as his disciple, and we'll be family from now on." Shu Ganglia's eyes flashed with coldness as he raised the 9-toothed nail rake high in the air. "You fanatic! How dare you talk nonsense and slander the Bodhisattva? Suffer death!" The inspired Great King's eyes were horrified as he exclaimed, "Bodhisattva! I know I'm wrong. Martial Heavenly Puff, please stop." A female voice filled with majesty resounded through the heavens and earth. With a few moments of helplessness in her words, Shu Ganglia's face flickered strangely, and in his heart he faintly said, "Bodhisattva, you're late this time." The nail rake fell, and the Inspiration King's head fell off. After killing the Inspiration King, Shu Ganglia's face put on an expression of remorse and exclaimed, "Bodhisattva, why didn't you show yourself earlier? I thought this guy was swindling me." A spiritual power fluctuation surged in the air. A lotus flower bloomed out of nowhere, and a figure that was majestic, beautiful, and wise all at the same time appeared on the lotus flower in the center. At this moment, the hundreds of miles around suddenly entered a peaceful atmosphere, as if time had stood still. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Shu Ganglia's heartbeat inevitably accelerated. After all, the other party was a Buddhist superpower who could casually get himself killed with a single finger. The one who appeared this time was only a projection, but the terrifying spiritual power fluctuation was far from being comparable to the stream of battle autumn wind. As for how strong it really is, the realm of transformation, void refining realm, or even higher, Tion Peng, since you know it's a goldfish I raised, why are you in a hurry to execute it? Guanin Bodhisattva's voice carried a hint of indifference. Shu Ganglai slung the nine-toothed nail rake over his shoulder with an aggrieved look on his face and said, Bodhisattva, you appeared too late. This rake of mine is too heavy, and it's too late for me to even think about retracting it. Nonsense, you clearly had a chance to close. The goddess of mercy could tell at a glance that Shu Ganglai was being sophomoric. Shu Ganglai was first stunned, then he hemmed and hawed. Worthy of being the goddess of mercy, you really are as discerning as you are. The reason why I don't want to stop is because this guy is making trouble outside in your name, eating an unknown number of boys and girls, and plaguing the people on one side, and for the sake of your reputation, Bodhisattva, I have to do it. Guanin hummed softly and said helplessly, that's just it, after all, everything is because of my negligence. How can you blame the Bodhisattva? It's all because of this treacherous and cunning goldfish's bad behavior, taking advantage of your busy affairs to privately descend to the realm and endanger the earth. Luckily, I killed him without triggering any consequences. Shu Ganglai bragged back and forth, shrugging off all of Guanin Bodhisattva's responsibilities. Tion Peng, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you've become talkative. Guanin smiled faintly, satisfied with Shu Ganglia's response. It's all thanks to your blessing. Shu Ganglai laughed. The goddess of mercy shook her head and said, don't be poor. You were relegated to the lower realms and cast into the wrong pig's womb because you drunkenly molested China, and you've suffered quite a bit. Now there's a chance to redeem yourself for your sins. I wonder if you're willing to accept it. A chance to redeem yourself for your sins? I think it must be to protect the Tang monk to fetch scriptures in the West. It's time to come at last. At this time, my strength is low. If I reject it rashly, I'm afraid that it will displease her and she will put small shoes on me. It's better not to offend her now. After Shu Ganglai made up his mind, his eyes showed emotion and joy as he said, Bodhisattva, it's amazing that you can think of me with such a good thing. Whatever it is, as long as I can take the blame for my sins, I'm willing to do it. The decisiveness of his answer caused the goddess of mercy to nod slightly in satisfaction. Goddess of mercy's majestic and loving voice once again sounded, at this point, it is too early to talk about. You properly hone your skills. 10 years later I will say again to you to listen. Many thanks to the Bodhisattva. Shu Ganglai laughed coldly in his heart. Now the Tang monk is still a child. The fetching of scriptures will have to be 10 years later. For the goddess of mercy, although Shu Ganglai didn't give her face to leave the Inspiration King's life behind, but then the attitude of immediately agreeing to do things for her was good, which made the goddess of mercy's heart feel less upset. The goddess of mercy suddenly said, how much do you know about the recent events in heaven? I have left the heavenly court for many years, so of course I don't know anything. Shu Ganglai laughed bitterly. Once upon a time, he was also the heavenly puff marshal who was in charge of the 80,000 sailors of the heavenly river, with an extremely heavy weight, and was quite authoritative in certain areas. But now it is just a pig demon that has been relegated to the lower world. If you let your old friends in the heavenly court know, I am afraid that they will all sigh. If you let your enemies know what will happen to you, you will laugh your ass off at once. I heard that Erlangshan and China are about to tie the knot, or the Jade Emperor set them up. Guanin Bodhisattva said faintly. What? Shu Ganglai was as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue. The goddess of mercy laughed softly when she saw his disoriented demeanor and said, you don't have to be so nervous. That Chang'e, for some reason, politely rejected Erlangshan, causing the Jade Emperor to be very upset. Shu Ganglia's face was bruised, his fists clenched, his nails sunk deep into his flesh, oozing out channels of blood. Chang'e was his first love. Chapter 40, The Soul Separation Technique. Outside rumors, is he drunken misdemeanor molesting Chang'e? In fact, it is the Jade Emperor. Old man did the trick. In order to prevent him and Chang'e together, do not listen to the defense. To the court of heaven is not allowed to fall in love on the grounds that directly Shu Ganglai knocked down to the mortal world. But now the Jade Emperor's old man was actually openly setting up Chang'e and Erlangshan. This kind of double standard was simply outrageous. Shu Ganglia's sense of humiliation grew stronger. His eyes reddened and his teeth clenched. The goddess of mercy sighed and advised, Tion Peng, you don't have to be annoyed by this. Then, with a point of her jade hand, a white light appeared and slowly floated to Shu Ganglia's head. Shu Ganglia's head tightened and loosened. His divine sense felt cool, and his anger dissipated quite a bit. Numerous words and pictures suddenly popped into his mind. The huge amount of information made his brain hurt, and it took a long time before everything fell into place. An ancient book called Soul Separation Technique floated in Shu Ganglia's mind, with an indescribable magic, as if it had experienced tens of thousands of years of vicissitudes of the sea. This soul separation technique was actually a technique to cultivate the divine soul, and it was a top-grade technique of the Earth Order. He arched his hand and said, many thanks to the Bodhisattva. I'm granting you a chance. Don't let it go. This soul separation technique was originally a top-grade technique of the heavenly stage, only that the second half has disappeared for many years, and even I can't find it. The Guanin Bodhisattva's silhouette gradually became transparent, and eventually disappeared between heaven and earth. One day, you will go to heaven to find justice. Shu Ganglai let out a long breath, and the shirt on his back was already soaked with sweat. It seems that Guanin isn't displeased with me for killing the goldfish spirit, but instead has the intention to draw me in. If someone else didn't give face to the goddess of mercy, I'm afraid they would have been corpsed on the spot. Shu Ganglai sighed. It wasn't because he was weak, just facing a shadow of the other party made him tremble with fear. Leave yourself little time. Goddess Guanin gave me the kung fu and deliberately told me about Erlangshan's intention to marry Chang'e. I think she wants to draw me in. After all, it's already an undisclosed secret that the Buddha and the Tao are at odds. Shu Ganglai thought. Shu Ganglai crouched down and began to rummage through the bodies of Inspiration King, Yellow Wind Monster, and battled Wario Fong. These three were all dignified figures. They must be worth a lot of money, especially Wario Fong, who was simply a mobile treasure trove. By the Tong Tian River, one after another figure appeared one after another. All of them were attracted by the fluctuation of the great battle that broke out just now, and after arriving here, they all showed grave expressions, and their eyes were full of consternation. It's Shu Ganglai. He actually struck out at the Tong Tian River. It looks like the winner is him, and that body is the Inspiration King's. The battle fluctuations have been far beyond what the Jindan realm can cause. I think the Inspiration Great King has broken through to the Yuaning realm. I didn't expect that Shu Ganglai would kill another Yuaning realm so quickly. Look, that's the corpse of the Yellow Wind Monster. He actually fell here as well. The Yellow Wind Monster and Shu Ganglai don't deal with each other either. It must be the Inspiration King who called him to come along to meet Shu Ganglai. Shu Ganglai is so powerful that he actually fought one against two. Why is there another body? That corpse, it looks like Wario Fong. What? A gaze filled with shock shot toward Shu Ganglai. Killing the Yellow Wind Monster and Inspiration King was fine, but actually being able to slaughter Wario Fong as well, was Shu Ganglai a pervert? Facing countless stunned gazes, Shu Ganglai said indifferently. War Autumn Wind bestowed the Demon Beheading Division spiritual elixir and magic treasures to the Yellow Wind Monster and Inspiration King, raising the two demons' realms to the early Yuaning realm, and teamed up to ambush me at the Tong Tian River, where they have already been killed by me. After saying that, he stepped on a rainbow, majestic spiritual energy surging up around him, and left in the eyes of the crowd filled with awe. The shock in the eyes of the crowd could not be dispersed for a long time. Not expecting that the second-in-command of the renowned Demon Beheading Division had actually joined forces with two other great demons in order to deal with Shu Ganglai. Shu Ganglai returned to Mount Fulling and emptied out the magic treasures, spirit pills, and divine materials from the captured storage rings, piling up a small mountain. Lady White Bone, Tiger Sister, Colorful Flower, and the other demons all ran out, all shocked and speechless by the dazzling magic treasures on the ground. Husband, where did you go to rob? Kai Hua asked. Shu Ganglai touched her with a smile and said, what I promised you, I've done it now. Kai Hua was taken aback, and her eyes went to the magic treasures piled up on the ground, and at the top there was a light golden demon crystal that emitted pure aura fluctuations, and she said, this is the breath of the Inspiration King. You killed the Inspiration King? Her voice trembled with obvious excitement. Seeing Shu Ganglai nodding with a smile, her tears came to her eyes. Siblings, your great revenge has finally been avenged. This wind attribute demonic crystal is extremely extraordinary. Could it be the Yellow Wind Monsters? Lady Whitebone pointed at a yellow transparent demon crystal, the aura within it fluttering. Shu Ganglai said, that's right, they ambushed me in the Tong Tian River together with Wario Fong. They didn't expect me to have practiced the first level of the 8-9 Shien Gong. They were all killed by me, and all these treasures belong to me now. The 8-9 Shien Gong was a technique that Erlangshan had been practicing for many years, and now it was easily obtained by himself. If Erlangshan knew about it, I was afraid that he would be furious and go into a rage. Husband, what is this? Tiger Sister pointed at the purple orbs floating in the air, which faintly emitted aura fluctuations, and there were 24 of them. This, for my husband, is also unknown. Shu Ganglai scratched his head awkwardly. A flash of blazing heat suddenly appeared in the white bone spirit's eyes, saying, don't underestimate these purple orbs. They're called Purple Spirit Thunder? 24 of them combined together is a mountain protection formation. On weekdays, you only need to replenish the spirit stones to be able to utilize the thunder attack of a perfect Yuaning realm. If it were placed in an auction, I'm afraid it would immediately cause a tremor. Shu Ganglia's eyes lit up. This item was obtained in the storage ring of Wario Fong, and he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Worthy of being the number 2 person in the Demon Beheading Division, he did have some valuable objects in his pocket. Immediately replenish the Purple Spirit Thunder formation with spirit stones. I'm going to go on a long trip. I might not be back until when. And with this set of mountain protection formations on Fulian Mountain, I'll be able to leave without worrying about it. When Shu Ganglai thought that he would have to leave the ladies again, a lot of reluctance welled up in his heart. Husband, you're leaving again? Lady Whitebone was imploring and held onto Zhu Ganglia's hand firmly. Zhu Gangli sighed and gently nodded. In order to advance, he had to leave. Chang'e is in the Guanhan Palace, and one person does not know how much pressure she has to carry. That darner Langshan and the Jade Emperor's old man will surely pester Chang'e to marry her Langshan, both explicitly and implicitly. But he was only at the early Yuaning realm cultivation level, and the gap between him and Langshan was simply worlds apart, and he didn't even have the qualifications to stand on the other side. This time, when the inheritance of Tianxian Palace opened, it was a good opportunity to upgrade the grade of the nine-toothed nail rake. However, before going to Tianxian Palace, there was also a trip to Five Fingers Mountain to meet the monkey who was the best at causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 41, Sun Wukong. In the sky above Mount Fuling, there were 24 purple thunder balls suspended, with silver lightning constantly climbing on them, and a faint pressure quietly emanated out, seemingly containing extremely terrifying might. Even at the late Yuaning realm, they wouldn't be able to hold up a single strike from the purple spirit thunder formation. However, the amount of spirit stones that needed to be replenished every day was a huge number. Luckily, Zhu Gangli had scavenged all the spirit stones from the Yellow Wind Ridge, the Tong Tian River, and the Wario Fong, which was enough to support the purple spirit thunder array. The bear buster and leopard spirit also managed to break through to the Jindan realm, and the battle power of Fuling Mountain was once again strengthened. Zhu Gangli said goodbye to his ladies. Of course, in the days before he left, he had a pretty hard time every night. After all, he needed to sow the seeds, and the harvest after sowing was the fastest way to improve his strength. In addition to sowing seeds, Zhu Ganglia's cultivation of the soul separation technique had also successfully broken through to the first level, and nowadays, he could be said to be a veritable first-grade divine soul master. Of course, he didn't forget to rescue Gao Zuilian in the storage earring and quietly send her back to Gao Laozhuang, and instructed Lady Whitebone to send someone to protect Gao Zuilian's safety. Such a small girl is also on your mind? Mrs. Whitebone's tone was quite promising. Zhu Gangli smiled awkwardly and said, "This girl is extremely close to me. Being a couple in a previous life, I must protect her well-being in this life." He then bade farewell to his wife and stepped on an auspicious cloud, his figure growing smaller and smaller in the eyes of the crowd. Lady Whitebone murmured, "Husband, feel free to rest assured. I will take care of this home for you." Under the Five Fingers Mountain, a monkey with disheveled fur was crushed under the mountain, showing only a monkey head and two arms. Dew dripped from the rocky cliffs, and the monkey hurriedly stuck out his tongue and waited for the dew to fall. The two golden pupils shone brightly, not having their bloodiness dulled by 500 years. Suddenly, a sigh rang out. Monkey's ears twitched violently and he called out, "Who is it? Who's sighing?" It was followed by the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, and what appeared in front of the Monkey King was a big, black, strong, tower-like man, imposing and unruffled. If it's not Zhu Gangli, who else could it be? Seeing that his former senior brother was so miserable, Zhu Gangli instantly put all the injustices he had encountered in the past behind him, his eyes full of crystals. "Who are you? Why are you crying?" Sun Wukong saw that the visitor was unfamiliar, not like a former friend. Zhu Gangli wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "Are you the great sage Sun Wukong of Tion who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago?" Sun Wukong hemmed and hawed, his two eyes blinking around animatedly as he said, "That's old news. Nothing. Who the hell are you?" Zhu Gangli sighed and said, "I am your senior brother, and Elder Bodhi is my master." A trace of shock swept through the monkey's eyes, followed by a strong suspicion, and said, "You're my senior brother? Master, his old man is so powerful, how could he teach you? A disciple at the early Yuaning realm? Don't you swindle me, old son." His eyes flashed with golden light and suddenly erupted into an indescribable wave of spiritual energy that swept toward Zhu Gangli. Zhu Gangli quickly mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and shouted, "Dharma, heaven and earth, open!" Shocking spiritual power fluctuations erupted within his body, surprisingly breaking through the early stage of the Yuaning realm and reaching the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. But even so, it can't help the monkey's glare, and Zhu Ganglia's figure retreated violently, once again transporting his energy. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, 10th layer, open. The aura in his body surged again, and the air next to him was close to freezing. Not even close. This monkey is actually still so powerful after being crushed under the Five-Finger Mountain. Zhu Gangli had no choice but to use his last card. 8-9 Shien Gong, first level, Great Flame, open. Zhu Gangli was like a fire god, flames rising around his body, fire dragons circling around his limbs, and he continuously used all of his cards before he was able to withstand the monkey's glare. Zhu Ganglia's face was pale and his heart palpitated. Worthy of being a monkey, even after being crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain by Buddha Rulai, he was still able to utilize such a strong power. Just glaring for a moment had a power comparable to that of the Transformation God realm. If he were in his heyday, wouldn't this glance have killed him? Oh, the realm is not high, but the means are quite a lot. Dharma heaven and earth, dragon elephant prajna kung fu, and the 8-9 Shien kung fu of the Young family's youngest child. This pig demon of yours has quite some origins. A flash of interest surged in the monkey's eyes. Seeing the monkey tell in one breath the technique and body he practiced, Shu Ganglai was not surprised. After all, in this one, anything could happen. Shu Ganglai laughed dryly. Elder brother, I'm not good at learning the art. My natural talent is stupid. It's also justifiable. I was originally the Heavenly Puff Marshal who was in charge of the Heavenly River's 80,000 water armies, and because I suffered a frame-up from the Jade Emperor, I was knocked down to earth. All cultivation started from scratch, and only a year has passed since today. Seeing him say this, a flash of surprise swept across the monkey's eyes. The fiery eyes tell me that what this pig demon said is indeed true. I can't imagine that there really is actually someone who has cultivated to the early stage of the Yuaning realm within a year. Even back then, it took me a full 3 years. Seeing that the monkey didn't say anything, Shu Ganglai smiled smugly. How is it? You know that what I said is true, right? Not bad. It seems that you are indeed a heavenly genius. The monkey nodded. I believe what you say, but what did you come to see me for today? Is it just to look at me and pity me? I don't need pity from anyone. Shu Ganglai shook his head. This monkey, still dead stubborn, talking half-heartedly, he crouched down, attached himself to the monkey's ear, and said quietly, do you want to get out? The monkey violently opened his eyes and met with Shu Ganglai, and in an instant, Shu Ganglai only felt that he had disappeared into infinite darkness, and instantly lost all his senses. Suddenly, 2 golden colors like the sun lit up and appeared in front of Shu Ganglai's eyes. You must know that I, Lao Sun, was sealed under the 5 fingers mountain by Buddha Rulai, and even if you are my fellow senior, you are only at the early stage of the Yuaning realm, so how can you dare to disobey Buddha? The monkey's voice was like a loud bell, resounding through this heaven and earth. Is this the small world in the monkey's soul? Surprisingly, it's so vast. What level has this monkey's divine soul reached? Shu Ganglai wiped the sweat from his forehead and desperately mobilized his divine soul power to resist, gritting his teeth. Monkey, you and I have a common enemy, and that is the heavenly court, and I want to release you to help me fight my way back up to the heavenly palace. Ha 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 ha, just you? The monkey laughed contemptuously. When Shu Ganglai was belittled, he burst into a rage. You stinking monkey, don't look down on people. He let out a growl, and the soul separation technique immediately went into motion, and a pig demon figure emerged behind him to fight against the pressure of this divine soul heaven and earth. This is the soul separation technique? You have quite a few top techniques in your hands. The monkey was obviously taken aback. With this soul separation technique, it might actually be able to save me from getting out. The monkey muttered, seemingly seeing hope. Chapter 42 Downward Spirit Attached to God's Soul. Vast and boundless mysterious heaven and earth. 2 rounds of brilliant sun hanging in the sky, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Ordinary cultivators look at a glance. I am afraid that on the spot will be the soul of the gods, and below the 2 great suns, a green-faced and tusked pig demon silhouette stood on the earth. Looking so small, the pig demon's shadow was constantly being worn down. Shu Ganglai clenched his teeth and desperately operated the soul separation technique, and without realizing it, the power of his divine soul became stronger and more solid. What an indomitable pig demon! Quite to my old grandson's liking. The voice seemed to come from the flood, resounding through the heavens and earth. Could you Pilma one? My old pig kindly wanted to release you to work together for a great cause, but you are a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Shu Ganglai cracked his mouth. At this moment, his divine soul was experiencing the pain of the great sun's scorching, the kind of pain that even the most resilient immortal cultivator would find hard to bear. Monkey's voice rang out again, surprisingly with a few more points of annoyance. Bold, how dare you mock my old grandson? As soon as these words were said, the size of the 2 great suns once again grew larger, as if they were going to incinerate the entirety of this heaven and earth. Shu Ganglai had no choice but to support himself bitterly, reciting the mantra of the soul separation technique in his mouth continuously. Only then could he bring a minuscule sense of coolness to his divine soul. Damn pilgrim! Shu Ganglai cursed in his heart. My old pig still has to go defeat Erlangshan, kill the heavenly palace and marry Chang'e. How can I die in such a place? Soul separation technique. 2nd level. Open. The 2nd level of the soul separation dharma? Extremely treacherous. Only the divine soul grade reaches the 2nd grade can be cultivated. Otherwise it is very likely to go off the rails and turn into a 2nd little cutie. However, if he didn't forcefully run the 2nd separated soul grand technique, Shu Ganglai wouldn't even be able to hold on for the next minute. Pig demon shadow suddenly swelled dozens of feet, appeared more solid, although compared to the 2 great suns is still a world of difference. But the aura of defiance of death as even the Sun Wukong was shocked. the two great suns suddenly disappeared, and darkness returned to the heavens and earth. The temperature suddenly turned low, and Zhu Ganglai was as if he had fallen into an ice hole, shivering from the cold for a while. This stinking monkey, no wonder Buddha had to seal you for 500 years. You really deserve it. Zhu Ganglai cursed while in his heart. He was a little more in awe of the Monkey King. In the place of any great demon, could one use such powerful divine soul power under the seal of Buddha Rudra? Zhu Ganglai took a breath and suddenly realized with surprise that his divine soul grade had broken through the first grade and reached the second grade. The first grade of divine soul is introductory, and the second grade can be called a minor sect master, capable of practicing soul arts, attacking the enemy's divine soul with God-unaware soul power, killing people in an invisible manner. And Zhuang Dai's younger brother's soul departure syndrome required a second-grade divine soul master to cure. Zhu Ganglai suddenly felt more grateful to Sun Wukong. His divine soul had precisely gone through 2 rounds of great suns before he put it to death and broke through to the second level. Could it be that the stinking monkey did it on purpose? What? You want to thank Old Sun now? Sun Wukong's teasing voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Zhu Ganglai was stunned. Then he arched his hand and smiled. Many thanks to the great sage for making it happen. Seeing that Sun Wukong no longer had any intention of harming him, Zhu Ganglai naturally wouldn't be stubborn. Hearing the word great sage, the Monkey King's heart welled up with a trace of joy, like drinking ice water on a 3-volt day is refreshing. Immediately laughed. Zhu Ganglai, you claim to be my old son's senior brother, but I'll disown you. Zhu Ganglai smiled helplessly and bitterly. This monkey really didn't let people take advantage of him at all. Although it was true that he worshipped Bodhi Laozu before Sun Wukong, at his peak, he was no match for Sun Wukong's cultivation when he first came out of the mountain. But you said you want to take my old grandson out. I'm afraid it's not so simple. If you unseal, Rulai will surely know immediately. Then I'm afraid it will seal my old grandson for another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and you won't be so lucky. Not only will your body die, but you might even be deprived of the qualification to enter the wheel of reincarnation. Hearing the monkey's words, Zhu Ganglai shrank his neck in fear, his heart palpitating. What? Are you afraid? Monkey's tone was tinged with obvious contempt. Scared? Afraid indeed. But what Zhu Ganglai was more afraid of was being silent for the rest of his life. Letting his woman be bullied in the sky without being able to do anything about it. An unyielding will burn like a flame in Zhu Ganglia's eyes. The heavenly court, the spirit mountain. 2 behemoths that once pressed down on the master and brother. Is this life going to be like it once was? Zhu Ganglai roared. My old pig is not afraid. I, old pig, have come here to ask you to be an aid. And to come with me later to attack the heavenly court and trample through the spirit mountain. My old pig's cheap life is not worth dying for. Sun Monkey, do you dare or not? The color of appreciation in Sun Wukong's eyes grew stronger. The blood in his body seemed to start boiling, and his body couldn't stop trembling from excitement. Sun Wukong forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and said, don't blow your cowhide. With the current you, the giant spirit god can crush you with one finger. Zhu Ganglia's heart was just about to go cold when he heard the second half of the monkey's sentence. However, since I have my old son's help, I will never let you die too miserably. Zhu Ganglia's eyes instantly sparkled with essence. Sun Wukong was agreeing to this. However, I can't go out with you. Zhu Ganglai blurted out. Why? Don't worry, I can't go out in my body, but my divine soul can attach itself to yours. I deliberately used the power of my divine soul just now in order to hone your divine soul to the second grade. Only a second grade divine soul master who cultivates the soul separation technique can carry my old son's divine soul. Sun Wukong's arrogant and unruly voice suddenly sounded in Zhu Ganglia's mind. In an instant, the sky was clear and Zhu Ganglai was back under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Zhu Ganglai was incredulous and stammered. Is it difficult? For you? Not bad. Now half of my old son's divine soul is attached to yours. Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but ask. How come it's only half? The other half, of course, should stay within. After all, Rulai isn't that easy to fool. Sun Wukong faintly said. In these 500 years, the Monkey King didn't wait foolishly at the bottom of the mountain, but realized a method of divine soul possession. He was always wild and untamed, and every day he admonished himself in his heart to become stronger, kill his way back to heaven, and then compete with the Buddha. Zhu Ganglai was overjoyed, not expecting things to go so smoothly. He hurriedly asked, Monkey, how can I become stronger? No big, stupid pig, call me great sage. Sun Wukong angrily scolded. Zhu Ganglai shook his head. At this point in time, this monkey was still thinking about that one nebulous establishment. But, after all, the monkey was useful now, so let's leave him alone for now. Zhu Ganglia's tone was sincere. Great sage, how can I become stronger? His mind was silent for a long time before the monkey popped up. There is a mysterious power within you. What is it? Chapter 43, Goku goes to the mountain. Cloud control immortal code. Mysterious power? Zhu Ganglai was creeped out. I didn't realize that the biggest secret of my body, the many suns, many fortunes system, would let the monkeys see it so quickly? It was going to be a surprise. Shu Ganglai scratched his head and laughed heatedly. I didn't expect to be seen through by you so quickly. It was because of that power that I was able to break through from a breeder to the current early Yuaning realm within a year. Speaking of which, Shu Ganglai was extremely grateful to the many suns, many fortunes system, which had brought him too much help. I'll give you a word of advice. Don't use it if you can. The monkey's voice was like an iron hammer, slamming hard into Shu Ganglai. Shocked, Shu Ganglai immediately asked, "Why is this?" Monkey's tone suddenly became inscrutable, even gulping as if he was hiding something. This power, as powerful as it is not necessarily good for the user. As for why, I can't tell you right now. Shu Ganglai knew that Sun Wukong was born with a pure heart, and since he had already chosen to attach himself to his divine soul, there was absolutely no way that he would trap him. And indeed, as Monkey had said, the huge boost from the multi-child system had left him wanting more. With just a little bit of give and take, you get unparalleled rewards that anyone would be attracted to. This power, as if it was a certain mysterious power imposed on Shu Ganglai. If one day the system will be deprived of, Shu Ganglai will have nothing, and revert to a waste of a man, a waste of a pig. Shu Ganglai nodded solemnly and said, "Great sage, I'll listen to you," Monkey said with satisfaction. "It seems that you're not a person who loses his cool when he gets a little benefit. Not bad, not bad." Getting the other party's praise, Shu Ganglai was also pleased with himself for a few minutes. After all, in the world, it was really impossible to find a few people who could get compliments from the Monkey King. "Great sage, there is an inheritance opening near Tianxian Palace, and it is said that there is a quenching immortal liquid inside that can remove impurities from spiritual treasures, which is exactly what I need for my nine-toothed nail rake," Shu Ganglai said. Sun Wukong slightly pondered and nodded his head. "Quenching immortal liquid does have a strange use. Your nine-tooth nail rake looks like it should have been a first-grade spiritual treasure. Why has it been corrupted by you into this state?" Shu Ganglai let out a bitter smile. "This matter, it's a long story. In that case, let's talk on the way." Monkey smiled. Shu Ganglai answered and stepped on an auspicious cloud, accompanied by a majestic spiritual energy, and rose up to the sky. "Great sage, how does this cloud riding skill of mine compare to your somersault clouds?" Shu Ganglai was a little bit proud. After all, among the strongest in the Yuaning realm, his speed was considered superior. "Not even close," Monkey said lightly, showing no mercy. Shu Ganglai made a fool of himself and said resentfully, "It's not that, master. His old man was biased and only gave the somersault cloud to you." Sun Wukong said disdainfully, "Do you think that old man Bodhi gave me the somersault cloud because he favors me? It's clearly because I'm the only one in the entire spirit platform square-inch mountain who has learned how to harness the somersault cloud." The method of harnessing the somersault clouds? An incomparable fire immediately surged in Shu Ganglia's eyes. Seeing that he wanted to learn, the Monkey King sighed and said, "That's just it. Now that I'm buried under the mountain, I may have to rely on you to rescue me later. So this method, I'll pass it on to you." Shu Ganglai was immediately happy. This is the method of harnessing the somersault clouds. Time only monkeys will. The method of somersault cloud harnessing is called the Cloud Controlling Immortal Cannon, which is divided into 5 levels, and is the world's first-class body technique. Next, I'm going to inscribe the cultivation method on your divine soul, so make sure you endure the pain, or else it's highly likely that your divine soul will be destroyed. Monkey's tone suddenly became extremely serious. Shu Ganglai nodded vigorously, knowing the importance of the matter. He flew to the bottom of the mountain and found a hidden cave, saying, "Begin." Sun Wukong took out a golden needle from his ear, placed it in front of his mouth, gently haired on a mouthful of hot air, and immediately afterward, stabbed down hard towards Shu Ganglia's divine soul. Ah! Shu Ganglia's head immediately felt an indescribable pain, and he immediately fell to the ground with a thud, his hands gouging tightly into the rocks, crushing them into pieces. "Bear with me." A monkey's chorus of curses came from the back of his mind. Shu Ganglia's heart crossed. He couldn't let the pilgrims look down on him. He immediately rolled over and sat down, and mouthed the password of the soul separation dharma. A burst of coolness swept towards his divine soul, and the pain of the golden needles inscribing his divine soul lessened quite a bit. "This pig is not stupid," the monkey muttered, his hands still unrelenting as he continued to stab down. Shu Ganglai only felt that his divine soul felt like it was being crushed back and forth by a wagon wheel at one moment, and at another moment, it felt like it was being placed in a fire and roasted. And just as he was about to reach his limit, the pain came to an abrupt end. "It's over," Sun Wukong said faintly. At this moment, Shu Ganglia's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and his eyes were lifeless as he lay motionless on the ground. "Hey, you pig wouldn't be in pain, right?" Monkey joked with his mouth, but in his heart, he had a little more admiration for Shu Ganglai. This kind of pain is by no means something a normal person can endure. Zhu Ganglai grunted as he got up from the ground and responded, "Don't worry, it's not dead yet." As he spoke, he suddenly realized that his divine soul power had actually grown quite a bit more, and had reached the middle stage of the second grade divine soul. However, this way of boosting the power of the divine soul was so ingrained in him that he didn't want to try it a second time. This cloud-controlling immortal canon requires an extremely strong divine soul power as a supplement in order to learn it. And with the strength of the divine soul that you are now, you can only manage to cultivate the first level. Sun Wukong's voice was rather teasing, as if he was happy to see Zhu Ganglai suffer. Without needing to listen to the monkey, Zhu Ganglai was already observing the first cultivation method of the cloud-controlling immortal canon in its entirety on his divine soul at this point. The first level of the cloud-controlling immortal canon, the Royal Wind. After a month of hard practice, Zhu Ganglai finally achieved a slight success. He flicked one foot, his huge body instantly flexible like a kitten, and quickly flew to the edge of the cliff. The terrifying weight pressed down on the cliff rocks without a single speck of powder falling. He traveled through the woods like a bird of prey, and any immortal cultivator would be shocked to see this. At this point in time, if Zhu Ganglai were to face Qin Tian and battle Wario Fong again, he would be able to force out quite a few of the other party's cards with just this hand of stance, and it will be much easier for him to finally achieve victory. Zhu Ganglai landed on the ground. His heart was incomparably happy. This first level of the cloud-controlling immortal canon had finally reached the small completion realm. Suddenly, a long laugh rang out behind him, followed by the words, "This friend, could it be that he is also going to Tianxian Palace to look for the inheritance relics?" Zhu Ganglai turned around and found more than a dozen immortal cultivators walking towards him, all of them filled with a faint spiritual pressure in their bodies, and each of them was not weaker than Wario Fong. And the person in the center, is a face like a knife, lips slightly thin young man, hands and feet show all the nobility, hand a folding fan, a noble gentleman's faction. The 10 or so people around him all gathered him in the center, looking at Zhu Ganglai with a hint of contempt. Chapter 44, Qin Family, Qin Ignorant. In the crowd, there was a woman in a red tights with her hair on her shoulders. Her waist was slim and her proportions were amazing, and her eyes were full of disdain as she looked at Zhu Ganglai. The 4 great families of the eastern lands, the Yao family, the Qin family, the Dongfang family, and the Li family. This woman's name is Yao Xing, and she is a member of the Yao family, one of the 4 great families of the eastern land. The handsome man in the center of the crowd, surrounded by stars, was the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wui. He also had another identity, the brother of Qin Tian, the 11th Imperial Guards of the Demon Beheading Division. Yao Xing's pair of phoenix eyes looked Zhu Ganglai up and down, and her nose couldn't help but wrinkle as she said, "Is a cultivator at the early Yuaning realm worth stopping to recruit? Even if his stance is a bit peculiar, his cultivation level is still a bit too low. Ignore, your vision is getting lower and lower." A sunny smile flowed across Qin Wui's face, but deep within the pupils of his eyes, there was a hint of viper-like gloominess as he smiled. "Yao Xing, this time it's you who are blind. My brother Qin Tian died in the hands of this person." Hearing these words, the crowd had an extra touch of surprise in their eyes. Although Qin Tian's cultivation level was not high, he was after all the leader of the Qin family's younger generation, and the person who could kill Qin Tian was bound to have some Dao skills as well. Zhu Ganglai, however, looked grave and cursed his bad luck. "I didn't expect to run into Qin Tian's clan even on the way to Tianxian Palace." The other side was so crowded that there was no need for Zhu Ganglai to entangle himself with them, and without any nonsense, he was going to turn around and use the cloud-controlling immortal dictionary to vanish. Slow. Qin Wui frowned and spoke out to stop Zhu Ganglai from leaving. Qin Wui was the true genius of the young generation of the Qin family, and from a young age, he possessed the enviable resources of the unusual immortal cultivators, and all the fairies were proud to be able to speak with him, and any senior experts were extremely amiable when they saw him. What I didn't expect was that it was actually met with coldness here in Zhu Ganglai. How could Qin Wui stand this? Zhu Ganglai stopped his stance, not panicking in the slightest, even if the other party was a transformation god realm expert. But he had the cloud-controlling immortal code in his body. If he wanted to leave, the other party would not be able to stay at all. He responded tersely. "Something wrong?" A trace of anger welled up in Qin Wui's eyes, and before he could say anything, a man beside him wearing a white robe with an 8-character beard stepped out with an extremely condescending tone. "It's your great fortune that young Master Qin asked you to stop. Just stand and listen carefully. Don't be in a state of bliss and not know what's good for you." This person's name was Zhao Bing. He was at the Yuan realm perfection cultivation level. He was a Qin family provider, and he usually looked up to Qin Wui. Seeing that Qin Wui was unhappy, Zhao Bing naturally had to stand up for his own master. Zhu Ganglai turned around, and the eyes he cast on Zhao Bing swept through a hint of coldness as he said in a cold voice, "Could it be that you want to seek revenge on me? If so, hurry up and strike. I'm short on time." After hearing these words, the crowd looked at each other. All of them saw a flash of dismay in each other's eyes, followed by a comical look in their eyes. Qian Wui's attitude was extremely condescending as he said, Tion was my clan's younger brother. He ate the forbidden pills and was to blame for being killed by you. By the looks of it, you're also going to Tianxian Palace. You have good body skills. Why don't you come under my command and serve me? And I'll let bygones be bygones. His attitude was as if it was a great honor and a gift for Zhu Ganglai to come under his command. On the other hand, the person beside Qian Wui was in a state of calm, feeling that there was nothing wrong with him talking in this manner. Zhu Ganglai snorted. Thanks for the kind words. I can find my way to Tianxian Palace. Qian Wui's face instantly became extremely ugly, and his eyes were already filled with a morose chill. This Zhu Ganglai actually dared to brush him off in front of the crowd. If I let you go back in one piece today, I will not be the young master of the Qin family. Before he could make a move, Zhao Bing stepped out before him, rolling up his sleeves while sneering. Kid, since you're refusing to do this by honoring me, then don't blame me for bullying you with my cultivation. Don't think that you have pride just because you defeated Qin Tian. Zhao Bing's figure instantly disappeared into thin air, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Zhao Bing was a Yuaning realm perfection powerhouse who had once defeated Wario Fong in a competition, and the winning magic weapon was his set of ground-level lower grade stance. Dragon tendency steps. His pace, accompanied by a dragon's roar, his body swept through, forming a trail of residual shadows in the air. His 5 fingers formed a fist, circling around to Zhu Ganglia's back, with majestic spiritual energy wrapped around his fist, and smashing it down fiercely. The crowd looked at Zhu Ganglai, who was standing stupidly in place, with a variety of expressions on their faces, some of which were pitiful, and some of which were gloating. Yao Xing snorted lightly, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, if you don't know yourself, you deserve to die. Qian Wui's face was bland. I didn't expect such a hiccup on the way to Tianxian Palace. This Zhu Ganglai is bad for messing with anyone, but he just messed with me. Zhao Bing's face was already wearing a sardonic smile, and in the next instant, his own fist would be able to blow this unknowing guy's head off. A punch is thrown. Boom! Dust and smoke rose in all directions. Leaves fluttered in the sky, and a loud thunderclap rang in the ears of the crowd. Yao Xing frowned and fanned the dust in front of him with his hand and said, what's wrong with Zhao Bing, killing an early-stage Yuaning realm and actually making such a big commotion? Instead, Qian Wui in the crowd's face changed greatly, his pupils clenching. The dust and smoke had dispersed, and the temperature around them suddenly became extremely high, only to see Zhu Ganglai clad in inflammatory armor, like a fire god descending into the world, with 10 dragon and elephant silhouettes floating behind him, all of them hissing and roaring, shocking people's hearts. At his feet was the corpse of Zhao Bing. In just one round, Zhao Bing, who was at the perfection of Yuaning realm, was trampled under the feet of Zhu Ganglai, who was at the early Yuaning realm. How is it possible? Yao Xing could hardly believe what was in front of him. Had this guy Zhao Bing taken the wrong kind of medicine today? How could he be killed by someone who was 3 steps lower? Shock was revealed in everyone's eyes, and the weapons and magic treasures in their hands couldn't help but all light up, as if they were facing a great enemy. Most of them were only at the Yuaning realm perfect strength, and if Zhu Ganglai could kill Zhao Bing with one move, he could naturally kill them with one move as well. Zhu Ganglai was quite satisfied with his performance, although Zhao Bing's dragon tendency steps were as swift as thunder. Compared to the cloud-controlling immortal cannon, it was really a heaven and a hell. Just now, he disappeared in place in a flash, utilizing the first level of the 8-9 Shien Gong and the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong, which was powerful enough to be comparable to the perfection of the Yuaning realm. Zhao Bing tried to dodge, but his speed was no longer able to keep up, so he was naturally blown away by a punch. Zhu Ganglai couldn't help but continue to be grateful in his heart. Great sage, your cloud-controlling immortal cannon is really powerful. If it was in the past, even if I was able to defeat him, I would have to go through a lot of trouble. Stupid pig, don't argue. I've noticed a few breaks in your internal system. Sun Wukong's voice was rather impatient. To him, killing a Yuaning realm perfection was like killing an ant. There was nothing to show off. A break in the system? Zhu Ganglai was creeped out. Sure enough, pie doesn't fall from the sky. There was a problem with the system. Qian Wui's face was as cold as frost, and his eyes lit up with a blazing fire as he said angrily, Pig demon, how dare you kill someone in front of me? Chapter 45, Li Family Sword Demon. Qian Wui was completely enraged, and with a single stomp of his foot, 100 feet tall war god silhouette appeared behind him, with a golden helmet and golden armor, holding a golden spear. The war god's eyes opened steeply, and even the spiritual energy in the air began to explode one after another. The ground shook, and countless debris floated in the air. This was the power of a powerful person at the God Transformation realm, arriving at the Transformation God realm and condensing into an out-of-body avatar. A casual strike would have the power of swallowing mountains and rivers, far from being comparable to the Yuaning realm. Shu Ganglai, die for me, Qin Wui shouted, and the golden spear in the hands of the war god's shadow behind him carried the might of heaven and earth as it slammed down. When the crowd saw this, they all turned pale and couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Shu Ganglai, it's fine if you make a fool of yourself, but what did you have to do to make that young master of the Qin family angry? Shu Ganglia's complexion instantly became grave. Worthy of being a strong person of the god transformation realm, a strike with anger was as terrifying as this. His movements were not slowed down at all, instantly bringing his physical state to its peak. Ready to meet the battle. Don't be anxious, someone wants to help you. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly sounded in Shu Ganglia's mind. Hearing this, Shu Ganglia's hand movements paused slightly, and immediately afterward, a spiritual energy fluctuation that was equally as strong as the golden gun shadow came from a short distance away. It was a flash of green blade, and the sharpness of the blade was as if it was going to cut the sky. Before the blade arrows arrived, Yao Xing and the others' faces became extremely hot and shocked. It's the Li family blade demon. Why is he here too? More than 100 feet of green blade ons whistled. In the air and Qin Wui's golden gun shadow collided, only to hear a rumbling sound. The aura in the air shook. The blade ons and the gun shadow were all dissipated. A trace of scorn suddenly appeared in the eyes of Qin Wui, and the shadow of the golden gun in the hands of the war god's shadow behind him reappeared, and he said in a cold voice, Li Dagger, why are you stopping me? The Li family, again, was one of the 4 great families of the eastern lands, and the entire Great Tang dynasty was under the Li family's domain. As for Li Knife, he was the #1 person of the younger generation of the Li family, who loved knives as if his life depended on it since he was a child, and only practiced knife techniques. And surprisingly, he realized the Tao in a single day, and broke through from the Qi refining realm directly to the Yuanying realm, and is now also at the harmonization realm cultivation. The Jianghu people call it, the demon of the knife. Before Li Dagger arrived, the laughter had already arrived. Qin ignorant, as the young master of the Qin clan, you actually struck out at someone at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Do you still want to lose face? Yao Xing and the others' faces changed instantly. It was an undisclosed secret that the Li family and the Qin family did not get along. The two families had neighboring borders and often fought big time, so if there was a chance to make the other side suffer, they would definitely not let it go. The Yao family, on the other hand, chose to ally with the Qin family, and the Dongfang family chose to ally with the Li family. But what was unexpected was that Li Dagger was actually willing to make a move for a nameless junior, which caused Yao Xing and the others to curse Zhu Ganglai for being unlucky. Li Dagger, this kid killed my Qin family's envoy. If you block me, then you are an enemy of my Qin Wuwei. The threat in Qin Wuwei's tone was not hidden at all. Li Dao finally arrived, dressed in green, with a 9-ringed greatsword strapped to his back, similarly followed by more than a dozen people behind him, and his overall strength was not weaker than Qin Wui's party at all. Li Dagger had a beard and his long hair fluttered in the air with an indescribable debauchery. Qin ignorant, if it was in the past, maybe I would have given you face, but this kid is the one Miss Zhuang Dai wants to protect, so you can't be allowed to be reckless. Upon hearing Zhuang Dai's name, Shu Ganglai was abruptly startled, and that luscious and delicate silhouette appeared in his mind, the girl who had just made contact and was about to marry herself. Not only was Zhuang Dai's own cultivation superb, but her father was the palace master of Tianxian Palace, which was a transcendent figure even when looking at the eastern lands, and the 4 great families combined could not compare to Tianxian Palace. Yao Xing's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he immediately spoke out in ridicule. Li Dagger, what are you babbling about? Just with this mud-legged man, he's also worthy of knowing Miss Zhuang Dai? This is where you have the right to speak. In Li Dagger's party, a green-clothed woman walked out, with skin as white as snow, full of charm, and loose clothing that could hardly conceal her proud figure. The woman in green was the first person of the younger generation of the Dongfang family, named Dongfang Xiu. Seeing Yao Xing's outburst, she immediately struck out with a palm. This palm actually had the power of a half-step transformation god. Yao Xing's face changed instantly. She only had the complete strength of the Yuaning realm. How could she resist in the face of Dongfang Xiu's sudden strike? Dongfang Xiu, is your Dongfang family really going to side with the Li family? Qin Wui was furious, and the god of war behind him swung his golden spear, about to defuse the blow for Yao Xing. Li Dagger said in a cold voice, Qin ignorant, your opponent is me. Qin Wui's attack was immediately stopped by Li Dao. Bang! Yao Xing tried his best to resist Dongfang Xiu's palm. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with resentment. It's all because of Zhu Ganglai, this damn little man, who attracted Li Dao and Dongfang Xiu. Li Dagger laughed out loud. Qin ignorant, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Qin Wui said in a cold voice. Don't worry, your head will be taken by me sooner or later, just not now. In the next instant, he withdrew the war god's void behind him. Seeing that Qin Wui no longer had any intention to fight, Li Dao also withdrew his sword demon incarnation behind him. The purpose of his trip was only to protect Zhu Ganglai, and he didn't have to fight Qin Wui to the death. Li Dagger, I'll see you at Tianqian Palace. Qin Wui put down a harsh word and carried the crowd away. After leaving, Yao Xing's eyes were filled with indignation as he said, "Ignorant, we can't just let it go." A touch of viciousness appeared in Qin Wui's eyes as he sneered. Of course, I'll give Li Dao and Dongfang Xiu a big surprise after entering the Tianqian Palace ruins, and that pig demon Zhu Ganglai, I will also pulverize him, letting him know that a mud leg is a mud leg, and will never be able to compare to our great family. Dongfang Xiu walked up to Zhu Ganglai, smiling and constantly sizing him up, and said, I'd like to see what a man who can mesmerize Zhuang Dai looks like. Seeing that the other party was a friend and not an enemy, Zhu Ganglai immediately clasped his fists and said, thank you both for your timely assistance. The other party was willing to step in and help him, so Zhu Ganglai naturally had to be grateful. Although he would be able to defend himself against Qin Disregard's attack with his own strength, he would expose too many of his cards, which would not be favorable for the next fight for the relics. Li Dagger gave a bold smile and said, Palace Master Zhuang has been kind to me. His old man's daughter is my Li Dagger's benefactor. Don't worry, with me next, Qin Wui won't do anything to you. Zhu Ganglai had to thank him again and again. Dongfang Xiu laughed. The ruins of the Tianqian Palace are full of difficulties, and it is impossible to enter the core area with one person's strength, so it is better for you to join us. A few more helpers were always better than one person fighting alone, and Zhu Ganglai nodded in agreement. The crowd immediately moved off to the ruins of the Tianqian Palace. Along the way, under the monkey's guidance, Zhu Ganglia's internal aura kept hitting the bottleneck, finally completing his breakthrough one night to reach the middle stage of the Yuanying realm. Muddy boundless spiritual energy surged through the major acupoints in his body, and now Zhu Ganglai was more than several times more powerful than before. The next time I see Qin Wui, I'll be sure to surprise him. Chapter 46 Soul Snatcher. Auction. This was the first time Zhu Ganglai had made a breakthrough without going through the system, causing quite a commotion. Li Dao, Dongfang Xiu, and the others rushed over to express their joy. Nerd, breaking through to the middle stage of the Yuanying realm and you're getting complacent? Seeing Zhu Ganglia's smug look, Sun Wukong couldn't help but strike out. Nerd, another familiar name. Zhu Ganglai was rather helpless. He hemmed and hawed. Senior brother, is there a suitable technique for me to cultivate? The higher the level the better. You're greedy, but remember that greed can't chew. I do have a divine soul attack technique here that would be more suitable for you. Sun Wukong once again pulled out the golden needles from his ears and inscribed them on Zhu Ganglia's divine soul with extreme seriousness. That pain that went deep into his bones woke up again. Zhu Ganglai didn't faint this time because his divine soul level had already come to the middle of the second grade, but he was still sweating profusely from the pain, so he had to grit his teeth and hold on. After the burning of an incense stick, the death-defying pain finally disappeared. A line of golden lowercase letters appeared in the divine soul. Second grade divine soul technique. Soul snatching hand. After successful cultivation, the power of the divine soul coalesces into a dark-colored giant hand that can directly attack the enemy's divine soul. It can attack the enemy's divine soul. So powerful. Zhu Ganglia's face was filled with surprise. However, to cultivate the soul-snatching hand, one special material is needed, and that is the soul crystals that were condensed when a third-grade divine soul master died. Sun Wukong slowly spoke. Zhu Ganglai raised his eyebrows and said, Third-grade divine soul master? Monkey, do you know how many third-grade divine soul masters there can be in the Eastern lands? Isn't that what? Is the sect leader of the delusion sect a third-grade divine soul master? If you kill him, you'll naturally get the soul crystals, Sun Wukong said casually. Zhu Ganglai took a deep breath and said aloud in his heart, you can't be talking about the void delusion sect, which is on par with Tianqian Palace, right? The patriarch, Voidless, is a strong void refining realm master who can pinch me to death with a single finger. The void delusion sect and the Tianqian Palace were mortal rivals, majoring in divine soul, extremely tricky, and once in a secret match. Someone from the Void Delusion sect had assassinated the son of the Tianqian Palace's palace master, Zhuang Dai's younger brother. To this day, Zhuang Dai's younger brother was still demented, causing the Tianqian Palace master an extreme headache. But almost all of the famous divine soul masters in the eastern lands were under the Void Delusion sect, and the strength of the Void Delusion sect leader, Voidless, was on par with the heavenly Xian Palace's palace leader, Zhuang Shenlong. The divine soul power of the void was even more difficult to guard against, something that even Zhuang Shenlong was extremely afraid of. Then there's nothing I can do. Monkey shrugged his shoulders in an irresponsible manner. Zhu Ganglai shook his head helplessly. This monkey is purely amusing me. How can it be so easy to find the soul crystals of a third-grade divine soul master? Ahead is Tianji City. the closest city to the legacy of the Tianshan Palace ruins. If you all have anything you need to replenish, you can go to Tianji City to purchase it. Dongfang Xiu's voice was noble and elegant, extremely melodious. When Zhu Ganglai heard this, he immediately asked, I want the soul crystals of a third-grade divine soul master. Will there be any for sale in Tianji City? Dongfang Xiu's eyes turned strange as he looked at Zhu Ganglai and said, there aren't even a few third-grade divine soul masters to be found in the eastern lands, and soul crystals are even rarer. So what do you want it for? Zhu Ganglai smiled and responded, I'm going to cultivate a divine soul technique and I need it as a cultivation material. Soul magic? Evenly Dagger of the Transformation God Realm cast his astonished gaze over. Divine soul masters were extremely mysterious and few and far between, and for this Zhu Ganglai to be cultivating divine soul techniques, he was at least a first-grade divine soul master. Originally, they still thought that it was Zhuang Dai's vision that had gone wrong, choosing such a demon with low cultivation as her husband. Now it seems that maybe this kid named Zhu Ganglai does have a little something unique. Li Dagger spoke. Tonight, there is an auction in Tianji City that will not be seen for 100 years, and it is said that there are earth rank techniques, upgraded spiritual treasures, and although third-grade soul crystals are rare, they are no better than spiritual treasures, and they will most likely appear. An auction? Zhu Ganglia's heart was moved. These days, he had scavenged a lot of spirit stones. Although some of it was placed in Foling Hill, most of it was on his own. The extreme spirit stones he had on him were 1,000,000 in number, and the price of a third-grade soul crystal was basically at 700,000 spirit stones, which was enough no matter what. Not long after, the outline of a bustling city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the sky above the city, a flying locust-like figure of a powerful person constantly appeared. Most of them were lords of a party, Yuaning powerhouses. There was even no lack of supreme geniuses and hidden old monsters at the God Transformation realm. They were all here for this Tianshan Palace relic. The majestic city, with 7-colored aura flowing from its walls, was a spell formation set up by a void refining realm powerhouse. Judging from the faintly emanating pressure, it was unknown how much stronger than the purple spirit thunder formation on Fulian Mountain. It would be great if Mount Fuling had such a mountain protection formation, Zhu Ganglai thought in his heart. Into the city. The rest of the Li and Dongfang families each had what they needed and scattered to various places to purchase the materials and equipment they needed, while Li Dao, Dongfang Xiu, and Zhu Ganglai headed straight to the largest auction house in Tianji City. Sure enough, there are third-grade soul crystals. Dongfang Xiu pointed her finger towards the auction house to introduce it. The owner of this third-grade soul crystal stone had a mysterious origin and was said to be from outside the eastern lands. In short, Tianji City would never falsify, because none of the people who came here were strong. And if news of falsification were to spread, it would cause unimaginable losses to Tianji City, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Look, there's a 6th-grade spiritual treasure, the purple gold sand. Li Dao was surprised and pointed to the glazed screen in front of the auction house to introduce it. 6th-grade spiritual treasures, even in the hands of a Yuaning realm powerhouse, were extremely rare existences. In Qin Wui's hand, he did have one, called the War Soul Gun, which had an ancient battlefield sealed in it, and when it came out, the fury of the gun was soaring. That just with this fury, it could give many transformation spirit realm powerhouses a headache. And this purple gold sand, which is said to be the strongest defense, is usually contained in a large gourd, and if someone attacks the owner, the purple gold sand will automatically flow out and form a sturdy wall of sand. But a spiritual treasure of this level was destined to attract looting. It was thought that without 10 million extreme spirit stones, there was no qualification to bid at all. Surprise suddenly flowed from Dongfang Xiu's eyes, and her white jade hand covered her red lips as she exclaimed, that's a middle-grade earth rank technique, the burning sky technique, earth rank middle-grade technique. Even a behemoth like the Dongfang family wouldn't possess too many of them. I didn't expect that it would actually show up at an auction in Tianji City, worthy of being a city under the banner of Tianshan Palace. It was just extraordinary. The auction is about to begin. Zhu Ganglai, Li Dagger, and Dongfang Xiu sat in a secret room. The secret room had a wall on which a huge piece of glaze hung, and from this piece of glaze, one could see the auctioneer's every move on the auction stage. Boom! A powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy swept through the auction, and on the stage, a bald man suddenly appeared, who actually had a harmonization realm cultivation. Isn't it a bit too extravagant for just one host to be at the realm of the transfigured god? Zhu Ganglai violently realized that his cultivation at the middle stage of the Yuaning realm was indeed a bit inadequate. Chapter 47, Malicious Bidding. Welcome to Tianji City. I am the host of this auction. I announce that the auction will officially begin. With the bald host's yell, the atmosphere of the auction immediately became hot. This level of auction was extremely rare, and the crowd was looking forward to the appearance of the items they wanted. As if the bald host was extremely experienced, his movements and expressions were extremely exaggerated. mobilizing the emotions of the audience completely at the highest level. The first auction item, Yuaning Dan. Hearing this, the auction site was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable fire and salivation. Yuaning Dan is an extremely precious elixir in the world. The person taking it must be in the Yuaning realm, and can only take it once in a lifetime. After taking it, the spiritual energy in the body would increase drastically, and could even directly cross a step. And this increase in magnitude is not flimsy, but real, worthy of being Tianji City. What a great deal! Dongfang Xiu sucked in a breath of cool air, her beautiful eyes showing some surprise. After all, it's the first auction item, so of course it should serve as a shock, Li Dagger said with a faint smile. Li Dao and Dongfang Xiu didn't need this Yuaning Dan. After all, the two of them were already strong at the spirit transformation realm. However, an elixir such as the Yuaning Dan would not be felt to be scarce by any power, so it would naturally make a move if it could be grabbed. Starting price, 3 million extreme spirit stones. This is the only one in the room. Those who want it bid quickly. The bald host's voice was full of compulsion. 4 million. I'll give you $5 million. $7 million. I'm the young master of Sky Eagle City. Please give me face. You don't count. $8 million. One horrifying figure after another made Zhu Gonglia's heart skip a beat. This Yuaning Dan. He was also extremely in need of it. After taking it, he would more than likely be able to ascend to the late Yuaning realm. But he had no choice but to be shy. With only 1 million out of the top-grade spirit stones, he was not qualified to compete at all. Looks like it's time to find a way to make more money too. Li Dagger also followed the price a few times in the middle. But the scene of the scramble atmosphere has gone out of control, and ultimately he also had to withdraw. What the hell? The price of this Yuaning Dan has already exceeded the market price, and this group of people are still continuously quoting. Li Dao shook his head and cursed. In the end, the Yuaning Dan was purchased at a price of 10 million extreme spirit stones. At that price, it was already considered a high bid, and it was clear that someone had lost their mind in the bidding. The bald host was also extremely satisfied in his heart, and the difference he could earn from this single alone was not to be underestimated. And now, to show you the second auction item. The auction was in full swing, but the quality of the next auction item that appeared was not as high as the Yuaning Dan. Finally, Shu Ganglai waited for the third-grade soul crystal he wanted. The next auction item, which is really powerful, is a soul crystal produced after the departure of a third-grade divine soul master. So if there are any divine soul master friends in the booth, then pay attention. The bald host slowly opened an exquisite emerald box, and a mysterious aura that seemed to captivate one's soul quietly emanated out. The emerald box contained a transparent black crystal the size of a normal stone. This item was, indeed, a third-grade soul crystal. Zhu Gonglia's eyes were suddenly filled with blazing heat. He had sat here withered for 2 hours just to wait for it to appear. Although third-grade soul crystals were precious, they could only be used by divine soul masters, and most immortal cultivators didn't have much use for them. As a result, the response has not been enthusiastic. Starting price, 300,000 extreme spirit stones. After waiting for a while, Shu Ganglai suddenly said, 350,000. A friend is bidding $350,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid? The bald host obviously also had no expectations for the third-grade soul crystal. After all, although this item was rare, it was not very useful, and the general public could not use it at all. $350,000. First time, $350,000. For the second time, $350,000. And just as the bald host was about to announce the ownership of the third-grade soul crystal, a voice suddenly rang out from another private room. $400,000. Zhu Gonglia's face was calm as he followed suit and quoted, 500,000. In his heart, the value of this item is far beyond the spirit stones. If he learns the second-grade divine soul technique, soul snatching hands, he would not hesitate to spend more spirit stones. $600,000. The voice of the owner of that private room was unhurried, as if he was already at loggerheads with Zhu Ganglai. Some of the overly passionate spectators on the stage once again hit the ground running, thinking that it was sure to be a fight between two divine soul masters, not knowing in whose hands it would fall. Zhu Ganglai also narrowed his eyes slightly and said, 800,000. It seems that this friend is determined to win the third-grade soul crystal and has already bid up to 800,000. I wonder if the other friend will follow. The bald host was still continuously stirring up the atmosphere, wanting to provoke the desire of the two to compete. This host is really good at doing business. Seeing this, Li Dagger couldn't help but spit out. Dongfang Xiu smiled and said to Zhu Ganglai, we're on the same team now, so feel free to bid. I'll lend you whatever is not enough. Li Dagger likewise stated so. With these words, Zhu Ganglai was instantly a lot more solid in his heart, and at the same time, he cast a grateful look at Dongfang Xiu and Li Dao. 1 million. Another mysterious bidder was not willing to give up at all and directly added $200,000. Xu Gonglia's face stared, and he said in a deep voice, $1.5 million. Upon hearing this bid, the audience in the booth and on the stage were in an uproar. A third-grade soul crystal, with a market price of 800,000 extreme spirit stones, but in this auction, it actually fetched a price of $1.5 million. At this time, the mysterious bidder in that private room was smiling faintly and said, I was only calling for a bid for fun just now, and since your excellency is adamant about wanting this crystal, I won't be competing anymore. Hearing this, Xu Gonglia's face sank. This was clearly a deliberate competition to raise the price, enough to cost himself an extra $700,000. Still, what was wanted had finally arrived. Xu Ganglai took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Dongfang Xiu and Li Dao. Thank you both. I'll keep this favor. The two of them instead shrugged their shoulders, indicating that it didn't matter. A favor from an early Yuaning realm. The two of them, who were strong at the god transformation realm, were not too fancy, except that Zhu Ganglai and Zhuang Dai knew each other, and they were more interested in selling Zhuang Dai a favor. The auction was over, and Xu Ganglai got the soul crystal stone as he wished. The crystal stone was cold to the touch and invigorating. In the private room, one after another, people came out. Xu Ganglai, Li Dagger, and Dongfang Xiu also walked out of the private room, and the private room that the party was competing with. Xu Ganglai also walked out of several people. Among them, there happened to be the duo of Qin Wui and Yao Xing, and standing in the center was a handsome man holding a folding fan in his hand in a rather elegant manner. There was a strong sense of playfulness on the faces of Qin Wui and Yao Xing, and the malicious bidding just now was exactly what they had done. Chapter 48 Void Delusion Sect Soul Peak. Zhuang Dai's appearance. In the corridors of the auction house, the rivals are reunited once again. At a glance, Li Dao recognized that the person who could make Qin Wui and Yao Xing reside on either side of him was none other than the youngest elder of the Void Delusion Sect. Soul Peak, the Void Delusion Sect, an existence on par with the Tianqian Palace, stood in the entire Eastern Lands. As for the entire Eastern Lands, there were only two most massive forces, Tianqian Palace and Void Delusion Sect, and the two families' open and secret rivalry had long been no secret. The fact that Qin Wui stood behind Soul Peak was obviously also a signal that the Qin and Yao clans, in the competition between the two behemoths, the Tianqian Palace and the Void Delusion Sect, had already sided with the latter. Thinking of this, Li Dao and Dongfang Xiu's heart sank. If the Qin family and Yao family had the help of the Void Delusion Sect for this legacy inheritance near Tianqian Palace, I'm afraid that the situation would be very different. The eyes of Qin Wui's side were all clearly filled with teasing and smugness, while Zhu Ganglia's side's expression was vaguely tinged with anger. Qin ignorant, you are at least representing the Qin clan. Isn't it out of character to do such unorthodox things? Li Dao also had an ugly expression. After all, Zhu Ganglai was on his side. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Wui's mouth. His eyes filled with pleasure as he said, these are the rules of the auction. Is there anything I've done that doesn't follow the rules? Please point it out brotherly. When Li Dao heard this, his face instantly sank. He was a straightforward nature. His own people were undermined by Qin Wui, so naturally, he would not look on from the sidelines. Just by stomping his single foot, a majestic aura rushed straight into the sky in inspiration, and even the space around him was slightly fluctuating. Qin ignorant, new grudges and old grudges. Let's settle them here. I'm not afraid of you. Qin Wui also let out a cold snort, and a spiritual power fluctuation that was not weaker than Li Dao's violently erupted out. The two powerful breaths kept colliding in the air, and even the wall next to them scratched through a few cracks. Both of them were at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Their strengths were indistinguishable, and it looked like neither of them had an advantage. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation emanated from Soul Peak's body, and in just an instant, Qin Wui's spiritual power fluctuation suppressed Li Dao, who immediately felt a powerful pressure and retreated several steps before stopping his stance. The floor, on the other hand, formed two deep scratches due to Li Dagger's retreat. In Dongfang Xiu's eyes, there was instantly disbelief flowing out, and she could not help but let out a cry of shock. Third-grade Divine Soul Master. Hearing these words, the crowd that had not yet walked out of the auction house and chose to watch from the sidelines were all shocked. A third-grade Divine Soul Master was not something that could be obtained by virtue of hard cultivation overnight, but rather required excellent Divine Soul talent and overwhelming luck. Divine Soul Masters specialize in using the power of the Divine Soul to fight, silently and directly attacking the opponent's soul. Thus, in terms of being difficult to deal with, third-grade Divine Soul Masters even surpassed many Transformation God Realm powerhouses. And just now, that Soul Peak had clearly used some means to instantly enhance Qin Wui's spiritual power and repel Li Dao. Li Dagger's face instantly became ugly to the extreme. Just one Qin ignorant was enough to fight him to a draw. If he added another Soul Peak who didn't know his depth, his side situation would be quite unfavorable. Soul Peak, however, smiled easily, and there was a sense of solicitation in his words. The sharpness of the blade demon is truly compelling. I admire it. The two of you merely had a small conflict over some guy who doesn't know the depths of the world. Nothing that can't be resolved. I have a Yuan Dan here. If Brother Blade is willing to join our team and explore the ruins together, I will gift this Dan to Brother Blade. After saying that, a white and flawless elixir appeared in Soul Peak's hand that was extremely round and emitted a strong aura of spiritual energy on it. The crowd was shocked. It turns out that the Yuan Dan of the party was actually auctioned by this Soul Peak. Worthy of being the Delusion sect, it is really rich and generous. Without waiting for Li Dao to state his position, there was a pleasant woman's voice ringing in everyone's ears. A dog of the Void Delusion sect, how dare you come to the territory of Tianxian Palace to spread your wildness? The middle of the crowd to make a way. A tall woman came. A yellow dress will outline the body of the incomparable amazing, revealing the bare calves, shaking people dizzy. A walk through. Is the fragrance of the wind on the face? Zhu Ganglai fixed his eyes on it. Who else could it be if not Zhuang Dai? And at this time, Zhuang Dai was no longer the half-step Yuaning from before, but had broken through to the Yuaning realm. Behind her, there were more than a dozen people following her. 3 gray-robed old men, all of them emanating astonishing fluctuations of spiritual energy from their bodies, their eyes indifferent, looking at Soul Peak with hostility in their eyes. So it's MS. Zhuang Dai. When Soul Peak saw Zhuang Dai's arrival, he was more than a little surprised in his eyes, but he didn't panic in the slightest and said slowly, although the ruins here are closer to Tianxian Palace, they are not exclusively owned by your Tianxian Palace. If others can come, can't I? The Void Delusion sect. Come? Besides, last time, when the relics near my Void Delusion sect opened, didn't your Tianxian Palace also send people to scramble for them? Although the two parties were secretly having a fight, they never went to war on the surface, so Zhuang Dai couldn't immediately order someone to behead Soul Peak here. Zhuang Dai looked indifferent, like an iceberg snow lotus, and said, it's true that this relic isn't exclusive to my Tianxian Palace, and whoever gets the creation is all up to their ability. But aren't you being a bit too dismissive of my Tianxian Palace by causing trouble at the auction house below my Tianxian Palace? Soul Peak, however, shrugged his shoulders, not caring at all about the threat in Zhuang Dai's words, and instead laughed. If Miss Zhuang Dai is capable, she can use it in the ruins. I'm afraid there's no point in counting words here. Zhuang Dai snorted coldly, her eyes glancing at Qin Wui and Yao Xing as she indifferently said, it seems that the Qin and Yao families are going to completely fall to the Void Delusion sect? Qin Wui's face was cloudy. After all, the Qin family was quite a bit worse compared to the Tianxian Palace, but since he had already climbed up the heavenly tree of the Void Delusion sect, he naturally didn't have to be afraid of the Tianxian Palace. Qin Wui cupped his fists and smiled. A good bird chooses a tree. Please ask Miss Zhuang Dai to understand. His words then turned, his eyes looking toward Zhu Ganglai, a few sneers emerging from the corners of his mouth. However, judging from MS. Zhuang Dai's vision, I made the right choice. After all, this kind of person can be seen by you. The eyes of the people on the field were cast towards Zhu Ganglai. This person was only at the early Yuaning realm cultivation level, and could only be considered inferior in the entire auction site. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of person? What kind of status was Miss Zhuang Dai, to actually look at someone with such a low cultivation level? On the side of Soul Peak and the others, there were more than a few mocking smiles in their eyes. For the daughter of the Heavenly Xian Palace's palace master to choose a mediocre demon as her husband was simply a great joke. As for the people on Tianxian Palace's side, their faces were also quite uncomfortable. After all, if this matter spread out, it would become a joke for Tianxian Palace, and it was rumored that the palace master had already been furious. The eyes of the young talents of Tianxian Palace who were looking at Zhu Ganglai also became unkind. What kind of thing dares to climb up my lady's ladder? Chapter 49, The Belonging of the Blessed Land Cultivation Position. Invitation to battle. A gaze that was either sarcastic or unkind was thrown toward Zhu Ganglai, which instantly made the latter the center of the field. Zhu Ganglia's palms were also slightly sweaty, and he let out a bitter laugh inwardly. This feeling of becoming a public enemy was really not good. And right at this moment, Zhuang Dai's long legs lifted up. Surprisingly, she was standing directly on Zhu Ganglia's side, her eyes full of tenderness, and then responded to Qin Wui. It's not your turn to talk about my vision. After saying that, he even put his lotus root-like arm across Zhu Ganglia's arm, and this move obviously let Zhuang Dai's admirer's eyes more have a bare anger burning. Hate to Zhu Ganglai's arm cut off, chopped into meat paste to feed the dog. Zhu Ganglai was even more helpless in his heart and invariably attracted a lot of hatred. Qin Wui's eyes, however, were filled with mockery as he said, Mrs. Vision will be able to be verified when the relic opens in half a month. He had already made preparations. As long as he entered the relics, he would decisively strike upon seeing Zhu Ganglai, and settle new grudges and old grudges together. Soul Peak, however, smiled faintly. seeing that Li Dagger was already standing behind Zhuang Dai, knowing that the other party had already chosen Tianxian Palace, and that there was no use in soliciting them in any way, so he put the Yuaning Dan in his hand back into his storage magic treasure. Then let's wish Miss Zhuang Dai's sweetheart a great shine in the ruined scramble. After saying that, he turned around and left, with Qin Wui and Yao Xing and the others following closely behind. Miss, the people of the Void Delusion sect have gone too far. When we enter the ruins, I will naturally take this out for you. Zhuang Dai sighed. Out of a white-robed man, the appearance is quite handsome. The eyes of Zhuang Dai's adoration of the natural flow out. This person's name was Bai Yu, the son of one of the Tianxian Palace elders, and his cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, one step higher than Qin Wui. And it was also this person who glared at Zhu Ganglai the most. Zhuang Dai sighed and said, the power of the Void Delusion sect is getting bigger and bigger, and the friction between the two families is getting worse and worse, and one day there will be a great war. With an expression of righteous indignation, Bai Yu said, don't worry, miss, no matter when, I will guard you. These words did not move Zhuang Dai, but instead, they were meaty and felt upset. The reason why Tianxian Palace had vaguely fallen behind in its confrontation with the Void Delusion sect was because of the lack of unity among the great elders of the upper echelons. As for Bai Yu's father, Bai Yingming, who was also a strong void refining realm practitioner, he disobeyed Palace Master Zhuang Shenglong's orders. Zhuang Shenglong intends to set up Zhuang Dai and Bai Yu as a way to draw in Bai Yingming's forces and secure his position as the head of Tianxian Palace. Therefore, it was inevitable that Zhuang Shenglong would be furious when he heard that Zhuang Dai liked a wild demon. White Feather. His name is Zhu Ganglai. He is also a member of our team in the Ruin Scramble. You have to take good care of him. Understand? Zhuang Dai was a simple girl and didn't know how much jealousy would grow in Bai Yu's heart if she said that. Bai Yu claimed yes on the surface, while his eyes glanced at Zhu Ganglai with a strong disdain, and his words were laced with sneers. This friend Zhu Ganglai, when we enter the ruins in half a month, you must stay well in the team, not asking for your contribution, but don't drag your feet. Zhu Ganglai, however, just laughed and ignored Bai Yu's mockery, and this bland demeanor of his, but even more so, White Feather's heart lit up with anger. A mud-legged man, actually dared to die Zhuang Dai? If it wasn't for the sake of showing poise in front of Zhuang Dai, he would have already slapped this kid to death. Zhu Ganglai, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. Zhuang Dai looked at Zhu Ganglai with a smiling face. Zhu Ganglai thought for a moment and said, I need a quiet place to retreat. Please arrange it. Miss Zhuang. Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes flowed and suddenly lit up, saying, there's a Tianji blessed land in Tianji City. It's most suitable for cultivation and it's quiet. I'll take you there. What she was talking about was none other than the heavenly chance blessed land. The blessed land had a spiritual spring that was extremely rich in spiritual qi, which could increase the efficiency of cultivation drastically, and the Tianxian Palace had spent a lot of effort for this blessed land. Without waiting for Zhu Ganglai to nod his head in agreement, a voice behind White Feather rang out in a nonchalant manner. Miss, it's true that there is a location in the heavenly chance blessed land, but there is only one location left, now that the opening of the relics is imminent and everyone needs to cultivate in seclusion. My subordinate proposes that it would be better to let those who can contribute more in the relics cultivate in the heavenly chance blessed land. As expected, Zhuang Dai's favoritism caused many of Tianxian Palace's hearts to become disconcerted, and the one who raised his voice was none other than Tianji City's young city lord, Gu Lei. Gu Lei's eyes glanced at Zhu Ganglai. A hint of sarcasm swept over. An early stage of the Yuaning realm, and you want to occupy my heavenly chance blessed land? It's simply a waste. He was Bai Yu's man, so naturally he could see that Bai Yu was dissatisfied with Zhu Ganglai, so by speaking out at this time, he also had the intention of pleasing Bai Yu. Sure enough, a smirk surfaced on White Feather's face, but his mouth said, how dare you? You dare to openly disobey Miss Zhuang Dai's orders? That Gu Lei, however, had an aggrieved face and mumbled, my subordinate is doing this for the sake of Tianxian Palace. The opening of this relic has restrictions left behind by the mysterious powerhouse during his lifetime. And although the restrictions have been loosened, the highest person who enters can only be in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Brother Zhu Ganglai is only at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Wasting a blessed land cultivation opportunity for this is not worth it. His voice grew fainter and fainter, but it rang clearly in the ears of the crowd. For this reason, a disgruntled gaze was cast toward Zhu Ganglai, and although none of them said anything with their mouths, all of them were unconvinced in their hearts. Zhuang Dai was just about to argue for Zhu Ganglai, but Zhu Ganglai grabbed his voice. Dare I ask this friend, how can I deserve a heavenly chance blessing cultivation location? The corners of that Gu Lei's mouth were raised with the slightest bit of undisguised provocation. There are rules in the heavenly chance blessed land. Only those who have perfected their Yuaning and are about to break through the spirit transformation realm are qualified to cultivate there. And Brother Zhu is a friend of Miss, so naturally he can make an exception. Only, It is to pass 3 moves in my hands. If Brother Zhu can survive these 3 moves, this position is yours. After saying this, there was a hint of teasing in the eyes of White Feather's clusters. Their hearts were all calculating that Goulet was a Yuaning realm consummate powerhouse, only a hair's breadth away from the spirit transformation realm. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to use even a single move to clean up someone with a low cultivation level like Zhu Ganglai. Seeing that Zhu Ganglai didn't reply for a long time, the corner of Goulet's mouth smiled even more impishly. Is Brother Zhu not a wimp? Don't worry, you're a friend of Miss. I'll naturally pay attention to the proportion. Goulet, how dare you? Zhuang Dai was just about to exit to reprimand, but was stopped by Baiyu with a smile. White Feather laughed. Miss doesn't need to worry. Brother Zhu naturally has the ability in him. If he can take Goulet's 3 strokes openly and honestly, there will definitely be no more criticism from the young disciples of Tianxian Palace regarding the matter of the Blessed Land's cultivation. Zhuang Dai's teeth lightly bit her red lips, and after thinking and thinking, she could not favor Zhu Ganglai in front of all the Tianxian Palace disciples. And just then, Zhu Ganglai was laughing lightly. Not a bad idea. Mr. Zhu takes it. Chapter 50, A Punch to the Face. With Zhu Ganglia's promise, Goulet's eyes actually swept over a hint of surprise. A mid-Yuaning realm actually dared to answer the 3 moves appointment of a Yuaning realm great circle. I don't know if I should say that Zhu Ganglai was young and exuberant or stupid. Zhuang Dai's pretty face was instantly written with worry as she softly said, Zhu Ganglai, Goulet is the young city lord of Tianji City and has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, but it's by no means comparable to Qin Tian Stream. You don't have to pay attention to him. I can naturally get you the location of that blessed land. Into the strong care in Zhuang Dai's eyes, Zhu Ganglai was also warm in his heart and smiled at Zhuang Dai. Don't worry, MS. Zhuang, I know in my heart, even though you're the daughter of the Heavenly Shien Palace's palace master, there are so many Heavenly Shien Palace disciples here that I can't make things too difficult for you. From the exchange between Zhuang Dai and Baiyu just now, Zhu Ganglai could already tell that the upper echelons of Tianxian Palace were not united either. Therefore, he couldn't act recklessly on the basis of his feelings with Zhuang Dai, and in that case, it would only give the White Feather party more talking points. It seems that Brother Zhu is also someone who understands things. Goulet's eyes surged with a touch of playfulness. Since this kid didn't know the sky and dared to promise to take 3 moves, then he himself would let him lose his face completely in front of Miss Zhuang Dai. Those who hadn't left the auction house yet, naturally couldn't leave when they saw that there was a good show going on, but instead, they all had their arms wrapped around their chests and were pointing their fingers at Zhu Ganglai. This is the man Miss Zhuang Dai had to marry? The realm is too low. Not only is the realm low, but there's no eye candy. Goulet has been plowing through the Yuaning realm consummation for many years, and under the transformation god, there are few people who are his enemy. A voice, either mocking or sighing, continuously resounded here and there in the auction house. Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes were filled with worry, and her heart kept praying for a miracle to happen. The crowd stepped back, leaving room for the two to exchange blows. White Feather let out a faint smile, flexed his fingers and flicked. A green aura point of light was floating from his fingertips. The green points of light fell around Zhu Ganglai and Goulet, transforming into an emerald green transparent light screen that emitted a faint spiritual pressure. Judging from this pressure, even an early-stage transformation god realm powerho use would not be able to break this light curtain. With this light curtain, even if the duo fought inside with a lot of commotion, it wouldn't affect the whole place. The onlookers looked at Baiyu, and voices of admiration kept appearing. Worthy of being Tianxian Palace's favored disciple, he's actually so considerate. If I were Miss Zhuang Dai, I would definitely fall for him. I do think that White Feather is up to no good. The space in this curtain of light is only a mere dozens of feet, and it's extremely difficult for Zhu Ganglai to even think about dodging Goulet's attack. You think Zhu Ganglai can dodge Goulet's attack? It's simply a joke. That's true. Around them, there were whispers that kept ringing out, and in Goulet's eyes, there was a condescending expression, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, Brother Zhu, are you ready? Zhu Ganglai nodded his head and said with a calm expression, I have finished preparing. Is Brother Gu ready as well? Goulet shrugged his shoulders and said, Of course I'm ready. As soon as his words fell, the figure of Zhu Ganglai in front of him moved and charged straight at him. The guy who doesn't know how to die actually dares to take the initiative. A hint of annoyance swept through Goulet's eyes. According to the agreement, Zhu Ganglai should have activated his best defensive spirit skill in place and immediately eat 3 of his moves. But this Zhu Ganglai actually dared to completely abandon his defense and take the initiative to attack him. This behavior, in Goulet's eyes, was undoubtedly a strong provocation. Brother Zhu, Brother Zhu, I wanted to give you a few points for the sake of Miss Zhuang Dai's face and defeat you only in the 3rd move. Since you're so insistent, you won't blame me for being ruthless. Zhu Ganglia's fist was already close to Goulet's face, but Goulet's eyes did not see the slightest bit of panic. Instead, there was a strong sense of mockery that surfaced. only to see a wave of powerful aura fluctuations suddenly coming from his arm. An arc of electricity like a silver snake lingered on his arm, with a furious aura sweeping over him. The corners of Goulet's mouth pulled out a sardonic smile as he formed his 5 fingers into fists, and with a harsh whistling sound, he rushed Zhu Gonglia's fists and blasted away. But in the next instant, the expression on Goulet's face froze. With this punch, he actually landed. Zhu Ganglai, who had been in front of him just a moment ago, had lost sight of him at this moment. Where did this kid go? With too much force, Goulet's body actually stumbled. The first level of the 8-9 Shien Gong, Great Flame, the 10th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, and right behind Goulet, Zhu Ganglia's figure appeared abruptly. His body was as if there were flames burning, and behind him, there was the faint sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's whistle accompanying him. Goulet also reacted quickly, knowing that the other party's stance was extraordinary and had already circled around behind him. He also hurriedly turned around, but it was too late to react. A casserole-sized fist, wrapped in majestic spiritual energy, whistled at Goulet's face. Bang! Zhu Gonglia's punch hit Goulet's face solidly, sending the latter directly flying tens of feet, smashing heavily against the green light screen before slowly sliding down to the ground. Even the green light curtain that was difficult to break at the early stage of the transformation god realm had a crack appear. As for that Goulet, his face was already pale, and there was an incredibly shocked look in his eyes. This punch was by no means a power that could be possessed by the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. This kid is pretending to be a pig in a poke. Goulet was instantly furious, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, landing on his clothes, his eyes filled with pain. Wow! The crowd of onlookers immediately erupted into an uproar. With shock appearing in their eyes, they couldn't guess the outcome of the matter no matter what. It was actually Zhu Ganglai who defeated the veteran Yuaning realm perfection Goulet with a single punch. Zhuang Dai's eyes immediately surged with a strong color of joy, not hiding the love and admiration for Zhu Ganglai, pulling a few female companions beside him, laughing gleefully. There's nothing wrong with my vision, don't you think? Even the female disciples of Tianxian Palace, who were not optimistic about Zhu Ganglai just now, could not help but nod their heads at this moment. This kid named Zhu Ganglai does have some connections. Bai Yu's face, however, became slightly unsightly, and with a faint shade of gloom hidden in his eyes, he muttered, "Is it that mysterious stance?" Zhu Ganglai had strangely disappeared in place and appeared behind Goulet, obviously using a mysterious body-spirit skill, and the grade was certainly not low. It was at least a lower grade of the Earth rank body technique that would have this power. Unexpectedly, this kid does have a bit of a chance. The corner of Whitefeather's mouth skimmed, seemingly with a hint of disdain. Stance was nothing more than the way of trickery. Goulet was losing out on carelessness. He waved his hand, and the green curtain of light re-emerged as a point of light, returning to his fingers, thanks to Brother Gu's fulfillment, the only remaining location of a blessed land. I'll take it as a favor. Zhu Ganglia smiled and clasped his fists at Goulet and Bai Yu, the corners of his mouth raised. Chapter 51 Lin Yuan's Disdain. The faint smile on Zhu Ganglia's face was extraordinarily harsh in Bai Yu's eyes. After all, Goulet was his subordinate, and instead of earning face for him, this time he was the one who lost face. Guile the punk. Bai Yu looked towards Goulet, who was being helped up by the other disciples, with a hint of anger contained in his eyes. Senior brother Bai, it was my negligence just now. Goulet's face was pale, there was still blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes contained a strong sense of shame and unwillingness. He had thought that he would crush Zhu Ganglai with the momentum of destroying the world, but he never expected that the other party would actually be carrying a lower grade level of the Earth Order's body-spirit skills. After all, that level of body-spirit skill was extremely rare, and even Tianxian Palace didn't have too many of them. Bai Yu took a deep breath and tried to suppress all the unhappiness inside, squeezing out a forced smile on his face and pretending to be calm. Impudent fellow. Brother Zhu is a friend of Miss. His strength is unfathomable. Of course you're making a fool of yourself by challenging him. Goulet said yes in a loud voice and went down to heal his wounds with the help of the other disciples. Bai Yu, Zhu Ganglai can go to the heavenly chance-blessed land to cultivate this time, right? Zhuang Dai's pretty face carried a smug look. She was naturally happy to be able to make this dogskin suffer. A smile reappeared on Whitefeather's face and he clasped his fists, saying, since Brother Zhu won the agreement, he can naturally go to the heavenly chance-blessed land to cultivate. Afterwards, Whitefeather looked at Zhu Ganglai, and his eyes seemed to carry a hint of warning that only Zhu Ganglai could read. Zhu Ganglai, on the contrary, had a face like a flat lake and didn't say anything more. This world was honored by strength. Trying to scare him off with a single look was something that was absolutely impossible. Tenji blessing. Zhu Ganglai followed behind Zhuang Dai and arrived in a huge manor. In the manor, the aura was extremely abundant, and when a person took a breath of it, he would be refreshed, and the soothing sensation flowed to all his limbs and bones. And in the middle of the manor, there was a spring that was several feet in circumference, emerald green in color, and it looked unendingly alive, with a dense spiritual mist on it, and around the spring, there was a silhouette hovering and meditating, eyes tightly closed, nostrils greedily absorbing the pure spiritual chi brought by the spiritual spring. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were suddenly filled with fire. Sure enough, it was a blessed land of extremely high quality, and I don't know how much stronger it was compared to that fountain of youth in Fuling Mountain. If one were to cultivate in this place, whether it was a technique or a spirit skill, the efficiency would be much higher. This is where you practice. Zhuang Dai pointed to the only remaining futon, which was extremely close to the location of the spring, thinking that it was specially reserved for Goulet. Unexpectedly, at this point, it was to fulfill Zhu Ganglai. Many thanks to Miss Zhuang Dai. Zhu Ganglai solemnly clasped his fists and sincerely thanked him. Zhuang Dai's eyes, however, swept over a touch of resentment as she stretched out her jade hand and curled it around her hair as she softly said, "Do I need to be so polite to me?" Zhu Ganglai was stunned, did not say anything else, and buried this affection of Zhuang Dai deeply in his heart. "You cultivate well. This time, I will also participate in the Tianxian Palace Ruin Scramble, and I will come to call you at that time." After instructing Zhu Ganglai, Zhuang Dai's delicate figure was turned around and left, leaving behind a mesmerizing aroma. Zhu Ganglai also sat down cross-legged. Only at this time, it was found that the surrounding cultivation people did not know when they all quietly opened their eyes, looking at Zhu Ganglia's eyes with undisguised hostility. Obviously, all of them knew Zhuang Dai, but they had never seen Zhuang Dai look so petulant to any man. Zhu Ganglai touched his nose in embarrassment. "Did you accidentally become a public enemy again? Hey friend, don't try to eat swan meat with a toad. You don't deserve Zhuang Dai at all." On a futon not too far away sat a black-clothed youth with a few sneers in his eyes, obviously not recognizing Zhu Ganglia's cultivation. This person's name was Lin Yuan, and he was likewise the favored disciple of a certain elder of the Tianxian Palace, who was not very old, but had already broken through to the early stage of the transformation god realm. Naturally, he was one of Zhuang Dai's admirers, and just before Zhu Ganglia's arrival, Bai Yu had already sent someone to send a message over, saying that Zhuang Dai had brought a male friend to the heavenly chance-blessed land, and that the friendship between the two exceeded the bottom line of ordinary friends. When Lin Yuan heard this, first his heart sank, then when he heard that the person was only in the middle stage of the Yuaning realm, his heart's boundless anger was bursting out. Miss Zhuang Dai's cultivation time was short, yet she had also reached the early stage of the Yuaning realm within a few years, so it could be said that she was gifted, and in a few more years, she would inevitably be at the spirit transformation realm as well. But what kind of person was that Zhu Ganglai, who had no background and actually dared to get his hands on the little princess of Tianxian Palace? Lin Yuan has made up his mind that although he doesn't dare to hurt Zhu Ganglai, some humiliation is bound to be inevitable. Mid-Yuaning realm, if there's no one to protect you, going to the relics would be a death sentence. Lin Yuan unabashedly mocked. However, Zhu Ganglai ignored it and sat on the futon with an old spirit, pulling out a transparent black crystal from his storage earring. "Oh, it's a soul crystal. The quality doesn't look low." The crowd's eyes had gathered in Zhu Ganglia's hand. This soul crystal stone was generally a material that would only be used by divine soul masters to cultivate their soul arts. Could this Zhu Ganglai be a divine soul master? Pretending. This is a third-grade soul crystal. You can't use it, so what's the point of showing it off? Lin Yun disdained it and couldn't help but speak out sarcastically. Zhu Ganglai glanced at him fatally and said in a cold voice, "No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk. How dare you?" Lin Yuan was taunted by Zhu Ganglai. He was furious, and a shocking aura shot straight up to the sky above his head. The heavenly chance-blessed land is a place of quiet cultivation. Anyone who makes noise to others' cultivation, please get out. Near the eye of the spring, there were two old men with ancient expressions. Their eyes were deep, and their bodies were emitting powerful spiritual power fluctuations as they opened their mouths to maintain order. Lin Yuan was stunned and sat back resentfully. Those two old men were both with the strength of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. They were the caretaker elders of the heavenly chance-blessed land, so naturally they couldn't be disobeyed. Subsequently, he also let out a cold laugh. That Zhu Ganglai was at most a first-grade divine soul master, pretending to be a god there. It really made people laugh their asses off. After the two elders opened their mouths, the voices on the scene suddenly subsided, and Zhu Ganglai took a deep breath, finally able to cultivate the second-grade soul art soul-snatching hand. Zhu Ganglia's mind moved and called out to a certain being in this mind. Monkey, what are you calling me for, you stupid pig? Can't you see I'm working on this polygamy system of yours? Zhu Ganglai heatedly smiled and said, the third-grade soul crystals have been found, so it's time to cultivate the soul-snatching hand. Oh, I can't believe I found it so quickly. Sun Wukong also didn't know where he got a pair of glasses, and at this time, he wore them on his eyes, with an old scholarly demeanor. It's really a third-grade soul crystal. Your kid's movements are sharp. It can't be helped. In order for your strength to grow rapidly and completely unseal me, I have no choice but to teach you properly. Chapter 52 Soul-Snatching Hands. Inside the heavenly chance-blessed land, a silhouette sat cross-legged on a futon, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual chi spewing out from the spiritual fountain. As for Zhu Ganglai, he also followed Sun Wukong's instructions and urged his spiritual power to crush the third-grade soul crystal in his hand into pieces. Amazingly, after the soul crystals turned into powder, they didn't float away with the wind, but turned into drops of water that merged with Zhu Ganglia's spiritual energy and burrowed along the pores. Still not running the circumference? Sun Wukong was characteristically anxious and couldn't help but exit his mouth to urge. Zhu Ganglai rolled his eyes. Why are you still so monkeyish? Just then, the crystal powder in his hand had only just finished absorbing it. Zhu Ganglai didn't dare to be slow, and immediately began to operate the circumference according to the soul-snatching hand cultivation method engraved on his divine soul. His divine soul also had a few agitations, and on the arm of his divine soul, there were one mysterious and complex pattern after another quietly appearing, accompanied by great pain. Hiss! That kind of pain was difficult to bear even for Zhu Ganglai, who had become extremely tough inside, and at this time, his face was twisted up. This is the kind of pain that screams at you to get through it, and you can only get through it on your own. But it was all worth it to fight to heaven, defeat Erlangshan, and reclaim Chang'e. As the circumference ran again and again, the complex and mysterious pattern on Zhu Ganglia's divine soul arm also became more obvious, with an appalling soul fluctuation that quietly radiated out. Lin Yuan, and some of the people who wanted to possibly Zhu Ganglia's jokes, the mocking intent in their eyes just now had completely disappeared, and was replaced by intense shock, because, even they were able to discover that above Zhu Ganglia's head, there was a powerful soul fluctuation that was extremely uncommon. Unexpectedly, this guy is somewhat capable. This kind of divine soul strength clearly exceeds a first-grade divine soul, Lin Yuan muttered, but still did not place Zhu Ganglai in his eyes. After all, although divine soul masters were mysterious and powerful, they were mostly used to cultivate talismans, formations, and other auxiliary attacks. This kind of trail was naturally unappealing to Lin Yuan. After all, it was only the middle stage of the Yuaning realm, so if he wanted to, he could completely defeat him in one move. Half a month passed in a flash. Zhu Ganglai also quietly opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. Due to practicing the soul-leaving technique given by Goddess of Mercy, his speed of practicing the soul-snatching hands was exceptionally fast, and he had already reached a small level of success. And according to what the monkey said, although the soul-snatching hand was a second-grade soul art, when it came to the degree of dominance, ordinary third-grade soul arts were far inferior. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air slowly exhaled from Zhu Ganglia's mouth. Sitting withered for half a month and finally accomplishing something, he stretched, his joints crackling and crunching. What's going on? Zhu Ganglai suddenly realized that none of the silhouettes that were originally cultivating around him were visible, leaving only a futon. He woke up abruptly and immediately stood up, rushing towards the outside. It wasn't that he had already missed the time of the opening of the relics because he had been so wasted in his cultivation, was it? In front of the entrance to the Tianqian ruins, it was already densely packed with people. These people were all powerful people in the eastern lands. The worst of them were at the late Yuaning realm strength, and some of them were even emitting aura fluctuations unique to the transformation god realm. And of these people, there are two factions that are the most numerous and strongest. One of them was Tianqian Palace. The ruins were closest to Tianqian Palace, and the proximity to the water was the first thing to get the moon, as Zhuang Dai, Bai Yu, and Lin Yuan stood right in front of the group. Li Dagger, Dongfang Xiu, and the rest of the Li and Dongfang families also drew closer towards the Tianqian Palace's group. On the other hand, there was the faction of the Void Delusion sect, with Soul Peak, Qin Wui, Yao Xing, and the others in the center position, all of them looking at the Tianqian Palace with a hint of sinister intent in their eyes. The other immortal cultivators were also divided into dozens of teams, both large and small, and were likewise the top forces of the eastern lands, only that they were inferior to the first-tier forces like the Qin family and the Li family. The relics are about to open. Why hasn't Zhu Ganglai arrived yet? Zhuang Dai stood on a high place, her jade hand on her forehead as she gazed into the distance. 2 days before the relics were about to open, Zhuang Dai had looked for Zhu Ganglai once, but when she saw that the other party was practicing hard, she didn't disturb him and instead instructed Lin Yuan to remember to bring Zhu Ganglai here. Zhuang Dai's expression was filled with anxiety as she stomped her paws and scolded Lin Yuan. Didn't I tell you to wait in the blessed land for Zhu Ganglai to come along? Why did you come by yourself? Lin Yuan had a helpless look on his face and said, Miss Zhuang Dai, as you know, people who are in closed-door cultivation should never be easily disturbed, or else there is a risk of going off the rails. And since you think so highly of Zhu Ganglai, how could I dare to call him so easily? His heart secretly laughed. In fact, this was just his words of excuses. from the very beginning, it was that he did not intend to call Zhu Ganglai to come along. Zhuang Dai was simple at heart and felt that Lin Yuan could not be blamed for this, so she pouted her red lips and her eyes looked into the distance, full of hope. Miss, it couldn't be that Zhu Ganglai knows that his strength is low and doesn't want to drag his feet for our Tianxin Palace. After all, in the midst of this relic, dragons and snakes are mixed together, and there are murderous villains everywhere, so it's wise for him to retreat on the brink. Lin Yuan consoled on the side, but in his heart, he was unsuspecting, wanting to lower Zhu Ganglia's status in Zhuang Dai's heart. On the side of the white feather I swept a touch of contempt. That Zhu Ganglai must not dare to come. Find a bitter cultivation excuse to shirk. But this is good, just so Miss Zhuang Dai can see whether this person is worth trusting or not. White feather took a look at the seal fluctuation at the entrance of the relic, which was getting looser and looser, and immediately said, Miss, it looks like Zhu Ganglai won't be coming. We need to be prepared. If we lose the head start because we're waiting for him alone, it will be detrimental to the entire relic scramble. For this relic scramble, Tianxin Palace had sent Bai Yu, who was in the middle stage of the God Transformation realm, as well as Lin Yuan, Li Dao, and 4 other early stage of the God Transformation realm, as well as more than 30 Yuaning realm consummate powerhouses, and on the side of the Void Delusion sect, it was about the same level. If Tianxin Palace was slow to enter the relics due to waiting for someone, it would definitely lag behind the Void Delusion sect in the competition for the treasure. Zhuang Dai, as the daughter of the palace master, naturally understood the big picture, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, her eyes still full of hope. Wait a little longer. Ever since the first time she saw Zhu Ganglia's great display of power and success in challenging Qin Tian as an underdog, that dashing figure had captivated her. In Zhuang Dai's eyes, Zhu Ganglai was definitely not a person who retreated from the battlefield. The seal at the entrance of the relic was getting thinner and thinner, and in the crowd, there was also agitation appearing as they prepared to enter the relic. Miss, it can't wait any longer. Whitefeather's tone suddenly became stern this time. Zhuang Dai sighed and was about to announce that he was entering the relics when, in mid-air, a sharp wind sound suddenly came. A tower-like figure appeared in front of the Tianxin Palace crowd, and the visitor gave a dry laugh. Sorry, I'm not late, am I? Chapter 53, Light Lizard. Zhu Ganglai? Zhuang Dai's beautiful eyes suddenly showed a different look. I told you that you would definitely come. The relics are full of crises, but there are many opportunities, so you have to protect yourself. Her eyes were filled with concern as she gazed closely at Zhu Ganglai as if no one else existed. Bai Yu snorted coldly, flung his long sleeves. His face was gloomy, and he did not have the good sense to say, since you're late, hurry up and get into the group. The entrance to the relics will open soon, and you won't have time to take care of you then. There was nothing in or out of his words that showed his contempt for Zhu Ganglai. As for the other disciples of Tianxin Palace, they also had a headache with Zhuang Dai's capriciousness. Everyone waited and waited, but they were actually waiting for a mid-Yuaning realm. But this middle Yuaning realm, who had a bigger spectrum than anyone else, was actually the last to arrive. If Zhu Ganglai wasn't a friend of Miss Zhuang Dai, he would have expelled him from the team. I thought the Tianxin Palace was waiting for some young hunk, but it turns out to be him. Soul Peak, who was not far away, shook his head. The strength of the middle stage of the Yuaning realm, entering the ruins was just a liability. This little princess of the Tianxin Palace, her temper was a little too capricious, but it was good. In that case, the chances of winning the fight for the chance in the relics would be greater. After all, in this relic opening, there was a quenching immortal liquid present, and a treasure of that grade, which could raise the level of a spiritual treasure, was coveted even by him. This Zhu Ganglai didn't disappoint me. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Wui said, he's here, there are some grudges, let's end them in the ruins. After saying that, he looked directly at Zhu Ganglai, and seeing that the latter had also noticed him, a cruel smile appeared in Qin Wui's eyes as he placed a single palm across his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Zhu Ganglai, on the other hand, gave him a middle finger. Qin Wui was instantly enraged, his face turning white with anger. Zhu Ganglai, when I see you in the ruins, I will definitely break your limbs and turn you into a cripple for people to visit. Zhu Ganglai was also laughing coldly inwardly. This Qin family brother had caused quite a bit of trouble for himself, and it was time for some of the grudges to come to an end. If he encountered Qin Wui in the relics, he would also have to let him know that he was no soft touch. Boom! The entrance of the relics. The last bit of seal is also disappeared. The entrance, emerged a water curtain. Through the water curtain, inside is the small world in the relics. The relics will be open for a total of 3 months. Tianxin Palace disciples must be careful when entering the relics, Zhuang Dai reminded loudly. Next, a flying locust-like silhouette was rushing towards the water curtain, and one by one, their figures were all submerged in the water. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were similarly filled with fire as his hands squeezed hard and his feet stumped. also charging straight into the water screen. Hardened immortal liquid. I must have you. Wow. Zhu Ganglai traversed the water curtain and stood firmly, a strong look of astonishment welling up in his eyes. There were hundreds of people who had crossed the water curtain with him, but in a 100-foot radius, not a single person could be seen except for him. All that could be seen was the vastness of the gobi. I guess, this is the magic of this small world of relics. It seems that he was randomly dropped here. Afterward, a flash of worry welled up in Zhu Ganglia's heart. After all, he wasn't the one with the worst cultivation here. Although Zhuang Dai was extremely talented, she was only at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Although she was from a prominent family and had all sorts of means to save her life, anything could happen in this relic. It was imperative to hurry up and find Zhuang Dai and rendezvous with him. After thinking it through, Zhu Ganglai immediately activated the cloud-controlling immortal cannon, and with the wind beneath his feet, his figure rushed forward. Just as he was rushing along, he suddenly realized that there was a strange bright light flickering nearby, leaving a faint aura fluctuation in the air. Zhu Ganglai ran in the direction of the aura fluctuation, but found nothing. He scratched his head and was just about to leave when laughter suddenly rang in his head. Nerd, let me ask you, what are you doing in this ruin? The questioner was none other than the monkey. Zhu Ganglai didn't have the good sense to say, of course it's to find a chance to improve himself. Then I advise you to get out of here. A good chance is right under your feet and you are oblivious to it. It really pisses me off. There was undisguised mockery in Sun Wukong's tone. On your feet? Zhu Ganglai lowered his head and surveyed the vast gravel beneath his feet. Could it be that the flash of light just now was chance? However, underneath his feet, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation occurring. Could it be that it requires the power of the divine soul? In order to find it, he immediately mobilized the power of his divine soul within his body and searched the vicinity. And sure enough, he found the point of light. Zhu Ganglia's figure flickered, and when that point of light saw someone coming, it was about to quickly disappear far away. But how could Zhu Ganglai let the opportunity in hand slip away? A spiritual power fluctuation surged in his palm, generating a powerful suction force. The light ball instantly fell into his hand. Still struggling. Is this a light lizard? It was said that light lizards only survived in the desert or the Gobi, usually sucking up the power of the sun, and their bodies contained demonic crystals with extremely abundant aura, which could be absorbed directly by people. Zhu Ganglia's eyes were filled with surprise, but his mouth was grumbling. Monkey, you already knew you needed a divine soul. Why didn't you warn me? I'm trying to let you realize on your own. Isn't it troublesome to need me to mention everything? Monkey's voice came faintly. Zhu Ganglai muttered, not daring to say anything more, and with a single palm grip, the light lizard burst apart, its body turning into a piece of gravel. Remaining in his hand was a pebble-sized white transparent demon crystal, brilliant under the sunlight, containing an extremely rich and pure aura. Zhu Ganglai gently crushed the demon crystal, and a heartwarming aura was emitted, drilling into Zhu Ganglia's nostrils in strands. What pure spiritual energy! Zhu Ganglia's eyes lit up. The light lizard in the party, less than the size of a palm, should have lived for 10 years, and in this vast Gobi, there must be light lizards with even longer years, and the demon crystal aura contained in their bodies must be even more dense. This light lizard has an extremely strong hiding ability and hides when it sees people. If it were a normal person, even if they discovered the wonders of it, there would be no way to catch it. However, in front of Zhu Ganglai, a second-grade divine soul master, these light lizards were like fireflies in the night, with nothing to hide. Whoosh! Zhu Ganglai caught another 5 light lizards, one of which had been the size of a shoe, and after crushing it, the demon crystals were actually azure blue in color. It's actually a 50-year-old light lizard, he said in surprise. As the blue demon crystal was crushed, a more pure and rich aura wafted into the air and drilled into Zhu Ganglia's nostrils, and the yuaning within his body was also vaguely growing by 1 point. It's surprisingly effective. Facing the vast Gobi, Zhu Ganglai licked his lips and rubbed the palms of his hands, a touch of wild burning in his eyes. Perhaps the light lizard right here in the Gobi would allow him to break through from the middle stage of the yuaning realm to the late stage.